Good morning, Exiles. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to day 8 of the Iolite Gauntlet cast, brought to you by Redbull, Shopify Rebellion, and Zizaran himself. Octavian, how you doing today, man?
Doing pretty darn well. Got a nice fresh hot cup of coffee and a big old pile of rip clips. That's what I like to wake up to.
I'm on the tea this morning. I've it's mellow out, but I think we have some really cool clips, some really nice some boss kills. And, and a couple of rips in between. I think there's we got some content for chat, guys.
Nice and varied content and lots of bossing as players are feeling the pressure of the last few days of the gauntlet and needing to gather up those points before it's too late and they're all gone off into the sunset.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 48 hours left in the race now. I actually have my timeline down correctly this time. Yeah, it's crunch time for a lot of builds. You know, if you rip at this stage, late at this point in the gauntlet, it's unlikely you'll be able to make a comeback for those top 5 spots. Maybe you can level up to 90 and get another draw for some of these wonderful prizes like the PC that we have to offer. But really, it's crunch time, right? It's do or die for a lot of these builds.
And for a lot of them so far, it's been die. Let's transition into some rip clips, shall we?
Love to see it.
First on the docket is The Dire Dream. We'll pull that up on full screen. Oh, a Metamorph. Okay.
And it's fully juiced as well.
I have a feeling as to what might be the culprit here.
Yeah. Spook City.
There were double catalyst rewards, so I can see why they were going for it, but oh gosh, that's a T16 Coves Metamorph too. Coves bosses are actually like
so scary.
Surprisingly rippy. The treasure pile golem will do a slam that can one-shot even the tankiest of lads.
So I did pause it at the 1 second mark just for chat to see. So even before he's placed the final node, we don't see what else other organs he has in, but he has maxed out the juice. So I'm assuming that both bosses are in there. You can see like there's 2 catalyst rewards and a currency going for the maximum sort of return on his investment. But the reality is, like, Metamorph, we're seeing the vast majority of players maybe do grab the catalysts, and that's about it. But if both of those are bosses, I think you just skip it. Like, you don't subject yourself to Metamorph. It's kind of insane content. Players skip it in a regular hardcore trade. Yeah. Forget about Gauntlet, where everything's just turned up to 11, right?
And this was very likely a crit. As you can see, the boss has power charge generation and has a few of those deadly little blue spheres swirling around it. We will hop to the next full screen clip here, though, and it's going to be Younggrown on our screen.
Oh, no. Come on.
This is against Cyrus.
Not my boy.
We don't see the level of the zone. Presumably Cyrus 8 this late into the race, going for the points, trying to compete on the Hierophant ladder, and actually in the final phase with Cyrus rather low already. So the fight's gone decently well up until this point, tagged by a basic attack. Very good job of the positioning, but the die beam from off screen, he lost track of the man.
Oh, that's
and
so
that
bad.
Is a death sentence.
Apparently it's A5, but
oh, okay.
Yeah, that's really rough. I guess maybe going for the Crown of the Tyrant, maybe. I'm not sure. He did have a really good helmet already, like a really nice hubris, but just dashes into the degen into a die beam, which, I mean, if that's an insta rip, right?
Very well played up until that last, 15 seconds of the fight or so. Just losing track of Cyrus is so dangerous.
Storks and Beans asking, did he die with half health? So what happens is the information, like the actual damage that happens is like calculated a lot quicker than the actual animation on your screen can show up. So he's already actually dead. It's probably like a frame later his life bar actually would have dropped. So he is dead. It's just there is like a bit of a time lag, right, where your computer can't display that your life is at 0 before the server actually picks it up.
And I'm watching the debuff bar because I asked whether or not he got shocked. I want to see if there is one that pops up.
I think he was.
Yeah, is that a 1% though? Like it may be an incredibly minimal shock because he might have a lot of reduced shock effect or something. It's hard to see the number because he logs out essentially as soon as it happens.
He's actually shocked the second he walks over the puddle.
Yeah, so like it's not much of a shock. Yeah, it's 1%. Yeah. So. Not really the culprit on the death there. No,
and he's mad because it's a fight most of these players are really comfortable with. But when Cyrus says die, you Better dodge left or right. You better move. Yeah.
He obeyed.
Yeah.
We're going to pull up non-duality next. On the full screen here, playing what appears to be a spectral helix build. Pretty darn well put together one as well.
Yeah.
7.7k life is not easy to achieve on this kind of build.
No. I mean, this is the first sort of like endgame spectral helix character we've actually seen. All Gauntlet.
Yeah, there's been a couple of them that made it into like early maps that showed up on the Rip Clip docket. And that is a Fizz or a Snake, a lot of projectile spam and desyncs back into the pack. That's awful, man.
Rubber banding. That just feels terrible.
And it's actually a Chieftain spectral helix as well, so presumably like a Fizz to fire converted version using things like Herald of Ash to help with clear. Very interesting build. Shame to see it go in such a honestly just unfair manner.
I mean, it just sucks, right? I mean, I do like the Chieftain pick overall. I know a lot of people have played Raider with the with Spectral Helix overall, and some Deadeye, just a little bit. But in Gauntlet, obviously, like just the sustain and the defenses that you get off Chieftain are just so significant that I kind of like the defensive pickup of Chieftain, but just can't get it to the end game. Like, you know, and it's not even his fault, right? It just
I mean, when you don't know where your character is because of desync, it's hard to make the correct decision, you know?
And it was with an Oni, apparently, as well. So, like, that's after all the farming. I mean, granted, there's 48 hours left, but it's a damn shame that he can't spend at least the rest of his weekend grinding that character out. Sorry, man.
He was only a few levels off of 90.
Yeah, damn.
Next up on the docket is a player we saw a lot of yesterday. I won't say the name, because I don't want to spoil it.
No. Oh, my.
It's Seismic Trap and it's poison, though, so you probably know who this is. And good lord, Uber Atziri takes no prisoners. That was ZyTV.
And he's in chat. That's fast. That's really fast. I'm not sure. Do we have sound on this, Octavian? If you let me know.
I can check and see if there's any music or anything. No, it's just the boss fight sounds.
Oh, perfect. So I'll actually I'll play the full clip with sounds because we can't do Zy dirty like that. Let's see how it goes.
Does one of them... I can't tell if there's two. I think there's two right on top of each other. Maybe one dies and the other one gets enraged immediately. That might be
it. Okay, that was just bad. That was completely a misplay.
Yeah, he insta-popped one. Yeah.
Unfortunate. That is one of the more easy misplays to make in that fight because, like, you know, you want to be outputting as much DPS as you can. You want to get through it as quickly as possible. But if you get through it as quickly as possible in the wrong way, then you got to deal with a real angry oversoul.
I know Zai's probably really disappointed with his... Yeah, it's really hard to control the poison DPS the second, though, especially when you have... I imagine you activated your focus mod early on to just get one of them down, but... Yeah, just a really tough boss fight. Actually, a lot of players, when they speak about Uber Atziri in the Gauntlet, it is actually the the Oversoul constructs there that people fear more than Uber Atziri herself, right? Just because of those ball lightnings with the LMP and just the crazy damage that they can do when they're enraged.
Certainly not a pushover.
No, God, it's just brutal, right? Like the strategy in Trade League where you kill one and then you can just focus on one to have half the amount of AoE happen isn't the go-to strategy. Really, you want to kill them roughly, I mean, at least within a few seconds of each other, just so like you can avoid the enrage mechanic. But yeah, if you got past him, it would have been free. He says, yeah, I completely agree. I think your build sort of trounces the next two stages. It's just really, really rough that you weren't able to clutch that one out. I'm sorry, man, but I guess better luck next time. Hell of a showing, though, Zai. Hell of a showing.
Yeah, very well done, and probably can still secure you a top spot. It's hard to say till the end of the day.
Yeah.
Saboteur is a pretty, or Shadow rather, is a pretty competitive class. But
you're not wrong.
You did real good, so I'd be surprised if you're not in the top and getting some amount of prizing out of that.
Yeah, I mean, very few players even get to some of these endgame bosses. So I mean, I know you're probably very disappointed, Zai, but I mean, I think your build's awesome. I think the choice you made was really good to go poison as well. I like it. I'm actually, like I said, I might even league start that, assuming there's not many changes to it. I know that's very early to say, and we always say wait till patch notes, but goddamn, that build looks fun.
Chomper RQ is next up to go full screen, and it is a Toxic Rain build, presumably Toxic Rain Raider, and getting just absolutely bopped in a T16 Expedition. I didn't even see what it was that tapped him there. Was it one of the melee doggos?
I mean, I'm just going to rewind, replay it for chat. Is it just like one auto attack?
I
know it's a dash.
It might be the... Yeah, I think it's one of the charging abilities. This is rather low HP for being in T16s and Gauntlet, which like is both a compliment and also maybe the cause of his rip. Like he got this far on 6.5k life, which doesn't sound like a super low life total, but then you compare it to the other raiders that are rocking like 7.2 to 7.6k at this point.
It's this dashing guy right here. It's hard to see. I'm gonna rewind. I can't sadly slow the speed, but from the top right to the bottom left, you're gonna see sort of a guy dash through with like a shield charge. Yeah, just there.
Yeah, I think that is the Impale art in the top left as well. Yeah. So that would mean at this tier of content, the Impale remnants also come with 100% of Fizz Overwhelm, which means that there's literally like no Fizz mitigation versus that hit. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it just gets tricked. And you know what? I don't even. With 48 hours left, like the reality is like even if he doesn't have the gear he wants to engage with this content. There is a bit of a clock ticking, right? And maybe he wants to hit 90 or 95 or whatever, but the fact that he's throwing himself T16s means, at least to me, that he's trying to farm up some endgame, like Guardians and Elder maps and all this stuff, so has to take the risk. Usually dodge works out pretty fine, but sometimes when it does fail and you have an Impale on you, you just get one-tapped, and I guess that's the risk. But I think, still, incredible showing. The fact that he even made it to T16s, I know it's upsetting, but I'm sure next Gauntlet, hopefully we can have him in the top 5 at some point. That'd be awesome.
I mean, that is an honorable death. Dying in a T16 zone in Gauntlet is like an achievement in and of itself.
With sub K life, 7k life, by the way. Made it that far with sub 7k, as you said. So very, very cool.
We have Peel Brill next up on the list, who is the Spectral? No, that's Detonate Dead. Sorry, it can take a moment for me to see what's on my screen. This is a Detonate Dead Necro. We've seen Peel Brill before. I think had an unfortunate rip in Uberlab.
I think had 2 unfortunate rips. I think this is number 3. I could be wrong though.
I mean, more power to him for the consistency and the dedication. But what even was that? I honestly, I'm a little stumped by that one. Was that a flag? Was that a Drox flag smushing him?
I'm just wondering for chat. Let's see. I think it's. No, I think is that just the like.
The heck? What kills my man here?
Because it doesn't look like it's the like the red rain there, because it goes through him and then he dies. I actually, unless it's a.
Like that's pretty much a one shot, right?
Yeah, but I don't think it's the red rain, because it goes through him. Oh no, it is. Okay, it is. It is definitely the red rain. Just gets one tapped. There's 2 projectiles like in very close proximity to one another, and it looks like one. Like it looks like it goes through him, but the second one does hit. Yeah, it's this.
No, he's killed some mobs up till this point, so it wasn't reflect.
No, I'm pretty sure it's this red light. I mean, again, you can't see my mouse on screen, guys, but there is a second projectile here, and I said only has about 8k life. Yeah, it's this second guy here that you can see just.
I'm just surprised that did that much damage. Like he tanked a few hits from some other stuff in this clip, and he's not like disgustingly squishy or anything.
Yeah.
Oh, did his bone offering go down right before? I mean, even then, I'm still surprised.
Is it a crit? I mean, is it? I mean, it feels like it could be, but he's not shocking. Yeah. But he's probably ailment immune.
Yeah, it's a little harder for the Necros to get ailment immune, but he could be. It's certainly not impossible.
Could be auras off screen. He's level 89 as well. Oh, he's level 89. Oh no.
Yeah. And most likely it's some sort of like crit or fizz aura that we aren't seeing because the prods are coming from off screen. Those are like doubly common in influence maps because the influence rares spawn in the packs alongside regular rares, so you might get a fizz aura from a banner or something.
Actually, is it from this? So in the first second of the clip, is it from? Can you see the mobs that are doing? No, you can't. I thought they might have like.
No, this is one of the less.
Oh no, yeah, you can actually at 6 seconds, you can see the. Sorry, not to interrupt you, but you see the little guy from Act 4. Like the snake, the lava snake that comes out of the ground. I swear.
No, but I'll take your word for it.
I swear. No, like in the Calms zone, the one that has like I
know what you're talking about. It's just enough of a clutter that I don't see it. No, I believe you.
Wakango, and I think that's the projectiles from his tail. I mean, it's not the mini boss, just one mob of that type, and then I think it's the tail that does that. Just one taps him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those guys will LMP firing you from off screen if you aggro them, and he was up in the top left earlier.
Yeah, so it's that. Like again, I could be wrong, but I really think that's the case. Damn, that's a brutal rip.
Yeah, and apparently a death at 89 as well. So Very close to being entered for the
Unfortunate,
PC
brother.
on that character. We're
Yeah.
gonna pull up Murgadurga next.
I mean, I do agree with Zai that like it's very rare you see them do that much damage, but the map could have just been rolled insanely, right? Like, I don't know. Sorry, go for it.
And this is
Ice Trap. First one we've seen.
An Ice
actually.
Trapper. I can't. Is this in maps? Or yeah, this is like graveyard maps. This is relatively mid-tier white maps. A little low on the Ice Trap DPS, so I'm assuming just recently got here.
Yeah, it says Ice Trap level 7, but I imagine that's the offhand. He just bought some to level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is it the Breach that's the culprit? Oh, it's a Toll Breach. These can be really nasty in terms of stun locking you. And then there's also an intervention showing up at exactly the wrong moment, and the damage just isn't there to keep this going. The intervention's going to chase him out of the Breach. He does have his flash charges back, though.
Yeah, it manages to escape a little bit. What is...
Yeah, he's made some distance.
I keep getting debated thinking it's going to be one thing or another, but...
Is it just Ashling spam? No, Ashling's down. Oh, but the crit oil on the edge of the Breach. No.
Oh, no.
Yeah, walking back to an opening Breach is a extremely dangerous thing to do. Since the day of Breach League itself, it's been a dangerous and difficult thing to accomplish, as the Breach mobs that spawn on the edge can then run off out of it and still like get some attacks off on you while being like invulnerable and invisible.
This is an EE map, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. So his damage at least probably a lot lower than otherwise would be, and that, you know, I'm not saying that's the reason he dies, but he would have been able to stay inside the Breach and not be overwhelmed, and he wouldn't have had to go back in. I don't know. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, and presumably doesn't have any sort of stun immunity or anything at the moment. And the sub 5k life does make it fairly likely that those crit Breach mobs are going to potentially stun chain him. I
really thought it would have been Ashley, and I was like, oh, okay, the second the betrayal comes up, but damn. Damn.
Yeah, you can see the pack of golems spawned by that rare monster. Those golems are not technically Breach monsters, they're summons, so they're allowed to leave the Breach ring and chase you down.
And just get shotgun by like a ton of projectiles and crit and just crazy damage. Damn.
We are going to move on to the next one here, though, which is Mr. Oron.
Mr. Oron.
Doing a Basilica boss, eye level 71, so I believe that is somewhere around tier 3. And eats a swipe from the statue.
Yeah, those statues do crazy damage.
Yep, they are extremely slow and extremely deliberate, but as to compensate for that, their damage is tuned up super high. Because most of the time you can keep them at arm's reach, but you can lose track of them in the fight, presumably, you know, just keeping his eyes to the left there on Innocence and didn't notice the statue slowly creeping down to swipe at him. Well,
especially when you, in Gauntlet, maybe, like, he obviously just got into maps, it's T3, T4, I think it is T4, he just gets, he's tunnel visioning on the boss. He's like, okay, this is where the danger is, I've just gone to maps, but he's still not a super comfortable point with his build, and then just gets one-tapped by, like, a statue, which you obviously can't ignore. Obviously, that's what killed him, but it's very easy to sort of think, oh, that's just the secondary player here. Like, my main focus has to be Innocence, right? Like, I don't want him to do his bullet hell phase. Let me just concentrate and get back over there, but yeah, just not enough.
Yeah, trying to navigate the projectile spam.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. You know, he was starting to run to the left, which would have avoided the statue, but then he saw tons of sparks, didn't want to run into that, which is usually a good idea. It's just the statue had already started its wind up, and he gets punished for it. We're gonna pull up Uncle John's clip next. This is, I think, just Act 5 Kitava. Yep, Act 5 Kitava does eat a fist to the face and doesn't notice the exploding cross.
No, he knows too. I think it's... I don't want to be overly critical, but it seems just maybe a little bit of unfamiliarity with either Gauntlet or Kitava themselves, right? Maybe just isn't comfortable in this sort of type of environment, right? And just gets tapped. And having fun with it. He's like, okay, I have to restart, no problem. Not happy about it, but still just being a good sport about it. Love to see it.
And then answer the question, why is Kitava green? When you poison an enemy, they get a little bit of a green sheen on them. It can be hard to see on most enemies, but Kitava is a big beefy boy, so it's pretty obvious on him. We're gonna pull up Rain Babe 42.
Oh my.
Doing Spectral shield throw in what is this place called? Harbor Bridge? Yeah,
Harbor Bridge,
I always want to call it the Broken Bridge, but that's back in Act 2 or something.
I think it's Act 2 and Act 7, right? Yeah.
This is a very popular farming spot in the Gauntlet, as it's a lot safer than doing the one in Act 9 that people do to farm for humilities that somehow can't remember. Blood Aqueduct, yes. But that's a tormented pack that surrounds and eats Rain Babe's character alive.
I wanted to give you a second. I was like, let him figure it out.
Yeah. My coffee hasn't quite hit yet, okay? I'm going to forget the occasional skill or zone name. It's always been my weakness. It's why Winter Orb became Cold Hat.
Look, okay, so let's talk about Harbor Bridge here for a second. So, for a lot of you that don't know, like, Blood Aqueducts has Revenants, but more importantly, does have the Tornado Shot, just skeletons, and which can shotgun in the Gauntlet to get, you know, because you're using Tornado Shot, the LMP multiplies, like, multiplicative, so it's 9 extra projectiles, which can shotgun you. So Harbor Bridge tends to be the go-to choice for farming up that early sort of gear and that early those early levels, because it is a area 60 zone, which does give you most base types that you might want. And if even in a regular league, it is actually more EXP per hour if you can efficiently clear both sides of the map, or like both sides of the bridge, I should say, which obviously something like Spectral Shield Throw can, but just gets caught out here by a ghosted mob and sadly eats it, right? Just unfortunate.
A little unlucky with the positioning of that rare behind her, because normally the Tormented Spirit would run away and this wouldn't be a problem at all, but because of the rare, like, situated right behind her on the other side of the bridge, the Tormented Spirit gets brave and runs right through her, which also means that it runs right through that blue pack, and that means death.
It's also unfortunate, right, because she goes to kill the top row, doesn't get the hit off because of, like, the angle. Sometimes Spectral Shield Throw and a lot of projectile skills can be a bit funny with the projectile that of shooting downwards. Doesn't get the hit, goes in for another attack, moves closer, and because of that, like, the pack can just, like, reach her and just torment her down, right? If she had gotten the kill on that initial rare pack, maybe she doesn't tunnel vision on it so much and then is able to react to those packs better. But just a bit of an unfortunate death. But hey, great showing. But like, even just getting to Harbor Bridge puts you in like the top 1,000 or 2,000 players. So awesome.
Elevation with projectiles in Path of Exile is such a wonky thing. Did you know that it's literally impossible to shoot Unearth up a stairway? Because it's a ground-targeted projectile, it'll just stick into the stairs. I learned this the hard way when I tried to make like a Mimi dedicated Unearth build, because it actually has a decent fizz hit when it passes through enemies. So I was looking at an Unearth build, and I had, like, on paper, a 1.5 to 2 million DPS with Unearth, and I was like, I'm going to kill in-game bosses with Unearth, and it'll be cool. And then I try to run Blood Aqueducts once, and I can't even shoot my projectile upstairs, and it's awful, and I hate it.
Time to reroll? I think that's
no, I didn't get it past Blood Aqueducts for that exact reason.
Yeah,
I mean, it's terrible.
It's just a shame that there's some of these wonky mechanics. It was like when Lightning Strike used to stop at, like, these little pebbles, right?
Yes,
like
yes.
Or
freezing pulse, not being able to go through a doorway if tiniest bit of the projectile hit the hitbox. I'm glad they've fixed those instances, for the most part, but there's still some weird and clunky stuff.
I mean,
shield charge is another one.
If you want to really get into it, I mean, like, literally all strike skills still feel kind of like if you want to be really picky. But that's a topic maybe for later on when we're on some live content. But I have very strong feelings about that. But so far, some really cool rips. I think you got a couple more though, don't we?
I think we have one more rip clip, and then we move on to some boss fight.
Oh my!
So this is Calet Goose.
Great name.
Coming up on screen next. And it's Valenta. Oh, we've seen Valenta claim a couple lives already, and yep, goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh man!
For those that don't know, Valenta does shotgun, which is why you see a lot of players get to like the mid 70s or even 80s before coming back to get this skill point. Because yep, you can just get one tapped.
Like literally. Okay, I think all but one of her abilities can shotgun and is projectile based. Yeah. Even the ads on death fire projectiles. This fight is the hardest fight in the story.
Actually, is it even the projectiles that kill him? I'm actually not thinking about it.
It's hard to see because everything she does is the same color.
Oh, it's the return, yeah. I think it's like these these overlapping explosions that you see just moving in. Yeah, brutal.
What skill point she can keep it.
Yeah, honest.
Not a bad choice, my friend. Not a bad choice.
No, there are characters that wait until, like, legitimately until they're like 82, 83, right? Like it's one. It is one.
I did Uberlab before I did this fight.
Yeah, like it's just nuts how much damage she can output. I'm granted, like, last Gauntlet wasn't too bad because it was AOE, but I don't know. This when she has the extra projectiles, it's just so scary. And fun fact, Valenta is actually the person you give the miasm meter to in Act 5. And she becomes this thing. This monstrosity of a boss.
Everyone that we help just goes insane and tries to kill people.
Yena,
and at some point,
best girl. She turns into a fox, she gets rid of some cobwebs. No betrayal.
Did you know that in the beta of Fall of Oriath, she did not turn back from being a fox?
Oh.
So, presumably, my assumption was that she turned into a fox and was just stuck that way, and it was another person that we had screwed over. But no, they went back and changed it and made it nicer. And she turns back into a human now.
There has to be some hope. I know Rayclass is an unforgiving place, but my God, please, just a little bit. Oh, you know what? I really like the reaction too. Just like, excuse me, sir.
But eventually, like, if everywhere you go gets screwed up, maybe you're the problem, you know? maybe we're the problem.
I mean,
everything we touch turns to crap.
I mean, we save Oriath, and then we release an interstellar demon in Cyrus to kill things, and then we fight off Maven, we fight off Elder. We do some good things. There's a couple good things, my friend. There's a couple. Are the boss clips just in Discord, or should we pop them in the tool, or can we?
They are in Discord, I believe.
Okay, well, we have some bangers coming up.
Let me know which one you're going for, and I'll join you.
I think it's gonna stop top to bottom, guys. I might not play all of them in a row. We might save some for a few hours in, but at least this very first one, we got to show you guys, because I literally can't wait to see this. We know maybe Zai doesn't complete the entire thing, but his build, he put on one hell of a show in between.
Let me know the timestamp, and also I think the audio is safe.
Oh, perfect. If it's safe, then it is at exactly 12 minutes, and I'll turn off the song here. And 3, 2, 1, play.
If you guys have anything, I'm not going to use flask enchantments for this.
This is
Sense Rebirth. That's a really nice pickup. The Unholy Might should contribute to the poison damage.
Yeah. This is Zai's twisted kill, by the way.
Mm-hmm. And this is with a poison seismic exsanguinate trapper.
Mr. Matigate talking about like the ethics of killing Shaper and all this other stuff.
One thing,
love it.
Just in time.
I mean, I like that Zana shouts "Exile, do something," as you know, presumably to like try and help Shaper while he's enthralled by Uber Elder, and immediately we just start murdering. I mean, it's the only option the game allows. It's not our fault.
So, for those that may be unaware of this tech, he does grab Frost Bomb. So he's if
trap now.
Sorry, Maven does have the regen ability. He can place down his Frost Bombs and just reduce that. It's a bit of a maybe, but it is nice to just at least bring one into your fight with you.
Yeah, he's moving it around though, because it would be a little weird to put it in the gloves, because then you'd have a Frost Bomb trap, which I guess would work, but you probably don't want that delay necessarily. There you go. He
does get rid of Chain off his Exsanguinate, which it makes a lot of sense, right? You don't really need it to chain too much, and you can focus on a DPS link instead.
And no, I don't think... I mean, we haven't seen any clips, at least, of anyone attempting Hidden in any capacity. No. So I think that bounty is yet to even be attempted, let alone claimed.
I think, look, players are struggling just to get to these endgame fights right now. Like 3.15, as it turns out, pretty hard. Pretty hard, guys.
Yeah, and it is attempted. Do we have a clip then of someone attempting the Hidden? Because I'd love to watch it. There's still a couple days left. You know, if Steel or Lighty or Karn can get through their other prerequisite boss fights and
then this is,
still have a living character thereafter, they might go for it. I know Karn wants to attempt Feared, but probably after his other fights are started.
Okay, so bottom right, top left.
Karn bossing. Hey, he did Shaper earlier.
Top right.
Which I think is in our tool we'll be watching later. Karn has gotten rolling on some bosses, and his Shaper fight looked really clean.
And he still, and I know I said that there's only 48 hours left, but that's still a fair amount of time, right? Like, I imagine he has all these bosses just ready. It's just maybe farming up some extra map fragments, but we do see Zai starting the fight. For those unaware, he's playing, what goes real low there, it is a physical poison trapper.
Yeah, the damage looks really good. Gotta give him props for that. Gets overlapped slightly there at the beginning, but does have his flash charges back at this point. Presumably has either Rislatha or the Life Flask nose in the tree, potentially both, in order to recover those.
This is the first twisted fight we've seen where a character nearly gets one of the Guardians down in the first phase.
Slam there.
Very close. I mean, it wasn't able to, but no one else got even to half usually. This is some of the highest DPS we've seen out of any build, and is able to take down Purify or Constrictor very quickly there.
I think this is the highest damage we've seen out of any build do either formed or twisted. Like, this is the quickest formed / twisted fight we've seen. Even then, it's still not like easy.
No, I mean, God,
there's been a couple of moments here where he's gotten chunked a bit.
No.
That's but he's already got one of them down. Like, that's super quick.
Actually, for Zai, now that you're in chat, how much spell dodge did you actually have on this build?
Oh, he is out of life flasks at this point, but there's a few minions scattered about the arena, and he does probably have some of that passive flask regeneration, so can maybe get a charge back here, which is why there's no logging. Yeah, there's a flash charge back. Was a little bit of a window of opportunity for death there, but he's made it out alive.
Yeah, so you know, he does have 46% spell dodge, means Eradicator isn't as scary with those lightning tendrils, but I mean, you don't want to rely on 46%, right?
Yeah, and unlike something like the Slayer that Karn is playing, or the block builds that have life on block, you're going to have a much harder time sustaining through that spam.
Like, it's really just your 10%, well, is it 5 or 10% regen now from your Saboteur Ascendancy?
I believe it caps out at 10%, and it's 2% per trap thrown.
Okay, so that's how they changed. Yeah, I remember it was... Yeah, they changed something about it. Yeah, 10%.
Yeah, so they cut down the top end of how much it can regen. It used to be up to 20, but you get to that cap quicker, which is something of a boon for these builds that are focused on cooldown traps, because instead, you don't throw out nearly as many traps on a build like this as you would on something like an explosive or lightning trapper.
You know, outside of that that initial instance where he got shotgunned or brought down to about 3,000, and then that one instance about a few seconds after, looking really smooth. Like, really good. Like I really think, Zai, if you hadn't died to those Val Oversoul constructs...
Gotta rub it in.
Yeah, I know, but, like, you really could have just sort of clenched the whole thing,
You just didn't screw up, mister.
Oh, okay. You know that's not... Zai knows that's not how I mean it. Zai knows. But, to be fair... but
props to you. This is a really solid build.
That is kind of what I said, though. Yeah, Uber Elder would have been a bit of... Yeah, but Uber Elder would have been a challenge.
How do you feel about
insane damage, by the way.
Cyrus on this build? Because Cyrus can be annoying both for trap builds and for poison builds, because he has a nasty habit of cleaning poisons off of himself whenever he goes invuln, and also another nasty habit of warping off your traps before they trigger. Cyrus's pain? Yeah, I thought so. This seems like kind of Cyrus's favorite build to beat up.
I mean, I find that a little bit hard to believe. I mean, like, I find... Maybe I'm just, like, crazy, but I feel like since you just have the DPS, like, is the last phase really that scary for overall? Like, I feel like a player like Zai could just ignore most of the mechanics because he's very technically gifted, right? Or do
I mean, it's certainly doable. I think the build is capable, but like,
you don't have the DPS.
It's really, really annoying, particularly on a poison variant, because every time he splits and every time I think when he teleports to generate his spinny beam, I'm less certain on that. He will clean all poison stacks off of him.
Oh,
and oftentimes he'll also teleport out of your seismic trap AoE. Yeah. And then you throw another one at him and he teleports again, so it doesn't trigger because he teleported off of it. I've done a lot of Cyrus's on trappers. It's really freaking annoying.
Oh, I didn't realize on Meteor as well he cleansed. That's brutal. I thought it was only the one ability. Damn,
anytime he goes invuln where you can't damage him, he'll clean off all poisons.
Well, that is the more you know, I guess. To be fair, I haven't played I think any poison build in the last, like, 18 months to 2 years, so I really didn't know that. Shit. Damn. I have loaded up Zakur's Elder Kill. No problem. I'm at 0 and I'm waiting for you. Count us down, brother.
I'm gonna check and see if there's any music real quick first.
Perfect.
No, I think we're good. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. And this is a classic of this iolite gauntlet, Spectral Shield Throw Glad.
Yep.
Certainly nothing new, unusual, and crazy, but that doesn't discount the fact that just getting to this point is an accomplishment.
Yeah.
And of course, Assuming he makes it through the fight, it's even more of an accomplishment to bring down a boss in Gauntlet.
Yeah, meta build or not, it's unbelievable. It's just really cool to just watch these boss fights where it's like, I mean, there's a lot of players. I mean, maybe not. We all know chat's these 1% Andes, like top tier gamers. But for a lot of players, just getting to some of the same game content isn't as easy. I think we're maybe a little bit jaded by Twitch in general, but yeah, seeing people get there in Gauntlet is really tough. Gets shrunk down to about half health.
Yeah, that was a nasty hit. Sometimes the tentacle just slaps right, you know?
Mm-hmm. or wrong, depending on...
Or, yeah, I mean, I guess in this case, that's a better way to put it. Mm-hmm. Bro, that auto attack, yeah, that was a surprising amount of damage. And there it goes again. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried, I'm not going to lie. Though I think Fortify wasn't up for that second hit.
No.
Who are we watching? This is... Let me pull up the
Zakur.
Discord. Zakur, yes.
Z4KUR. Of Campbell, little tentacle.
And we'll see whether they go for the sacrifice shaper strat or not.
I remember back in the day when the vacuum cosplay when he does the sucky suck. It's that was like I know that was like the scariest move. Everyone was like, "Oh, we gotta play Jug. You need Cam's roots and everything." And now it's just, it's all good. You know, as players, we learn, we adapt, and we overcome.
Yeah, in the Uber Elder fight in particular, it was like the big danger.
Mm-hmm.
People wouldn't do Uber Elder in hardcore without Cam's roots on or as a Jug. Like you just wouldn't. I remember most Uber Elder farmers, even in softcore, would swap in Cam's roots for the fight specifically.
And is deciding to
save
Shaper. No, just so this final phase is going to be pretty brutal. I kind of like Fightgar's options, just let Shaper die, right? I don't know. Yeah, a lot of players probably don't know that you don't have to do this, right?
Given how much of a chunk he was taking from the auto attacks early on, I am concerned for the spam phase. Yeah. His damage certainly seems fine though. The DPS on these portals is pretty good, and he's bringing them down basically instantly. Yeah, the music in this fight is so good. I'm glad we can have the audio going.
I was about to say. Yeah. I think Camel's done an unbelievable job with the audio in this game. It's just so damn good. Or the soundtrack, I should say.
Mm-hmm. I think the sound design is great too. Nothing more satisfying than the sound of bleed pops.
I actually think that's one of the things Path of Exile actually does best. It just makes the game feel so vibrant and so satisfying to play.
And this is Zakur in answer to the question in chat. Yeah. Zakur playing Shield Throw Glad and doing an Elder kill. Frost Pops would like to have a word with you. Bleed Pops are better.
No.
I'll die on that hill. I don't even play very many builds with Bleed Pops, but they are excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Why keep the Bleed Explosion for bossing on Glad? That's a good question. We have seen some Gladiators swap out of that into the max block node, which still gives some significant boss damage because of the 80% increase if you've blocked a hit from a unique enemy recently.
It is 20% more damage for your bleeds though. So it's attached to the Bleed Explosion tag. So maybe just feels he needs the damage. I don't think he did, but Elder as well tends to be one of the I keep saying and I keep regretting, but one of the easier fights in the Gauntlet in general. So a lot of players just are really comfortable with the fight. So maybe just doesn't feel like he needs the defensive layer. Does get a fear drop. I don't think he'll be engaging with that very soon.
Yeah, that seems like aggressively optional content.
That's a great way to put it. Aggressively optional. Oh my. I think we can go to Haranumuri.
Haranumuri, sure.
Yeah, we'll skip over Steel. We know the exact build he's playing, and we've just seen it take it down. So,
it looks like this is fresh off the back of another boss kill.
Oh, is it? Oh my.
Oh. Yeah, he's opening portals to Shaper's Realm off the back of opening portals to Elder.
Oh, would you want to do? Yeah, we'll stick with Shaper though. Actually, yeah, we'll stick with Shaper. That's fine. But what we'll do is we'll cut to like halfway in the fight. Do you want to start at at least 7 minutes? Or no, 9.
We could start if you just want to skip the mini bosses.
Yeah,
we could start at around 4:20.
Oh, 4:20, perfect.
Yeah. And let me know when you're good.
I am. So 3, 2, 1, play.
And we get to see him slap an orb around for a few seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Guess we could have started slightly later, but it's fine.
Yeah, but then we did it for the memes, dude. Did it for the memes. Did it for chat. Nice start, 420, perfect indeed. No kidding.
This is a Toxic Rain, presumably. Oh no, this is a champion. It's the Perma Fortify. Cool. We haven't seen that yet. Champion has some really powerful synergies with totems. When a totem hits and taunts an enemy, it's an entity that isn't you that taunted that enemy, which then means that they will do 10% reduced damage to you. On top of that, you get Fortify all the time, which is great. You get a bit of Fortify effect, which is great. And yeah, you can even get reduced damage if you've taunted an enemy recently, which will stack with the reduced damage from your totems taunting an enemy. So you get a ridiculous amount of damage reduction as a champion variant. What you don't get is nearly as much attack speed and damage, but actually this DPS looks perfectly fine.
Yeah. It's also just nice not having to like do a weapon swap like Vigilant Strike or anything like that.
Yeah.
Look, again, like the damage is going to be lower, but it is nice to just have that. It also could be a comfort pick, right? It's like I just really like champion. Maybe I want to go for duelist rather than ranger. I see Lighty rolling ranger. Maybe I don't want to compete against that in the top 5. A lot of different options. Granted, Steel and Karn, who are in the top 3 or 4, are both duelists as well. But it's nice to, I don't know, like the practicality of champion is just so nice.
That was a little tiny bit late on that flame dash there, but he did still get the distance to get out of the slam. If there's any build that would survive the slam, it might be this one.
Yeah.
But I don't really want to find out. The passive tankiness on this build is really, really good. It looks like we've got some frame problems in the video.
So
that's not on your end. Yeah. That's the video.
Okay. I was going to say, it's like, if the internet dies now after 8 days, I'm going to be a little bit upset.
No, that was possibly in game for this player.
Yeah.
So if they've been playing through like a bad connection or a faulty PC as well to get this far, that's awesome. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, look, you could see that latency spike. It was pretty damn high, like several hundred. But
yeah, that's a good point by Sirgog in chat. Champ would be a top 5 ascendancy if not for her being the same class as Glad. If Champion were a Marauder ascendancy, I think we wouldn't see like almost any Berserkers or Chieftains.
Agreed.
It's just Duelist is so goddamn competitive. I mean, even Slayer is solid enough for the Gauntlet, as Karn has been demonstrating.
Yeah, I mean, look, like Duelist has some of the most interesting ascendancies, at least for me, because I guess I like melee and attack skills in general. But like all 3 of them bring something very interesting to the table, which at least for me isn't the case for every other class. There are some ascendancies which I just never play.
And you can see how tanky this is. Like, hits are coming through from these I-84 monsters. The Shaper monsters can actually hit kind of hard if they're the wrong mob type. And his health doesn't even move. He doesn't care. This is, I may be a little bit biased here. This is a build that I myself have played like 3 times. I really like TR Ballista Champ. And if I were not commentating and were trying to compete, it might have been the one I would have chosen. So I'm really happy to see someone doing well with it.
And for the uninitiated in chat, Shaper does actually heal the longer you take in that zone. No, I love Cold Dot, but I do like attack skills in general more. Yeah.
Oh, dang it. He popped his Vol skill here. He popped Vol Grace.
Calling me out, though. I appreciate it. I love Karn's build. I just love the way that interacts. But yeah.
God dang, that is... How much duration is this man scaling? That is the longest Vol Grace I've seen in my life. That's like, it's just now falling off, and he popped it right at the beginning. That's cool.
I mean, it's obviously linked to duration, but maybe he grabbed some duration on tree?
Yeah, I mean, he's running Malevolence. It's a little tough to get a lot of duration on the Duelist tree, but it's not that far away. You just path upwards, past Constitution, potentially.
Or
I'd love to see this guy's tree at some point.
I think, actually, what he might be doing is going the other route to Constitution, like from the Ranger Duelist side. And then you get the duration there, and you also get the extra life nodes.
Yeah, it's a very useful cluster to get as well, because for those of you unfamiliar with Toxic Rain, duration will increase the lifespan of a pod, and the longer a pod is there, the longer it's going to be sitting around doing damage over time. So it's a single target damage multiplier, a very, very effective one as well.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong option. I mean, like, the reality is, like, as long as your boss isn't moving, which hopefully with your pods can keep them sort of within your area because they reduce movement speed. The more pods you can get down, the more duration you have, just like the better, right? It's a direct multiplier to your damage.
This is just making me want to play this build again, man. My Twitch chat's gonna be mad at me. I think it was Ritual League that I played this character to 95, then I died to a game crash, then I played it to 96, then I died to a game crash, then I played it to 98. I really like this build.
Hey, I mean, you and Ziz, brother. I mean, he played what? Like, he played Valspark for what, like leagues in a row? For not even like characters in a row, right? I mean,
This is true.
you know, when you find something you really enjoy in the game, there's no harm in just playing the hell out of it. I know there's a player who played, I think, what was it, Hoag? Like that was it in every league. That's all they do. So, you know, to each his own, right?
That was really tight positioning against the bullets there. Didn't get hit. You didn't see the health go down at all, but that was a very dangerous moment, flame dashing out of that laser. There was like a little triangle of shaper bullets around him that all just barely missed.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I would actually like to see just like a little bit more damage come out of this build. I mean, these phases are taking a little bit too long. Like the arena is getting a little bit crowded and a little bit cluttered. Too much for my liking at the very least. But hey, look, if you can get the boss down anyway, power to you. But definitely
For the champion variant, this is really good damage.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's not as good damage as we've seen from the Raider variants, but for champion, this is really, really solid. You don't have the benefit of the onslaught scaling from the Raider tree, so it's a little harder to get good attack speed. You do get some attack speed. I think it's like 20% increased from the Fortify nodes, and then like 4% on the small nodes or something. But most of your investment in the Ascendancy is purely defensive. Yeah, if you can solve recovery on this build, then it's like one of the tankiest builds around for mapping and stuff. But it does lack a little bit in single target. I'm actually quite impressed with the DPS output he's got for this boss.
Well, then call me impressed. I mean, obviously you've played the build a lot. You know better than I. It just is a bit of a shame, right? Because I mean, I know DPS is survivability, like it is a layered defense. But I guess if you just can tank everything or dodge everything, then I guess your DPS you can afford to have it a little bit lower, right?
Yeah, no, it's certainly not like I don't think I can put it above the Raider TR build if I'm like being objective. But
it brings something to the table.
It's a really cool concept, and I like it a lot personally. But yeah, being objective, I don't think it's the best variant of this build. But it is strong enough, and it's a very cool build. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's. Oh, does log.
Was that a lag spike?
Yeah.
That he got there, or just bad positioning causing him to log? It looked like it might have been a lag spike towards the end. I'm not sure. He was having issues with that earlier in the fight too.
It looked like to me like he lagged the second he was moving towards the beam. Said, you know, I just do not want to deal with this. Lucky that he didn't stay in. Logging during a lag spike can just keep you in for 5 to 6 seconds. So luckily that didn't happen, and we are continuing on with the fight. We are watching Haru Nemuri. Haru Nemuri.
Yep, and we have another kill right after this one of an Elder kill. I don't know if we want to watch the same build twice in a row.
Well,
I'm biased. I wouldn't mind.
We have a couple of other great ones. We have a lot of twisted fights, and we have a forward fight later on as well.
Oh yeah, lots of bossing.
We have a lot of, we are gonna space them out a little bit. We'll go to some live content. I mean, maybe after the next boss. But yeah, it's nice to be able to like splash these in throughout the next couple hours with you guys.
And we have a fan favorite later on down the line in the form of Lalagate doing some bossing.
Oh yeah.
With the G-Cry Shield Crush build. You can look forward to that Twitch chat.
It's all your builds today. You got Toxic Rain Champion. We got the Shield Crush General's Cry build. I'm loving it. To be fair, we did have Zai early on, so I guess we had one of mine too. So I guess maybe I don't like attack builds as much as I thought. I keep talking about Exsanguinate and Cold Dot. I mean, maybe I just want to be that guy. I don't know. But it's so far looking pretty good, keeping these balls in the top left. If you can sort of just concentrate them in one area, keep most of it free. It's great. Not always a luxury you can afford, but in this final phase, things can get out of control pretty quickly. So hopefully he can put the DPS down when he can. Looking solid so far. I mean, he's actually looking better. He's looking better in this phase than he did in the past two, actually, for me. Except
a little bit awkward in that placement.
As I say that, he drops 2 balls right in the middle of the arena.
Yeah, that second one was not
his fault.
He didn't really have much of a choice there, as it spawned right at the beginning of the bullet hell. Ooh, running with the laser beam,
and then into the cold dot as well. Like it was just dot stacking on dot stacking. That could have been very scary.
Nasty damage over time is also like the big weakness of this build, as the Fortify, of course, doesn't mitigate that, and things like the dots ground in the arena, the taunt damage reduction is not going to apply, as it's not an enemy that you can taunt. Yeah. But he does get through the phase. Chambers throwing out a couple of cheeky orbs there at the end. Oh my god, this is phased. He's phased. He's low enough. God dang it.
That is...
I'm frustrated for this man.
That's brutal. So let's hopefully no bullet phase would have to log.
This isn't final phase. This is second, right?
No, this is the
Is
final
this
phase.
final phase?
Yeah, it's final phase.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. I thought it was second phase.
No, final
Okay,
phase, final
I'm not
phase.
as mad. I'm
No,
not as mad.
Final phase.
Okay. I lost track because of the logout. My bad.
No, it's all good. Oh, and Zana just back up before. That's nice. This is Haranumuri. Now, at this point, I think Chad just wants to hear me mispronounce his name. Keep asking.
The orb spam all over the arena is making it rather difficult to find good places to drop the ballistas, and that's cutting his damage, but he gets the fight
Awesome.
nonetheless.
Yeah. If there is a clone, Escort makes a great point. If there is a clone in the phase, it is automatically a final phase. If there's a clone. Yeah.
Who are we watching next?
I think. I mean, I know what I would want to watch. I kind of want to watch Karn Mastermind.
Sure thing.
For those of that you are unaware, Karn did die to this exact fight last Gauntlet, which cut him out from the running in like the final day of progression. So, yeah, I think this is time for vengeance. Hopefully.
I'll jump around until the fight because it looks like this VOD isn't.
It's 13:51:09 for me.
Okay. Let me find it.
No. That Karn is deathless, yes. So, I mean, similar to Steel Mage, I think they're the only two. Actually, maybe God Lawlegate as well. But the only two in like the top 5, I think, that haven't died. I could be wrong there, but yeah, he's been really killing it. Like, I was in his chat yesterday talking to him about some of his gear choices and how he's going to progress for bosses. But we can talk about this later when we do a deep dive on the ladder and their gear as well.
I'm having trouble getting to the timestamp. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Here, can I?
I am almost there. Give me 3 seconds.
No problem. The Man with Onigoroshi, exactly. 13 hours to farm this, by the way. So got screwed by RNG. If it had taken 8 hours, he'd be 5 hours ahead. Maybe he'd have a lot more bosses. Maybe he'd have more sustain. But you know what? It's worked out. It tempered the steel, or the Karn, I should say. And he's ready to go. I think he's been very disappointed with his past performances. So it's really nice to see that he can really pop off and show everybody what he's made of this time around.
Count me down whenever you're ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, 0. I also like the Breakbeak tech, so he can get off these attacks just a little bit faster when prepping.
Yeah, and again, this is something we're going to be seeing a lot of these players do before boss fights, as it's relatively free and easy rage generation. All you do is you drop a Hydrosphere and you slap it around with Chain Hook. I mean, it's something that maybe we'll see GGG get rid of in the future if they really don't like it.
Yeah.
But, like, I hope they don't, because then Chain Hook would literally never be used.
I mean, I hope they just
Or
buff
skill.
Chain Hook. Yeah, I mean...
Same, yes.
Yeah. And switching between the stances, obviously his sand stance, the actual the sand Bladestorm does blind enemies, so when he's just fighting the mobs, obviously just going to take advantage of that, and when he fights I was about to say Atziri. Wow, when he fights Katarina, just able to pump out tons of damage, and interweaving blinds in there as well. Really great job.
It's really solid DPS for this fight. Some of the highest we've seen. Katarina 83 is not the most challenging of the boss fights, but does have the potential to one-tap you if you're, not paying close attention and gets slammed. I'm gonna unmute and see whether the sound is fine.
Luckily, he is able to get all these skulls down before they pop. Those can be incredibly dangerous, can one-shot you even just with, well, if you leave 1 or 2 up, they can do crazy damage. Maybe not to Karn, he does have 8,500 life, but, I mean, I've seen them chunk for 6,000.
Yeah, I think he just dropped to about half there against Haku. The advantage of the Slayer is going to be in recovery. I don't think anyone's going to have the kind of sustain that Karn does. As he dropped to half, but was like pretty much literally instantly back to full health.
It does make some of these scarier fights, like the Formed or the Hidden, just a lot safer just having that permanent regen, or the permanent leech, I should say. It's sustain is a major issue in some of these fights, especially since life flasks have just been, or flasks in general have been kind of gutted this league. I don't know GGG aren't happy with it. They're gonna take a look, but having the option to sort of just have permanent insane life leech, especially with Vol Pact, is just such a powerful tool.
And it's kind of doubly so with Blade Storm / Rage Vortex as the skills of choice, because even when running around and dodging, you're very likely to always have at least a couple blood pools or a Rage Vortex going, so you keep your leech going, you keep your Fortify up. It's a really, really consistent playstyle, which fills that gap in Slayer, because Slayer as an Ascendancy is like super duper powerful if you can stay on the enemy and keep your Fortify and keep your leech up.
Yeah.
And so the skill choice complements the Ascendancy really, really well.
Oh, it's really nice too, just with Leech in general, right? Weirdly enough, it's better to have a lot, like many hits for Leech to sort of stay active longer, right? You'd think just one mega hit would work out best, but it actually is typically the strategy to have like lots of, no, not smaller ones, but smaller than the one big bonk. So yeah, just playing to his strengths in Slayer and playing to the strengths of Sandstorm in general, Bladestorm in general.
Yeah, a little bit uncomfortable in the positioning there with the projectile shotgun, but does manage to avoid it. Gets out of the way of a slam as well, and yeah, seems to have learned from his previous rips to this fight. His positioning is really, really good. And yeah, as Vapo says in chat, he's also got a recovery rate belt. Like his leech is off the charts.
Yeah, I mean, you actually, the recovery belt might be like mandatory for Slayer. Even if you're just playing in softcore or you're playing in Trade League, it's just such a powerful tool. Because it is multiplicative recovery with your leech, so you know, being able to get 20% more maximum leech is just ridiculous, especially with Vol Pact and like Slayer Overleech and everything. Just crazy stuff.
Leech calculations and regen calculations are all done first, and then the recovery rate is applied after as a multiplier to any kind of life recovery, even if it's like recovery over time from a flask. Not that that's the most relevant thing here.
No, I mean, that's why you see him actually using the Writhing Jar. For those unaware, like he can, if he pops it, the worms only have one life, and he's doing, I imagine, millions of damage, right? So he gets an insane overleech off of them, and he's able to just get permanent life leech off that as well, which is really nice in some of these boss fights. Yeah,
I think he just tanked a wave and his health like barely even moved.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a teleporting slam. He has to log.
Do it. Yeah, that's exactly what killed him last time, except it was on the fourth.
Dodging zero flicker is super annoying. I can't tell the animation.
But I have Karn live. I can't even hear any in-game sound effects. I think he has them turned off. Oh, unless it must be, maybe he has dual soundtracks, maybe.
Possibly.
Yeah.
You have to be a little careful logging or going into the fight here. You probably want to take advantage of the invuln that you get, because she might still be mid-slam animation. So I'm assuming he's going to sit still for a few seconds here.
Yeah, I was sort of making a great point that even after the Oni degen, he's still at around 4k regen. So just, I mean, that's like essentially 50% life regen at all times. Just crazy. And makes a lot of these fights, makes fights like Maven and Cyrus with all these degens just a lot safer too. Degens are incredibly scary. And able to take her down smoothly. It was really just that one instance, and he logged for it, which I completely agree with.
Alright. Katarina,
yeah, well played, very clean. Unfortunate that, you know, he needed to log in the middle of the fight, but it is a tool that you're allowed to leverage, and it used it well.
Yeah, I guess maybe we're going to go over to some live content, if that's okay with you, Octavian, and we'll check out some bosses in a little bit.
Sure. Do we have anyone attempting any boss fights at the moment? I think Lily is still grinding to get some of the keys that she needs. Getting the particular Elder fights has been a stumbling block for a lot of players. I know Karn is looking for, I think it's Eradicator or Enslaver, to be able to do a Twisted.
Actually,
to be able to do Elders to get Uber Elder fragments.
Actually, can we grab that clip, Mr. Madiki, and pop it in the tool? Because I would very much like to see a near rip from our boy Karn.
And the question in chat, how do you not eat that slam without logging? It's a matter of dashing away at the very last second. But it can be really difficult to tell when the animation is going to resolve, especially if you dashed early. It's just super punishing if you do mistime it, and it's super easy to mistime it. Because if you dash early, she'll follow you with a flicker and will do more damage with higher AoE on the actual resolution of the slam. We have seen some people time it correctly and not need to log, but it's the really safe play to just log there.
Yeah, I know. I'm Exile.
One of 2 dangerous things she does.
Yeah, no, I know I'm Exile. first of all, completely agrees with your analysis. So every time he sees her do it, just insta-logs. Says, not dealing with that, guys. Don't want to... Why subject myself to that? Just, nope. I don't want RNG. I don't want to, like, just get crit or something like that and just get one tap. Forget about it. But we do have that clip. I'm going to pop it on screen. And apparently this is a... Yes, for those that didn't see it, it is an elemental reflect map.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we know he lives. This is a near rip, as the clip is called, but yeah, after a long session or something like that, it's very easy to just miss, like, elemental reflect or physical reflect. He is physical reflect immune, but what really sucks is he loses his 2 fragments and his scarab on top. So it's a very expensive mistake, actually.
I'm keeping an eye on chat. I don't think anyone's noticed and, like, yelled at him that he should be leaving the map.
Oh, it was so fast. He just, like, hovered over it for a second, like...
Oh, no. He's putting in the effort to build up the rage, and he's going to have a lot of rage after he hits the first pack.
Actually, is the sound okay on it? Because I'd love to...
I'll let you know.
I'd love to hear his reaction.
Yeah, there's no music.
Perfect. Let's do it. Let's let it rip.
Oh, God. I mean, if you're a gladiator, you die there, right?
Yeah.
Assuming it's a Fizz Reflect and not an Ellie Reflect map. Obviously, an Ellie Reflect map, Gladiator don't care. But relevant Reflect, I think Gladiator dies there.
Yeah. Let's have a listen here. He just breathes.
Say anything.
He just sort of breathes quickly, like, oh my. He's
What?
What?
Ooh.
Actually, you know what? Zai makes a great point. If there's no Enfeeble, he dies on the map.
Yeah, actually.
Enfeeble legitimately saves him. Oh my god.
He may have like missed with a hit or two because of the reduced hit chance on it, the reduced accuracy. He may have like not crit with one of his crits because the reduced accuracy will lower the crit chance too.
Well, I just want to see how low he actually goes. Let's see if I can. 2,000. Oh no, he goes lower than that. He goes to like. It's hard to grab it because we can't slow down the clips. But it's sub 1,000, I think. For a second there. Whoa. Yeah, on YouTube you can frame by frame, but sadly our tool doesn't have access to that. So yeah. 600 apparently. Some people saw 1,500. Yeah, I mean I'm trying to do my best, but we can't really do it. But I'll let it run one more time. Yeah. He was below 1,000. Yeah. My god. Yeah, like 600? Yeah. My god. Thank god he had the Cam's heart, by the way. Thank god.
True. Yeah.
Thank god for that. Okay, we can take that off. That was a pretty damn awesome. Because he lived, right? Cause if you, like, you know what? After that, that's an adrenaline rush. You can't sleep after that. You're wide awake. With our faces,
Yeah,
our
it's
cams
a
are
good
on
wake-up call.
Our cams are on the bottom quadrant, by the way. So we Dr. Dexter is not on screen for chat. He is playing Minions, by the way, I believe. Yeah, putting in the work.
Is it Summon Skellies? Yeah, I think it's Summon Skellies.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a ton of Minion players. It can be very difficult to get enough survivability for them. But skeletons don't care as much about that. You know, you can have them be fairly disposable. You still want enough survivability so they're not literally insta-dying as soon as they're summoned, or else you're not going to get that damage off. I mean, we say we haven't seen many Minion players. We have to give credit to Rise, where it's deserved. He's playing Herald of Agony, and that also sidesteps the Minion survivability problems.
Yeah. I mean, Minions and Totems alike suffer from that survivability problem that you touched on, right? I mean, in Gauntlet, things just hit so hard, and it's hard to actually just keep them alive. Even if you grab the nodes on tree, right? It just feels like a real effort, right? Especially against some of these bosses or this big AoEs. It's not easy. So I applaud Dr. Dexter sort of making it happen work, but especially if you have like something squishy like SRS or something like that, like there's no way they survive long term, which, you know, limits the builds available. But this is Gauntlet. This isn't the regular game, so, you know, that's just how she goes.
And we have a freeze frame. Let me put it into the hang on, can I put this into the tool?
You have to, if it's an Imgur link, if it's a direct Imgur link, you can.
I'll have to upload it to Imgur then.
No, I can pop on screen, it's fine.
Okay, we can just do that then.
Copy link. Here, I got this. We have the technology. Yeah, I got this.
as this is a freeze frame of Karn's lowest HP total at 636.
My God. Yeah, Cam's heart legitimately saves his life. Oh, and so actually, so does an Enfeeble, and what else? What other defensive layers? Does he have Fortify up? Maybe. If he doesn't, I think he might.
Imagine Fortify's in his links.
Yeah, no, he has it on his Rage Vortex, so he has Fortify up as well. So thank God, like, there was a lot of things that saved his life. Oh my God. Good God, Karn.
He's okay though. It's fine. That's the second time we've seen Karn have a brush with death. It was in like white maps or something against that beast that he dropped to 30 something HP as well.
Copium. Like it's Karn's fine. He is though. Like he's blasting. We see him in the top right corner. I did talk to him about the Rage Vortex tech. I mean, early on we were thinking he was going to run a 5 or 6 links Rage Vortex alongside a 5 or 6 link Blade Storm. And when I talked to him yesterday, he's thinking that he probably will keep the Camsart the entire way. He may switch to a 4-link Rage Vortex like in one of his setups, so he might have just to pump out a little bit more damage. But it really depends on, how he feels going into some of these later fights. But it's something he's thinking about, but not something he's 100% committed to. But the Camsart is staying, and I kind of, after seeing that clip, we talked about him needing it for maps over the last couple of days. So first of all, definitely agree with that, but it could potentially save his life, especially, max life does affect your max leech rate as well. So it's kind of like double dipping that defensive layer too.
Yeah, and I think with the Helmet enchant that he picked up earlier, getting access to more DPS out of his, I was about to say Blade Vortex, no, Blade Storm.
Yeah. Blade.
Yeah, Blade. It will devolve to that eventually.
It will, yeah.
Blade Storm, Blast Blade.
Plus 1 max Blade Storm. There you go.
Yes. Out of that Helm enchant, he does have more DPS from his main 6-link in the Oni, so it doesn't need the supplemental DPS out of the Rage Vortex nearly as much, which obviously was quite a lucky pickup.
Hey, but sometimes that's what it takes.
You take the good RNG, man.
I mean, look, all these top guys have had good RNG, right? Like, if you see, like you can kind of force it to. Maybe not in an enchant, but like Lighty had some crazy gear. Steel got some super fast 6 links and was able to farm endgame content before anybody. And Steel hit an enchant. Karn hit an enchant. So it goes around. We do see him. Oh, someone died at rank 43. Shame. He's level 95 though. But we do see Karn sort of popping off here. Thankfully, they didn't all pop out at once. For those that don't know, on a 10-way. In some instances, all 10 will emerge at once, and it can rip the fight, depending. But looking pretty smooth here, keeping them all blinded with his Sand Stance, which is why you're not seeing him use the Blood. Survivability is a little bit more important in a fight like this, where you're being swarmed than DPS is. Hopefully he can get most of them down by the time the others pop. But
and the Overleech, the Overleech and the Call are going to do so much work here.
Yeah.
And he just can cluster all the bosses together in the middle and do the patented PoE walk in a circle and don't die move.
Apparently, according to Esword, who's obviously a big old Karn fan just like myself, did say earlier today he did have his 10-way just pop all of them at once, which brutal. That's really, really scary. I mean, it is doable sometimes. And I know when I was in this chat yesterday, he said, like, even if this particular instance it happens, like, he was okay with it. But it really depends on the bosses that you have in your that you've witnessed.
And I think he has Phase Acro on the bill now, so it's some dodge on top of the Overleech. He should be very well set up to be able to survive this spam in the 10-way fights. I wasn't really too worried about him getting through it. I just wanted to full screen it because I thought it would be interesting to see how the Slayers come along.
Yeah, but it's cool content, right? I mean, like, the reality is most builds really struggle with some of these fights if they don't have the DPS, and Karn has both the DPS and the survivability. We did have a question in chat about the Feared. No one has attempted it yet. It is one of those things that it's not a bounty either this time around. So, it's very unlikely you're going to see these players attempt the Feared. They would have to complete all their progress first, guarantee their first place spot, re-witness all those endgame boss fights, assuming they don't want to do any bounties, and then do the Feared. So, seeing as there's no incentive for these players outside of just bragging rights, they want to secure sort of the monetary reward first,
How many times has this Roa charged? Okay,
Ah.
now it's dead. It was because it was one of the few bosses that wasn't just gonna sit in the middle and let Karn DPS him. So it kept zooming from one side to the other, to the other, to the other. Getting dizzy at some point.
No, thankfully his stun threshold really damn high, so not able to.
Oh yeah, he wasn't in any sort of risk. It's just the Roa was refusing to let him DPS it down because it kept just running out of all of his damage.
And when there is one left, you see him switch to blood stand, which is just so much more damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's rewarded with at least one Watchstone and just one Splinter, but looking pretty good.
What you're really hoping for there is probably some Elder Guardian drops,
yeah.
as the 10-way fights are pretty likely to give you Shaper and Elder Guardians, as you get the loot returns that you would have gotten from that many boss kills and maps. And I think Karn does need a couple Elder Guardian fragments in order to start farming for Uber Elder.
Storks and Beans making one of the most underrated and insightful comments I've seen in Twitch chat recently. Roa is just the DVD logo bouncing around. I love
and
Twitch
it can
chat.
never find a corner because it's a circular arena.
Yeah, exactly. I love Twitch chat. That is... Thank you. You might have made my day there, bud.
I'm sucking up to the Twitch chat. I see how it is. I love Twitch chat too. Everybody likes me, right? Yeah.
Overall,
yeah, it looks like he's only got a couple of Elder Guardians. That's a shame.
It's sort of been the story of the week, right? I mean, Steel, I'm not sure if he was able to farm them up after we stopped the cast yesterday, but yesterday was struggling, I think, after a 13 to 15 hour farm by the end of our cast. Just trying to look for one, maybe two specific Conquerors, Elder Guardians that he could witness for the hidden fight. He did have nearly 2 full sets for Elder, which was missing Eradicator fights, which is just upsetting.
Yeah, he did get it after a full 24 hours worth of farming. Yeah, finally. I don't think he went for the Twisted fight, though, because he was too tired afterwards. So it might be after he wakes up later today that he'll be attempting Twisted. I don't know, we'll see.
I mean, I don't blame the guy. That is not a fight you want to be half asleep for. Or like.
Oh, no, he did go for it. We have a VOD of it in the Discord.
Oh, my. Oh, my God. So we got content for you guys. We're just gonna tease it out. Maybe after 12 o'clock. We'll for the second half of the cast we'll start with some boss kills. I have the power. No, thank you, Mr. Madaki. Easy, dude. No, I appreciate it. Like, for those that don't know, Mr. Madaki every day preps. Him alongside Heels and a man with hat and a few other guys prep a ton of the VODs for us. They prep the timestamps. They prep the clips. It's a crazy amount of work, and I'd love if you could at Mr. Madaki with some easy claps. That's like it's so awesome. Like, it makes our lives not just easier, but we couldn't do what we do without these guys. There's a full team supporting us, and it's really special to be a part of this team. Yeah,
they are excellent people.
Yeah, literally, thank you, production. Like, honestly, yeah. Oh, Lalagate's not online.
I just wanted to check.
We can pop. I imagine there must be someone. Is Quantric playing anyone? Let's just check with Dr. Dexter. No. I imagine Steel and Lighty might come online soon, but I'm not sure when.
Yeah, a lot of players that died in the last couple of days. There's not that much point for a reroll for them anymore. If they were players that were trying to push the ladders, there's just not enough time left in the race. So we're going to be down to the last few competitors, most likely, in terms of live content. Mm-hmm. As the unforgiving nature of the Gauntlet has winnowed it down to but a handful.
Yeah.
And Steel Mage is evidently live right now, which is kind of crazy considering how long he's been live the last few days.
Oh, but let's pop him over Rise. Rise still struggling with that build, but it's nice to see one of these top... Like, Steel might be the favorite at this point. I haven't been able to look at Lighty's progress yet, but we could do a ladder check in a little bit and then have a look-see, but... I don't think his second character has rolled any of these endgame bosses yet. Lighty, that is. Lighty.
I'm becoming more and more of a Karn stan as time goes on. He's
I am.
Now that we've seen some bossing from him, I'm actually real excited for when he goes for Twisted and Formed. Mm-hmm. We'll see. Those are the watermark of true progress. I just want to shout out, it's not someone who's streaming, so we don't have the ability to show their content live at the moment, but I want to shout out to Son of 7 Less, who not only had a Gladiator, I think it was, and died at like rank 5 or rank 3 early on in the event, but has rerolled now as a Scion, and in the last 2 days has climbed up from not being on the ladder due to rerolling, and is now rank 12 overall, and obviously rank 1 Scion.
That's
So a very nice pullback, reroll, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, that's reroll, I guess. Like, or just that's kind of insane, actually.
Really well done.
And it has completed some of the bosses. 300 delta depth, which obviously carries over from character to character. And has done Mastermind and Atziri. So the two easier boss fights, to be fair. I mean, I say easy. Mastermind is not easy, but easier compared to maybe something like the Twisted, Deformed, Maven, Awakener, or Uber Elder.
And in terms of the top 10, just to give you guys an idea of how deadly this event has been, there are 3 people alive in the top 10, if we are counting corpses and players.
Yeah.
I think rank 1 has been dead for the majority of this event.
Yeah, actually.
Since Lighty died, rank 1 has been dead.
But even
currently, it's not. Lighty's corpse is no longer rank 1, but rank 1 has died again.
But I mean, even like day 1, we had like a rank 1 rip in like Jungron too, right? So there were
true, and Exile at some point.
Yeah,
at one
true.
point.
Yeah. So rank 1 has been like just sadly a corpse leading the way, hopefully like a lighthouse guiding people towards the end game, but.
Yeah. Somewhere around like probably 70 to 80% of the event, rank 1 has been dead.
Which is
so Steel better hope that he doesn't edge into rank 1 anytime soon. He's very close. He's very close to blue shell territory.
Mm-hmm. I know it's. I mean, at this point, you actually do have to complete every encounter to win. Actually, no, not technically. Delta Depth 300 was not achieved, but I imagine the rank 1 Pheno will maybe make a character and try and get that extra 1 point out of it.
It would be because the Delta Depth one is global, right? So he'd only have to make a character to push to depth 300. I mean, I say only, that's not that easy to do.
No.
But the only boss fight that Pheno doesn't have is Maven. He's done everything else, and we have clips of some of that.
Yeah, it doesn't actually stream, so I think we just have some like notifications, which is a damn shame. But yeah, playing a Saboteur as well. That would have. I mean, a lot of players going into the Gauntlet. Obviously, we knew the Exsanguinate Trapper, either poison or crit, super strong, really great option, right? But I know a lot of players felt jebaited by traps in general, and the start of 3.5. I think a lot of players didn't know how to scale them properly, or wasn't exactly sure about the playstyle that they would achieve late game. But if a Saboteur sort of won the Gauntlet, that kind of would shut up all the haters. I mean, granted, I think they already have, right? Just by doing all these bosses, so maybe it just wasn't the right type of trapper that people rolled in 3.15. I think a lot of people played Ice Trap, which is really powerful, but maybe not as doesn't have maybe some of that late game scaling with that crazy gear. Actually, you know what? We just got a message from production themselves. We do have the Karn 10-way release.
We can watch that? Sure.
We can indeed. And it's already timestamped, of course. Lovely, lovely.
Let me know when to hit play. I am at 2:02:55.
Me too. So 3, 2, 1, play. So this is an example of what we were talking about before. If you're on the 10-way fight, which is the final fight, all 10 can pop at once. He doesn't log, so he is, it does give you a second or two to manage, but he thinks, it is doable. It's not a problem. It just gets a little bit hectic, and maybe it takes a little bit longer because you have to spread your DPS out. He's just leap slamming a lot, just trying to keep away from all the damage, right? His Blade Storms will travel inwards, so can keep the DPS up, his uptime pretty damn high, but really just wants to avoid damage, right? Sure, he has a ton of regen, but you do not want to test the limits of that. Suddenly, if you're getting hit by 4,000 each time, it only takes 2 hits to die, right? So, or I guess 3 in his case.
I would say that the main advantage of this build is what you touched on there, the uptime. You don't have the problem with ballista survivability that some of the Toxic Rain builds are going to run into, and you don't have to spend nearly as long stopping and getting your DPS out as a trap build would have to do, where you can scale attack speed a lot higher than you can scale throwing speed, so you're not as vulnerable stopping the toss traps. And the Blade Storm and Rage Vortex both have the ability to just sit out there and DPS for you and keep your Legion Fortify up.
Yeah.
The damage is perhaps a little lower than some of those other builds that we've seen, but it's certainly enough to get the fight done, and it's very consistent.
I mean, there may not be a ping-pong Roa, but there was a Valenta, or her version from Silo. So there were a couple scary bosses in this fight, but nothing I mean, okay, Valenta can be insane, but outside of that, I think he just really focused on the rest of the bosses so he could keep her at bay. Just not wanting to engage with her in close range to not get shotgunned. You can sort of see he's really aware of Valenta's positioning. Yeah. Looking really, really, really good.
I think a couple tormented spirits have popped out of the shore boss, but they are tormenting just the shore boss, which is probably the least dangerous target.
I mean, things can get out of a little bit crazy with those. I always find spectral throw when enemies use it, whether it's a boss or it's a exile, does like a bajillion damage. Like, why can't mine do damage like that?
Enemies don't have to follow the same rules as players, and their projectiles can shotgun you.
That's very true.
It's one of the reasons why it can be so nasty with this guy. If you're too close to him, then you can get hit by like 3 or 4 different hits at once.
Makes sense. For some reason, I thought that like the player shared skills like spectral throw did follow those rules.
I mean, like, I'm probably sure not.
I'm probably like look, now that you say it out loud, cheap. That makes a lot of sense to me. Like, obviously that's the case, but just in my mind, I was like, oh no, but it's a player ability. Surely that rule won't follow through when every other projectile in the game acts that way. I don't know. It's one of those things that it's obvious the second you say it, but like I just didn't think about it like that, right? I was like, oh, it's spectral throw. No, but it's a monster attack. It just like it's skinned like spectral throw, right? And it used to, right? The old spectral throw was it did use the shotgun, but long gone are the days of that.
And apparently that was the second time that happened to him, because he's saying at the very beginning of the clip, he's like, God dang it, not again.
Hey, you know what? I guess he's farming up his Maven stuff and his Guardians with those fights, right? Rather than exposing himself to maybe the formed and the twisted when he's not ready.
Do we want to watch any other VOD content or stick to live?
Oh, apparently we were rated. Thank you, Frozuppy, for their 49. Love that. And the more people we can get watching the Gauntlet, the better. So thank you so much. So, sorry?
We can... I don't think we've seen much in the way of Cyrus fights, aside from Youngurn's rip clip earlier. So you want to watch Pheno's Awakener?
Let's do it. Yeah, awesome.
This is the player currently leading the pack. This is rank 1, which of course means that he's dead, because rank 1 is cursed, and anyone who gets it perishes. But... probably not dead in this fight. Honestly, I don't know. We'll find out. Let me know when to hit play.
I am transitioning. Here we go. Boop. 3, 2, 1, play. Level 97 Saboteur is playing the Exsanguinate. I don't think playing the poison version like Zai is playing the crit version, I imagine.
Judging by Assassin's Mark on the bar,
I'd
imagine that's the crit version.
That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah.
As that wouldn't do anything, really, for the poison variant of the build, I don't think.
Actually, in the beginning of this fight, I'm actually going to just dip out for a second. I have to attend to something IRL. I will actually mute my mic this time around, so you don't hear me shouting from up the stairs. But I'll be back in a second, guys. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Twitcher and Octavian.
And yeah, the boy next door in chat is completely correct that this fight is one of the most annoying ones for this build. It's at least not the poison variant of the build, where it's doubly annoying, but Cyrus is frustrating on traps, as he will teleport off of traps very often right after you throw them. Even if you have high throwing speed, it can be really difficult to track him, and you'll probably lose about a third of your DPS, if not more, to the final phase Cyrus being so teleport happy. And as well as that, if it were the poison variant, which this one isn't, but we've seen a few people playing, every time he goes invulnerable to summon a meteor or split into a phase, he will clean off all poison stacks currently on him. Sorry about the blurriness. We can't, enforce any certain like PC requirements for Gauntlet participation or anything like that, and some players simply can't record high quality footage. But that shouldn't hold them back from being able to do these fights, and shouldn't hold them back from being able to participate in the event. It just means we don't necessarily get 1080p gameplay all the time. Sorry about that, chat. But yeah, the DPS looks solid enough, but the first few phases are really not going to be the wary here, as Cyrus is not nearly as teleportation trigger happy as he is in the final phase. Do we have any all kills? No, we haven't seen a single one of those yet. And honestly, I don't even remember there being a bounty attached to one, so I doubt anyone would go for it. But there's the Carpet of Death. That is pretty much the only thing you got to worry about in this first phase. And he gets through it rather cleanly. I would say the damage looks maybe a little worryingly low. I don't know if it's a little hard to say this early on, but judging from the DPS without Cyrus teleporting around, Cyrus teleporting around in the final phase and missing half to a third of your damage because of that on a trap build, it's probably going to take a little while. No all or Cortex kill yet, both have bounties. I didn't know about the all bounty. I knew about the Cortex one. There are a few players that have Cortexes or Cortices or whatever the plural would be, but you want to claim that rank 1 prize, not only for the biggest, I think one of the biggest bounties around from Lighty, but also just the bragging rights. And Cortex won't help you do that. So I imagine it's something you leave till after, assuming there will even be an after. This has been the most difficult Gauntlet event yet. I think I can fairly confidently say that. And as a result, it has not yet been won. When I think every previous Gauntlet event had a locked-in winner after, 5 days? Maybe 6 at the longest. Deepest all equals $250 and Cortex is $100. Yeah, that pales in comparison to the bounty from Lighty, which I think is like $800 plus for winning the event entirely.
Oh, the entire event? I think it's over. I thought it was $1,300. Let me just check. And I am back, by the way.
Welcome back.
It's $1,095 to just win. Finish in first. Well, finish in first place. So yeah.
Which right now is the player that we're watching on screen. Fino has every point available that isn't from Maven. So the latter kind of spoiling the fight here, but
hey, it is
has actually ripped at this point as well, and we don't really know what killed him.
But
oh, that's true. He's missing 1 point from Delve. Oh God, eats a bowling ball to the face.
Yeah, it looks not looking good there. We do know he finishes the fight, but it still shows you that even if you see a player at the top of the leaderboard, it doesn't mean they got there without scraping through the mud, crawling through the dangerous stuff. All these bosses can, even if you prepare like crazy, can still just one-shot you, right?
And in answer to the question in chat, he is playing a build using Exsanguinate traps and Seismic trap. Seismic trap providing quite a lot of the brunt of the single target, and Exsanguinate usually used for clear and to keep up the trapper regen from Saboteur in these fights.
I really like the tech that he's doing. That he's waiting, like right after he starts the Cyrus encounter, he doesn't just throw his prep his Seismic traps right away, knowing that most likely Cyrus is just gonna immediately teleport and just waits, to get a full wave in or a full trap duration in. Just really nice. I say that as he just misses one, but I meant initially just right when he starts each phase. Looked really good.
Yeah, I mean this is a really hard build or hard fight for the trapper build to do extremely cleanly, as Cyrus is just not cooperative at all.
Yeah, I sort of thought it would be honestly a lot smoother than this, but when Zai mentioned that like all the poisons are cleansed, like he's teleporting around. It's just not a fight I've done on traps before, so I was painfully unaware, but it does look just a bit of a hassle, just a nuisance. Like you have the DPS, but not the DPS uptime, right?
And a lot of your buffs are also much harder to land.
Yeah.
Like Bear Trap, he's just going to teleport off that half the time when you do it as well. So your buffs are not as consistent, which cuts into your DPS, and then your uptime on them is not as consistent. Like, it's a point that I've mentioned a few times, and I am kind of hammering it home, but I just want to reiterate that it's really impressive to get this fight down on this build.
Yeah.
This fight is, super duper easy for a couple of the more popular Gauntlet builds. What was that? What was that?
I think it was just the degens, no?
He flame dashed into the edge of a storm.
Yeah. That's maybe he was afraid, like maybe he heard a Cyrus voice line or something. I'm not too sure, but is entering this final phase. You really want to avoid those beams if you can, which makes Flame Dash just a superior option to something like Dash, Shield Charge, or Leap Slam. Yeah, for those those uninitiated people that find Cyrus very difficult, when he is doing these die beams, the closer you are to him, the easier it actually is to dodge them. Granted, you can just dash once or twice away, but if you are close, it's very easy to circle around him and that you will avoid it. This is a lovely place to get some DPS when he's just standing still creating the four-way beam.
Yeah, you still don't get that much free time though, as
No.
immediately he goes into the split and then he goes for a die beam. You can see the uptime on the DPS is just
Not
fairly
great.
minimal here.
Yeah.
And you can count maybe 1 or 2 seismic traps at best before Cyrus decides to warp somewhere else or go invulnerable and summon a meteor slam.
Yeah.
Or go into a bullet health, or not bullet hell, a bowling ball phase.
And every single one of these things, every single ability that Cyrus uses is a spell, if I'm correct here. And
yes, there are 0 attacks in this fight. So
really, like, even if you have crazy block or you have crazy dodge, not a factor unless you have spell block or spell dodge.
Whew.
Or blind.
I think that might have been a crit from that basic attack. He's eaten some basic attacks before that didn't do nearly that much. So I have to assume that was a crit there. I mean, it's good that he can survive crit basic attacks, because those will occasionally come through, and logs out from being too far down the bowling ball phase.
Yeah, doesn't want to engage with that. Smart.
Logging out is way more dangerous in the Cyrus fight than almost any other, though, as Cyrus has a nasty habit of trying to die beam you from off screen or teleporting you into something that you don't expect. It's a really dangerous fight to go back into after a log.
Yes. So there are fringe cases where the actual storms can be at the entrance. I know that's a problem GGG has said they've solved, but every league I've seen in the last the last 3 or 4 leagues have actually still had that problem. It's not a common problem, but it can be just really annoying. But gets back in pretty safely.
Yeah, split is one of the things you want to see there, because that's easy enough to track, and he's not going to insta-die beam you from off screen. So it's just kind of a bit of an RNG fiesta as to what ability he chooses to use as you re-enter the arena. There's a die beam as well, well dodged. And in answer to the question in chat, we are watching Pheno66, who is currently rank 1 on the ladder, and has quite a few boss kills to have gotten there. This is Cyrus, Awakener level 8.
Yeah, only missing 5 points total, which is the 1 from the final delve depth, and then 4 from the Maven kill. Which I believe is the fight that actually stumped him in the end.
Yeah, I don't know if we have a rip clip from that or not, but
No.
if we do, we'll get it on screen eventually. Was that damage from the beam? He didn't get any stacks, though.
I mean, Pheno might maybe upload his Maven fight, but I mean, I think he was just doing them for submissions because he's not actually streaming live content.
There's got to be a die beam coming soon, right? Okay,
Yeah.
no, he's going to go for bowling ball phase. Okay. I was a little worried there because Cyrus was off screen and he had already thrown a few auto attacks. Has some trouble navigating the maze, but does have a Quicksilver flash charge, so he gets out in time. And he's going for another spinny beam.
Yeah.
The positioning on this can be optimized if you... So whenever he generates a spinning beam, he leaves behind where the spinning beam was generated, like at the crux of it, he'll leave behind a degen pool, which is what those little pools are all over this arena and what's kind of making it more and more cluttered. However, the meteor that he summons always places you in the middle of the arena that you generated, and in the interest of being slightly fairer to the player, good lord, tanks a die beam.
Yeah. Down to about 1,500 life or something like that. It was hard to tell. He was spamming that life flask really fast.
That was fucking close. Pardon my language.
No, it was.
But yeah, in the interest of being slightly fairer to the player, GGG made it so that if he summons you into a meteor maze on top of a degen, that degen will be removed, and it'll be removed permanently. So an ideally played version of this fight, which is really difficult to do, but an ideally played version of this fight, you try and always position yourself in the exact middle of the arena, because when he targets the spinning beam, he'll target it where you're standing at the beginning of the animation. And that way the degen will get removed by the next meteor phase every single time, and you never have degens in your arena. It's really, really tough to do.
No, I mean, it's funny you mention that, because that's literally what just happened. In this last meteor phase, he did actually remove a puddle. So like it's like, you know, this isn't just theory, chat. This is
another die beam.
Yeah, this is
tanky, man. That one was a little mispositioned off to the side, but it is at least positioned on top of other degen ground, so you're not covering more of the arena with spam.
It's just, I mean, as you said, like, I really didn't think it was going to be this bad with traps, but this is really, really tough.
This build does not like this fight.
I now I know why, like, a lot of these players, or a lot of these saboteurs were leaving this fight to be one of their last. This is not fun.
But there was one other point I wanted to get to. Right, there's a lot of little details like that in the fight. And actually, it looks like maybe his plan is to just stack the degen beams off to the right there, as another one is piled on top. So that is, you know, if you can't get it right in the center and get it removed by meteor phases, at the very least, stacking them all in the same spot is pretty good strategy. He has to log again. I think he had a couple spinning beam debuff stacks on him.
Can we play music, Octavian? Or the sound? I'm sorry that we didn't check earlier. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I think the sound is fine. Yeah, it is. I've unmuted. There's no music or anything. Sound should be fine.
There we go, guys.
The name of this player is Pheno66, and the character name was Zave Madge. Chad is saying that he took 2 debuff stacks. For those of you who don't know, the spinning beam in the fight, if it touches you, will do relatively minor damage, but will apply a debuff that causes you to take increased damage. I don't remember exactly how much per stack, but it stacks up really, really fast, and will absolutely get you murdered to even Cyrus's basic attacks if you have more than a couple stacks of it. Again, pretty good RNG on what Cyrus chose to do as he re-entered. Bowling Ball Phase and Split are like precisely what you want to see. Basically not Die Beam or Meteor. Oh yeah, it's an action speed debuff too, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Which is why you see players bring Flame Dash to this fight almost exclusively, as if you use Dash or Shield Charge or some other movement skills that I'm sure I'm forgetting, you'll eat stacks of the beam even as you pass through it. You get a stack of it guaranteed.
Like, you don't phase through it, you actually are hit when you use those skills, unlike something like Blink Arrow or Flame Dash or Lightning Warp, but the other options are just a lot worse than Flame Dash. Like, so yeah, Flame Dash is the skill of choice, hands down.
Oh, that is not the best positioning on the spinning beam, but you take what you can get.
I really hope he has Cull. This is, like, if you can make this fight any shorter than it already is, then I think that's kind of what you want to do.
Yeah, going for the Cyrus fight without Cole is
not fun.
Always rough, but maybe he just didn't have space for it anywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe Cole on the Ancestral Call Vigilant Strike setup would have been play.
A nice touch, yeah.
But it can be hard to find the link space, especially with these builds that have like double DPS setups, you know, that's Seismic Antic saying. Oh, another awkward positioning on the spinning beam. Also in the split phase, the correct Cyrus, so to speak, the Cyrus that's going to fire a die beam at you, will have a slightly glowing red hand, though it is rather hard to see in the madness that this fight can become.
Yeah. I wonder if he gets like an insane Woke Gem or something. I wonder what his loot's going to be.
Yeah, maybe a Thread of Hope could actually be useful for a lot of these builds, but I imagine the points are the more prized possession.
Oh, of course. No, I know. I'm a Path of Exile player. How could I not talk about the loot, right?
Mm-hmm. There is also a very slight animation, like sort of a warping teleport animation.
Oh,
that's 7 debuff stacks. Log. Wait, 7 debuff log.
Yeah, that's you gotta get out of there. There's no.
Ooh, like his basic attack kills you at that point.
You have 6 portals, right? Like, use them.
I can understand why you wouldn't want to log. You never want to log in the Cyrus fight, but
what a mess he
holy
types.
crap.
Yeah, he knows this is not fun.
Just need a moment to.
Oh, just hope you get lucky a 3rd time in a row. You know, he chose split phase and then bowling ball phase for the last 2 logs. Please do that again, Mr. Cyrus, sir.
Yeah, even his storms and everything, like, they've all been very cooperative when I'm re-entering the map. I know for me sometimes, like, I get sandwiched in right at the entrance, and luckily just is able to walk straight in, no worries.
Oh, he's doing split beam. Okay. It's not a die beam. This is fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. Oh, that's a die beam. Holy crap!
That's okay. Yeah. So you definitely want sound cues in this fight, even if it's just for that die. I mean, granted, the text does appear, I think, before the sound.
Yeah.
And especially this was actually someone was talking about this last Gauntlet, and I could be mistaken, but because of the turbo mod on these guys, it's better to look at the sound cues than it is. Sorry, it's better to look at the text than listen to the sound cues because they're moving faster. So the sound the text will appear like the frame it starts, but the sound is like a little bit delayed considering that he's faster.
And he's there's another roll of the dice here where Cyrus could choose to just die beam him. Oh, he goes for the meteor phase.
Lucky.
Okay,
Really?
that's
Nice.
That's the one that, like, you know, you're sort of happy but sort of not happy to see it because sometimes it bugs and the meteor is instant as soon as you log back in. But thankfully that it didn't bug. Thankfully. Cyrus is off screen again. Okay, no, he's going to teleport on screen before the die beam. He's feeling generous.
Yeah.
That's kind of him.
The arena is getting pretty spooky though. Degens everywhere. It's only about 10, maybe 5% left.
Yeah, those puddles will also cut your recovery while you're standing on them. It turns off any recovery that isn't instant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, makes it out of the maze. Barely any health left on the Cyrus, but he's doing another split beam because of course he is. He's teleporting away and going invuln. Of course he is. It's Cyrus. Oh, does have a couple stacks on him now. Oh, this is... Oh,
Really close. Come on, buddy.
The Vol Grace. The Vol Grace kept him alive there, I think.
Oh, I thought it was over. My god, he's low. Like, this is like one life. Just go down, for God's sake.
Die! Die!
You titan of a boss and gets the invulnerability phase.
Oh, he's going again!
Oh my god.
This is so annoying.
Oh, there we go. That
He's
should be
going
it.
invuln again? Okay, he made it.
Still engaging with
No,
the
he's
fight?
going split. Hang on, I spoke too soon.
Good god.
Of
Never
course.
has a sliver of health been such a problem for this player.
Oh my god.
For God's sake, I mean, please.
Goddamn circus at this point. He's completely out of mana flash charges. He's
Teleports
chipped
out of the traps.
Yep, no, he gets the seismic off, but he immediately goes invuln as soon as the seismic
Yeah.
happens. He's going invuln again. Of course he is.
And doesn't tag the right one there.
Papa Cyrus, please. Okay, there's a split phase. Die beam immediately
Oh my.
after split phase. Somehow doesn't get stacks on him. It looked like he got tagged there, but he's okay.
This is why you bring Cole. This is,
Oh my god.
That's the log.
Oh my god.
I think Awaken has been at, like, quote-unquote, 0 life for, like, 10 minutes.
His energy shield has recovered like twice because of these invuln phases, one after another after another.
I like the little message there. He is not happy with it. Good God.
Calling Strike would have saved this man a lot of heartache at this point.
Yeah.
Does he get die beamed from off screen?
I mean, even if, like, I'm sure he's probably running faster attacks on his Vigilant Strike, so it would have been like a 1-to-1, like, after he logs, just, like, being able to socket it in. But, yeah. Brutal.
Oh, okay, he went for split phase. That's, like, the best option, probably.
Instant.
And into an invuln.
Face.
And he's got his energy shield back.
At this point, it's just funny, right? It's just funny.
Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Well, I don't know, beautiful's a strong word, but it's dead and he's not, and that's what matters.
Yeah. Apparently, YouTube really wants me to watch guitar videos of Norm Macdonald. I'm not actually... So, there you go. Is what it is. Back to the mainstream. Boop. We're back on. Hey, everybody.
That was probably the most tense boss fight we've had the whole gauntlet long.
Yeah,
that
was...
He got his money's worth out of those portals.
No kidding. I mean, Cyrus got value out of those portals. Man just would not go down. Good God. Easy clap. Maybe not that easy. Maybe just the clap.
Yeah. But do we want to watch more Cyrus? Because we do have Steel Mage's Cyrus fight in the tool. Or not in the tool, on the Discord.
Oh, that was Nirvana play? Yeah. Again, like, I mean, I love Nirvana, but I don't think I've watched a video of theirs in years. So the YouTube algorithm just trying to culture me maybe a little bit. I don't know. But, yeah, Fino doing a fantastic job. I know ripping in the final hour, but his record may stand.
Yeah.
We do not have his rip clip from Maven. He wasn't streaming at the time. He doesn't stream. He was just recording. I imagine maybe using OBS or something and just uploading his boss skills to YouTube and then submitting that way. So we don't really have it for you. If he uploads it, please let us know, chat. I would love to pop it on screen for you, but we don't have access to it.
And I think, yeah, Maven, I'm taking a quick look at the ladder here to double check and be sure I'm not...
He didn't save it. Damn.
Be sure I'm not misremembering here, but Maven is undefeated so far, yeah. Literally no one has brought down the Maven fight.
Production letting me know that he closed the game before he saved the recording. He was just furious, and I don't blame him, right? I mean, like, you're literally at the final boss. Like, the last 100 delve is kind of an easy clap, right? But just wanted to get the bosses down, so maybe take a break, go back to delving, and dies in literally the final phase. I mean, like, it's happened to Exile and Karn before, dying on the final boss that they need to secure rank 1 overall.
Yeah, it's a real shame.
Really rough.
I'm a little surprised that delve wasn't more of a priority, but
yeah,
got on a roll with boss fights potentially and just didn't want to stop. Because every other boss is dead for them, right? For Fino?
That's what I imagine. I think it's one of those things that, like, when you're in, like, the bossing zone, just stick with it, right? Like, it's definitely, like, sometimes a different playstyle, and to be fair, delve can be very scary, especially maybe for trappers. Like, you don't always have, like, immediate damage. There is a bit of a delay, and maybe just thought, hey, I know I can do this content, but since I'm on a roll with bosses and I feel comfortable doing them, let's head that way. Let's head that route first.
We could. Do we want to watch some more bossing content, or do we want to stick to live?
I
leave it up to you.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna subject chat to an ad from the CEO of production himself. It'll be about 30 seconds, guys, and we'll be back to you with some boss kills.
Hi there, I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.
All right. I'm actually gonna ask chat quickly. Before we do run some boss kills, would you like us to review the ladder first? And by the way, thank you, Ziz, for jumping in and bringing up your chat, shop.zizaran.com, to support the cast and some awesome merch. But yeah, I'll leave it to chat. I mean, I'm happy to do either. I think Octavian is as well. Ladder, more bosses.
I just see a lot of yep, and I'm not sure which way that yep is going.
This is your party? Okay, I mean, thank you, Trenember. I know, but, if we can make it more fun for you guys, or there's certain content you guys want to see. Okay, so let's look at ladder quickly, and we can go back into it after, but at least we'll do like a top 5 set of review. And, yep, anything? Okay, I love you, chat. Alright, I'll pop us on here, boop. Or you did, and then I'll remove our lovely faces.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Vanishing into the darkness.
All right. We'll do a quick top 5 review, and we'll look at the top 10 overall. Witches, Lily is leading the way to 101 points. YH, which was leading, I think, yesterday, actually dying. Sadly wasn't able to keep up his character. Garatha actually creeping up on his occultist, rank 5 overall for Witch. Senizen and Unit 12 close behind Lily as well. Top 5 Shadows, Fino, who is the number 1 overall at 123 points, who again has not done Delved at 200, did die on Maven, and has locked in 123 points for that character. Can get to 124 if he gets the Delve depth on another character. Zai TV, as we saw his rip as well to the Uber Atziri fight, not Uber Atziri herself, but the Val Oversouls. Sadly, just couldn't clutch 106 points, a hell of a showing. Yeah, we do see Darky 111 points and Matrua at 107. Still hasn't overtaken himself, but he is in rank 4 at 97 points. So Darky's coming. He's creeping up on his own points. So hopefully by the end of today, maybe early tomorrow, I can get all these bosses down, because I know our next contender, Steel Mage at 113, is really prepping for some of these endgame fights. We know he's just waiting for maybe some Elder Guardian maps. Just really been a bit of a drought for him. I think he needed, yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, like Eradicators? He was missing 2.
It was Enslaver that he was still down. Yeah,
Enslaver?
it was Eradicator and Enslaver to begin with. He got the Enslaver day before yesterday, or
okay.
I don't know, time blurs together. And just recently he got the last one. I think he's done with Elder Guardian farming, unless he needs more for Uber Elder, which I really hope he doesn't.
That was the thing. Obviously he needed to witness them, so he needed the actual map themselves for the hidden fight. But from what I saw, he did need the bottom right piece just to even enter Elder. We have seen his fight, so we know he has beaten Elder at this point at 113 points. He just hasn't done Uber Atziri, Uber Elder, or Maven. But yeah, was struggling for a long time there. Top 5 Marauders, Lolligate, a fan favorite for sure, playing General's Cry Shield Crush with 100 points. Elementaline and Fightgar at 100 points as well. So really, really tight fight here. And all 3 Ascendancies, actually. Berserker, Juggernaut, and Chieftain. So 3 different builds in the top 3 for Marauder. Top 5 Templars, Singularity did die at 102 points. Jezzy, which is Jungron, who is has been in chat a lot of the time, did die with his very, very powerfully geared Hierophant in the, I believe it was Cyrus fight, right? Just died to an off-screen degen and then into a die beam. And if you want to speak about the Scions, I know you brought up before, but Son of Less, hell of a showing.
Yeah, died relatively early on, like midway through the event, day 5 or 6, something like that, on a Gladiator, and noticed that the Scion ladder was fairly low on competition and just blasted his way through it. Took like a couple days, and he's already at what, 94, 95, something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty.
Yeah,
pretty
95.
wild.
He's secured 95 levels already.
Yeah, just down here at rank 12 overall. I mean, that's including the dead characters. Otherwise, he is ranked like 4 or 5. It's actually pretty wild if you actually look at the Zizaran ladder. You see Huwu, who died on his rank 2 duelist over here. But he did secure $1,300 in bounties, so he's leaving with a ton of cash regardless. But did level up a sign up and got 97 points as well. And you also see Jezzy, who is Jungrown as well, on the top 5 on 2 different classes. So you're seeing a lot of individuals like twice on the ladder. We see Darky, we see Huwu, Jungrown. A lot of these players just putting on a real showcase of what you can do if you really know how to approach both gearing well and the gauntlet in general. But it is a bit of a graveyard right now, like the top 10. There's only 3 characters in the top 10 that are alive. Karn and Steel and Zakur, who we saw some of his boss kills before. Yeah, I think Karn probably looking to get some of these bosses down quickly. I know Steel only has a few left. So Karn's kind of got to pick up the pace. I mean, they're both competing for the same duelist ladder, as well as Zakur, actually. So,
yeah,
like, it's coming down to crunch time, and Steel only has a couple left. I'm not sure if he's I'm not sure his build is as strong against Uber Atziri as maybe Karn's, but yeah, we'll have to just wait and see. But it's gonna be a sort of a photo finish, so to speak.
We will go to a boss fight VOD now. Do we want to watch?
Dealer's choice. You pick, my friend.
Let's pull up Lala Gate's boss fight then.
Awesome. I was kind of hoping you picked that one.
10:26:05 is, I believe, the timestamp that I'm at. So let me go. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll count me in.
No, apparently I don't know. It took me to another streamer's channel who was live. So let me just give me a second here, guys.
Strange.
I clicked pause and it just went to like. Oh, I think it was in my follower bar. Just give me a second here. Browser transition. Gauntlet Day 7 Marauder. There we go. Full screen. Yep. 10:26:04 in 3, 2, 1, play.
And this is the General's Cry Shield Crush build that we've been seeing for, I don't know what, the last 4 or 5 days. How long ago was it that we first
maybe
laid eyes upon this build?
5 or 6. Like it's since I imagine it was early this week, right?
Mm-hmm. And this is an eye level 83 Katarina fight. The things to look out for in here, as we've mentioned a few times with this fight, are going to be the skulls from the skeleton spikes and also the big slam, neither of which are present in this first bit. This is just a preamble to the proper fight itself.
Mm-hmm.
And almost 9k life on this Zerker. No Calm's Heart. This is just raw clicking life nodes on the tree because you get so much damage from the Ascendancy, you can just click every life node you can see.
Yeah. I mean, it still gets chunked to about half, but we see like those small life flasks, or I say divine life flask on her 1 key, just barely ticks her health up. Has to spend all of them just to get back up anywhere close. So the forbidden taste is a really nice bit of tech, especially because as we saw over and over again, Lala Gate's chaos res is just crazy high. If it's not maxed out, it's above 50 at least, positive 50.
And easy enough through the first phase. As you mentioned, a little bit of a chunk here or there,
actually,
but the recovery on this build is
we might have live content. Let me just check. Apparently, Steelmates might have his last Uber fragment. If you just want to check that for me.
Sure. Should I pause this fight?
No, I mean just keep it running. We got a little bit. It's just because I can't change without changing the scene, and then it gets all messy.
Yeah, I'll take a look at Steel. He is in maps at the moment, so he may have gotten the last fragment and is planning on doing a boss, but is not currently doing so.
Okay. Oh, so he has to farm
I'll keep him on the other monitor.
He has to farm flask enchants, apparently. That's what Andy and your Dawn says. God, usually I'm quite good at reading like funny names, but like I don't know. I guess I've been talking way too much. Turns out talking essentially 4 hours nonstop every day is actually tiring me out.
Twitch chat will always defeat you with an unpronounceable name. It's something you would learn eventually. The more you broadcast on this platform, there is always someone out there who has a name that you have no idea how to say.
Fair enough. I'll take that.
You just gotta accept it and maybe apologize if you butcher it horribly and move on. It's the nature of the platform. Somebody's gonna have a name where it's like 17 Q's in a row, but it's pronounced like yacht for some reason.
Oh my god, okay. That's something. I do love the bit of tech that we just saw from Lawlake. It does have a forbidden taste with about a 99% recovery, so obviously the higher the better. But with an enchant, I think it was charges, so can use it multiple times without having to recharge in this fight. Really nice bit of tech. Obviously, I think this is Lawlake's first sort of endgame fight outside of the Atziri, so that before you start engaging with some of the endgame content, especially in Gauntlet, like there is that sense of trepidation that okay, it's going to be so scary. I need to prepare everything. But we're seeing the damage just absolutely chunk Katarina. So really, maybe is unnecessary to pop her flask or use the enchant on there. But I guess if you don't pop it, you don't use the enchant either. So hopefully can keep it really topped up. Plus
and I am keeping an eye on Steel on the other monitor chat. So if he pops open that Uber Elder fight, I'll let the stream know. No, and we'll swap to live content because we can always come back to this later. Yeah,
this is trepidation. Yeah, it is a $3 word. But this is not live. No, this was I think yesterday. Yeah, we do know. Spoiler that this is completed. This was a boss kill submission, but it is the first like end game boss that we're sort of seeing Lawlake really engage with. Oh, goes really low twice there. Not what you want to see. Thank God has the forbidden. Oh, the enchant on her flask actually does save her. Has to pop it multiple times.
Yeah, really bad positioning with the dot being overlaid over the skulls. This is the same thing that was it Steel or Ventrua was having trouble with? There was another player who got really unlucky like multiple times in the Katarina fight.
And you can see those glowing crawlers on. They're really hard to see because they do kind of go invisible every other second, but they do time out eventually. But you really just have to avoid them because they can chunk you for about 5,000 to 6,000 a pop. It's a guy that Lawlake as a male player? Oh, my mistake. I don't know. I just assumed Lawlake was a woman, but either way, it doesn't really matter. That regardless of gender, they're a top tier gamer in their own right, and really putting on a bit of a show. I'm really happy that we. Oh my God! Gets hit by the totem wave, able to bring it back.
Yeah. Oh, that's just unlucky timing. Didn't have the central pillar on the screen, so couldn't see that it was charging up.
That's pretty wild, actually, how much damage can come out that quickly. And I'm really happy we are seeing. I keep saying it, but I'm really happy we're seeing a variety of builds. I know people say like that, like there's not a real diversity achieved or anything like that, but I mean, look at the top 3 Marauders. They're literally playing 3 different ascendancies,
and very like builds you wouldn't really have expected going to Gauntlet either. I think the Juggernaut is a fire dot one, so like fire trap / RF Juggernaut.
Yeah.
The Chieftain is War Chief and Protector totems, and the Berserker is General's Cry.
Yeah. So just wide open, and this is a class gauntlet, right? So there is a bonus prize from Lady's Bounty to be first place overall, but really outside of that, like the money shared from like first Scion or first Templar is the same, right? So you sort of pick a class that you feel comfortable with or you feel is going to be less competitive, and just go there for it. And Marauder feeling hyper competitive. They're all actually at the exact same point threshold currently, right?
Manages the log back in really well, though. No teleport slams, no big swipes connecting. Oh, a little close there on that wave.
Yeah, just you do not want to tank that. I mean, did before went down to about 2,000, I think, and unlogged, but yeah, not a position you want to be in.
This is a Shield Crush variant of General's Cry, in answer to the question in chat. So Paradoxica would not do anything relevant. Oh, close on that slam.
Yeah. Just this fight is actually not buttery smooth. This is actually, I mean, I said it earlier, I thought the damage looked good, but this is not looking comfortable. Maybe not as familiar with this fight as maybe some others, but yeah, like Katarina is kind of just slapping really, really hard. Thank God Lawlake has 9,000 life.
And the DPS is solid. I don't think you were really wrong on that front. It's just
a
few missed positions here and there, keeping the pillar off screen earlier on, so tanking that wave. But a forgiving enough build in the fight, regardless. Can tank a wave, can tank a slam. That's demonstrated.
No, I just meant like if the damage was higher, because obviously it's really good. But if it was higher, like if you could phase Katarina faster, even with the 40% more life from Gauntlet, like so Lollygate wouldn't be exposed to some of these mechanics that they are tanking.
And this is, being non-raider, non-gladiator, you are just going to see a lot more damage come through in the first place because it's not a block-based build. Wow, that slam was very close.
I nearly dies there literally at the last second of the fight. Oh, good God, but takes her down. Class for Lollygate.
And Steel is AFK, presumably getting up to get some water or something before the Uber Elder fight. But has prepped his character. He respects the Ascendancy to the bossing nodes that he prefers. He's got his flasks ready. He's got his shield recrafted with some regen for the fight.
Yeah. But at the very least, I will pop the mainstream on, so we do see Steel. I'll take him off full screen, at least for now. But we will full screen immediately when he enters that fight. Obviously, one of the last 3 encounters that he has left in this gauntlet, right? And a mandatory one if he is to take over Pheno's place at rank 1.
And it's a very, very dangerous fight. I think the one that Steel is most worried about is Uber Atziri. And when I was tuned into his stream last night, he said a few times that Uber Atziri is like 50-50 odds, if not worse, that he dies going into it. It's a very, very dangerous and difficult fight for the build that he's playing in particular. So I think he's going to leave that one to last, which may even mean that we see Maven attempted before Uber Atziri. And Maven is yet to be defeated, as we mentioned earlier. Maven has slain 3 characters and has not gone down in the entire race.
It's one of these situations where the ladder could get kind of wild soon, because Uber Atziri is worth 6 points to Maven's 4, but then Pheno hasn't done the last 100 delve depth. So if you do Maven, no, I get your and delve depth 300, you'd still be behind Pheno. So you actually have to do Uber Atziri. And assuming he does get the last delve depth, I'm assuming Pheno will cap it out by the end of the gauntlet. They've got 48 hours for 100 delve depth. Even if he doesn't, it's the point total is 5 off the cap, right? So Steel's got to put in a lot of work if he wants to get it down. Well, just has to do everything essentially, right?
He's considering a tree respec here. Wants to go for those higher damage nodes up towards the Constitution area, the new fizz damage over time ones. I think he had a higher block shield that he had crafted or something like that yesterday, so he might be able to spec out of a couple block nodes and also get the respec and the Ascendancy for more block, assuming he's been hit recently. And as a result of that, can spec out of a couple block nodes and into some higher damage nodes in the tree.
Actually, apparently, sir, I actually misspoke. I apologize, guys. I didn't read the fine print in the rules there. Apparently, he cannot get that last point from delve. I think if you get it on your first character and then rip and then do everything, it carries over. But because he's died, look again, it's the minutia. But he can't go on a brand new character, get the 300, and then that'll carry over to this previous character. So yeah, he's locked. Pheno is locked in at 123 points for the rest of the gauntlet,
which is a very respectable point total.
It's number 1.
I think there's 128 you can get total.
Yeah,
right?
It's yes, 128. So he's number 1. So it's someone who has to pass him. Let me find the clause. Thank you. Your points are frozen upon rip. Yeah. So if you get it on your first character and then do all the bosses, it's fine. You don't have to delve, but you can't re-delve on a new character, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, Sir Gog. Again, that should be our job, but it's day 8 after a lot of casting. Sometimes the brain goes a little bit mush. So thank you for bearing with us, Twitch chat. No,
Rise is attempting a 6 link. Oh, he didn't get it, and he's out of fusings. What a shame.
The clause, rule clause. Note, delve is a special case. This is account wide, so it is the one thing you will be able to take from one character to another if you die. However, remember that when a caster dies, its points freeze. The new character must complete at least 1 delve node to display your delve depth in order for you to achieve your delve points. Thank you, Sir Gog. I appreciate the clarity there. And I wish us goodbye, and hopefully Steel can get this boss down. Good luck. Do we have sound for it, or are we or is it DMCA free, or is it DMCA-able?
I need to get Steel's proper stream up in the background to check. 1 sec.
Thanks, buddy. Oh yeah, because you can't. Yeah, because it'll.
Yeah, there's no music. It's just the boss fight music.
Awesome.
Should be fine.
Let's pop it off then.
I unmuted it in the tool.
Oh, sorry.
Coming through.
We're both clicking. Yeah, it is coming through. Chad, is that a good sound? Can you hear him?
All right, he's going to guarantee that fortify with the Writhing Jar. And immediately, Shaper will teleport up to a corner and start with the ball phase. Ooh, chunked to half by some icicles. Those are relatively dangerous. There's something that you usually can, like on a high block build like this, kind of ignore during the fight, but with the extra proj mod, they become a real threat. The DPS looks solid, though, as Shaper is almost already through the first phase. Good placement of that initial orb.
The chains from his shield actually applying like twice as many bleeds when they are close, so really nice little bit of tech when that does happen. But yeah, you in this fight you want to attack the one without the purple bubble. The other one is invulnerable at that time, so you just have to phase him and get to the next stage. Gets chunked down to about 6,000, but still very healthy.
The chaining nature of the spectral shield throw means that even attacking the invuln enemy can sometimes be the correct call if you don't see the other one, but you want to get attacks out, because the shield throw will often still chain to the target you're trying to DPS down. A little bit slow on dealing with the spitter in the bottom left corner. He does leave behind a degen, which is not ideal, but you know, just a couple of those are not going to kill the run. Just gotta keep an eye on that going forwards.
You really actually want to get these mobs down. Like, they can get out of control. Like it doesn't sound like, I know his block is very high, but you get 3 or 4 of those coming out at once and then hit by a Shaper Beam or something like that, it can just tick you down. So really got to manage the mobs correctly as well.
Okay, Shaper's going into orbs again. I thought a slam might come out, but oh god, gets chunked a bit low by the icicles once more.
And look at the eyes on Steel. He is a man of concentration. He has done this fight many times. And I'm sure...
Through, easy enough to dodge. And this is a fight where you do have the luxury of bringing dash, which I know Steel does prefer over flame dash. You just can't really bring it to the Cyrus fight.
No.
With a 20-20 second wind, the dash does get an additional cooldown without any CDR penalty. So it's certainly a usable skill, and it's great for getting out of this slow.
Yes. Yeah. Ooh, fantastic. Avoids the Henry Hoover cosplay. Awesome. Really able to just keep that under wraps.
That was really good presence of mind to realize that he still had the room on the bottom of the arena to dodge down instead of dashing up immediately and then getting screwed by the second wave of orbs that would have come his way. So very, very well played there. And it's actually ideal that Shaper teleports into the circle with him. Because you don't want to have to deal with off-screen Shaper while there's an explosion about to happen. And actually another squid managed to get its degen ground off. So both of the first 2 squid spawns managed to dirty up this arena a little bit.
His arena still looks pretty good. Obviously, like, his balls could be placement could be a little bit better, but overall, I don't think you're mad at this at all. I think your focus looks really, really smooth so far. No close calls. Has been chucked down to about 6,000, but that's still a very healthy life total.
I think the Shaper balls could technically shotgun if they were somehow close enough together to do so, but I don't think they are ever close enough together to actually do that.
I think
as they're spawned, they don't have a hitbox. A little nasty on that beam there. Yeah,
I think there is a frame or 2 where they can shotgun, but it's one of these like perfect storm scenarios, I believe.
Yeah,
but
it's unlikely to happen unless you're like face hugging Shaper.
Yeah,
as they do spread as they travel. And with that close call with the Shaper Beam earlier, actually getting a little bit punished for the inability to clean up the Fizz Dot, because he had to dodge upwards into it.
Do we know if Steel respect his ascendancy to
he did, yes.
To the block? Perfect, okay. Thank you.
He has extra max block. Costs him a little bit of damage if he hasn't been hit recently or blocked a hit recently.
Log, smart. I like it.
Yeah, I understand it. It is going to cost him some more degen in the arena, though, as there was a squid in the bottom right corner that he hadn't cleaned up yet, so it's going to make the arena a little more dirty.
You know what? I'll take it. You have 5 portals left. Like, that just looked incredibly spooky. Get out of there. Yeah, his heart is pumping. Just, gets his fortify up, which is obviously the exact... You need that up essentially permanently. It's too much mitigation to ignore.
Yeah, and there's the bottom right corner now has a Fizz degen in it as well, so the arena's gotten a little bit messy, but it's understandable given how hectic the fight is.
Yeah. This ball placement here is really annoying. A lot of degens within that circle, but able to clutch it out there.
Okay, slow happening while Shaper's got some orbs going. There's the beam. You would like to see the beam during the slow, ideally, as it will lock Shaper down.
I think you like to see the beam in general, right? I mean, obviously locking Shaper in place for a while is just such a lovely bit of tech that you can manage, but
yeah, this has gotten pretty messy at this point.
Yep.
There's another squid alive in the top left. So I think that was another like 2 Fizz degens that got added to the corners, and you can see in the bottom middle there's another one as well that was new. And there's 4 Fizz degens in the bottom of this arena.
Block coming through in the
It's gotten
clutch
real
there.
messy.
Gets shotgun by a couple of things, but able to block most of them out. It looks really, really smooth here.
Yeah, no, he's played the fight fairly well
Yeah,
overall.
yeah.
I'm not trying to like.
No,
grab him,
not at
but
all.
It's
It's just getting
very
messy.
difficult.
Yeah.
Big slam incoming. I don't know where Elder is, and that's never good.
It's like all these bosses having turbo just makes all these animations come out faster. They go through the rotation faster, and having extra life means you can't phase them as quickly either. Like things are, Uber there's an incredibly difficult fight in the Gauntlet.
A couple more degens that he's got to run through to avoid that beam, but he's got the sustain for it. Oh, a big slam coming in right at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The ring was about to go pop, so he couldn't dodge that slam. Anywhere he dodged within the ring was probably going to be in the range of Shaper's slam.
And granted, his block could just ignore that, but you know what? Why risk it?
Yeah, you don't take that gamble.
Not at all. No, there's a 21% chance that you just die. So just don't mess with that.
He's going to get the Fortify up before going in off some worms. And use the invuln as best he can. That's actually a rather nice set of moves that he lucked into there. The laser beam locking Shaper down at the very beginning. And you do have to DPS Shaper down first here. You can get Elder to 0, but if Shaper isn't gone, Elder will refuse to die. And you just look at how messy the bottom of that arena is at this point, but still no longer
Terrifying.
needs to really worry about it. The fight is as good as over, so long as he doesn't get slapped.
The second you kill one of the bosses, this fight just becomes infinitely easier. And, yeah. Fantastic. Not as bad as I thought it would be, he says. Actually, you know what? It looked actually pretty smooth.
It was cheesy, but not as bad as I thought it would be. Logging out makes that fight so much easier.
I love that his shirt says "Stop stalling," and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, you got a Chaos Orb out of it. Easy.
Claps. Claps for Steel. Now, congratulations, Steel. That's 5 more points added to the board. So he's at 118 right now. I mean, he has to submit it, but, you know, we saw him do it. Oh, get our faces off the cam. I think this is another... Actually, is this the hidden?
I'd be surprised if it was, but there is a bounty on it. This is... No, I think this is a 10-way fight. Yeah, it's a 10-way fight.
It's another 10-way. Oh, is he not muted? Or...
He's just muted on my end.
Yeah, he's on mine as well.
Yeah, I don't know whether Karn is listening to music that we can't play through the stream, so I left it muted.
No, we're fine. Yeah, smart. I'm just checking. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's actually the same zone as well. We're seeing like the same bosses over and over and over again. So he does, like, he's found a zone that he's very comfortable with. Oh, okay, it goes down to half. As I say, he's comfortable, but just farming up these splinters and these guardian maps. Yeah, it just needs a bit of RNG to go his way. Hopefully he can start these boss fights, because we see Steel, like, I mean, the man's probably gonna maybe do all his bosses today, if not tomorrow.
Karn is one of 3 players alive in the top 10, so he's got decent odds at taking home some rather nice prize money.
And Darky is hot on the heels of a lot of these players. Like, probably has them all set up and just gonna do boss after boss after boss, just like rail them one after another. So, yeah, it's crunch time. Day 8.
I think last I looked, he still needed some fragments for Uber Elder farming.
Actually, day 9. Sorry, not even day. It's day 9. Wow. So. Oh, I don't have the music on. Sorry, guys.
Oh.
My mistake. Darky
Oh no,
rail.
we lost Karn. Where'd he go? Let me get him on screen.
For the love of God, I thought he DC'd. Jeez.
No, I just clicked the wrong button in the tool.
Oh, that's fine. Thank God.
Don't worry, Karn is still alive. Sorry, poor choice of words there.
Player error is fine. I just don't want Karn to be to get bopped.
Do we want to watch some boss VODs or?
Oh, we could. Yeah, there's a couple twisted fights that I would love to see.
Sure. Who do you want to grab?
I actually wouldn't mind watching. Where are they? Or actually, I wouldn't mind watching the Phenos Formed. Actually.
Sure.
That being obviously a boss fight that we've seen a lot of players really struggle with, and actually ended up killing a few players. Lighty included, right? No, not Lighty.
I don't. Yeah, Lighty made it through the forms.
Ventrua.
It was Ventrua, yes. Who was playing the same build as Lighty, so I understand the mistake.
There we go. I am at 0 seconds in 3, 2, 1, play.
Yeah, Karn was doing a 10-way and had it just about finished there.
Yeah.
It wasn't formed or twisted or anything.
And it's the same 10-way he's doing over and over again, just to grind out those Guardian maps and get splinters as well. Yeah, he's just doing the same zone, because he knows even if it does pop the 10-way, like the full 10-way fight, where you fight all 10 at once, he's comfortable enough with those bosses that he can just do it.
Alright, focusing down the Hydra first makes plenty of sense. This is the most dangerous enemy. We'll see what Maven chooses to go with. I don't think she's used anything yet. Twice as hard. Okay, so that's a twin line, which is not ideal. Hopefully it's not also healing. That would be the worst combo. Absorb Pain is the sort of pseudo-steel skin ability that she'll give to them, which is not as nasty as the heal, as I think the heal is like percentage-based. But yeah, the DPS here looking real nice.
Like,
I mean, way easier to DPS these guys down than Cyrus. They're a lot more cooperative.
Yeah, I mean, like, in all the other foreman fights that we saw, like, the other players weren't really able to get one of the bosses down in the first phase, and we know he didn't, but, I mean, the Hydra is as good as dead. Like, within 5-10% life, the DPS is just really high on this build. And it shows why, like, he was able to do this so much cleaner, right? When you have to engage with 4 Guardians at once for such an extended period of time as we saw Ventura did, it's so hard to get the fight down.
Does log there. I think there was a Phoenix bomb about to explode from slightly off the top of the screen. I mean, it's a supremely dangerous ability, so I can understand the logout for sure. And in answer to the question in chat, this is Pheno66. The character's name is Zave Madge, and this is our current leader on the ladder.
Yeah.
The same player that we saw doing a Cyrus 8 earlier and having a really frustrating time finishing it off.
Someone asking why they're not using Culling Strike on a weapon swap. It's just hard to fit, right? Because you have to, like, what skill do you use? Maybe like a ball lightning, maybe, like just to hit everything. But you know, if you're able to get them down to 10%, it can be tough to fit. Especially all of these characters, they are using a weapon swap for fortify and stuff, so might not actually have the links.
That split arrow was very close to overlapping, squeezed just between the projectiles, but Hydra's gone now, and the fight is a lot less dangerous as a result. You do have to be careful of the Phoenix Bomb. Brave move there, going for the Fortify while Phoenix was mid-explosion animation. Doesn't get punished, though.
No.
Pays off, and you know, you want that Fortify up to deal with the spam for Minotaur.
Looks really good. Oh, explosion there. Is able to mitigate, go all the way to the left. The rocks are being pretty annoying at this point, just still tickling them down, but able to avoid the vast majority of them.
Yeah, Twin Phoenix is a pain.
Yeah.
Don't get full DPS uptime because you have to kite it out so much. But I can't imagine that this is that much harder from here on out. Half of them dead and Hydra being gone. This is one of the smoothest, if not the smoothest form fight that we've seen. Despite the earlier log, it was really kind of a safety log, as he wasn't even low at the time, just didn't want to risk being anywhere near the Phoenix explosion. And
Razor No making a good point. Like, he doesn't have to weapon swap to Vigilant Strike. I forgot that he had it on his bar, but it's still not easy to just fit in Cull, especially when you're using using traps. You might not have a lot of cast speed or attack speed, so like having to swap to maybe something like Ball Lightning or Spark on your offhand, just to get with Cull and then like be locked in an animation for half a second casting something can be the death of your character, right? So a lot of the times it is faster to just try and DPS them down. But for now, let's go on to another boss kill.
Let me know which one and I'll join you.
Actually, apparently Pheno's Uber Elder was pretty insane.
Sure.
I wouldn't mind watching that. Copy link. Here we go. Sorry guys, bear with me for a second.
This is another fight where the Trapper is going to shine a lot more than it did in the Cyrus, as the Seismic Trap has rather good coverage in this arena, and should be relatively easy to make quick work of the Squids before they can muck it all up.
3, 2, 1, play.
Alright, good to go.
Perfect. Yeah, apparently this is he plays this really well, so I'm excited.
I love a good clean Uber Elder fight.
Who
It's
doesn't?
probably my favorite boss fight in the game.
It's a lot of fun. I do, by the way, I actually am a mega fan of the invitation, the Maven invitations. I think that's such cool content. Like, they had all this sort of old content, like with the Shaper Guardians, with the Elder Guardians, which felt a little bit dated and maybe not as engaging because our DPS got so crazy. And then suddenly, oh, you fight all of them at once, and you can actually make the map as hard as you choose. Pretty damn cool.
Yeah, a little bit preemptive on the seismic traps, so a few of the charges are used before the fight begins. But the damage still looks really, really solid. And this is without even... Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, a little interrupted there.
Sorry, buddy.
Jeepers.
Yeah, that's kind of nuts. For those... Yeah, okay. For those unaware, even if you do die, your character still stays on the ladder, so he still locks in 123 points.
That was some real quick fingers on the flasks. Like,
Yeah.
even despite the log. Obviously, the log is what ultimately got him out alive, but there was a moment there where he was chunked down and was like half a frame away from taking another hit, where the flasks topped him just up enough to survive. Well played. Good reaction time.
Yeah, but the flasks, the log, everything, that was just... I mean, maybe shouldn't have been in that position, but sometimes in Uber that you just get stuck between a rock and a hard place, and able to mitigate that with his flask was really, really cool.
Yeah, good positioning through the rest of this, though. Gets past the first phase. A little too close to Shaper there.
Yeah. Yep, don't want to be there. This is an Exsanguinate Trapper with Seismic Trap as well, so doing physical damage and crit on top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen two variants of this build. There is a poison variant that ZyTV used to great effect. Did sadly rip eventually, but got down some very difficult fights. He did... what was it? Formed or Twisted? I believe he did one of the two. As well as, like... some other endgame bosses, but we'll move back to the commentary here because this is not the poison variant. This is a crit hit variant. No, I don't think any of these builds are using Corrupting Fever. It's a little hard to fit in the link space for it to be relevant, and the poison builds scale like Chaos Dot over time, so the Fizz Dot wouldn't scale nearly as well. No. A little close to being outside the safe zone for that explosion.
Really close to being hit by those balls, like just able to wiggle himself out of there just in time.
And in answer to the question in chat, who is this player? This is Pheno66, who is our current rank 1 player with 123 points.
Oh, the hit one. I don't think Pheno is using Corrupting Fever, but I imagine some do. I'm just scared if you're scaling generic Fizz, it can be a nice little DPS boost before you go crit, at least.
Yeah. As some variants of the build will scale non-crit to begin with, yeah, and get like just that generic Exsanguinate dot and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think that's too competitive for like top of the ladder unless you're going full dot with poison.
Yeah, I think for those underestimating Pheno, this is a god gamer. He's literally rank 1 right now. I mean, and granted he can't gain any more points, but he's 5 points shy of just completing the gauntlet. So incredible showing, and so. Far, the only one to even achieve half of that. So, yeah.
I think I need to be doing that.
They're keeping me on my toes here.
And the only boss that he has not taken down is Maven, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that because no one's taken down Maven yet.
Just look at this guy. Standing, abusing the grace period, really smart. Just let those animations finish off. Instant tentacle snap. Yeah, not fun.
This is one of the problems with not having the Worm Flask is you can't Pret Fortify before going into the fight. May have tried for the Worm Flask and just not gotten it. You know, it's not so insanely common that it's essentially guaranteed.
Not at all. I know Darky was incredibly hyped when he got it. He even made a clip out of it, which was shown on stream. So, yeah, getting the Worm Flask is just a huge defensive layer for a lot of these builds. Yeah, we do know that he lives through this, which is a shame. But yeah, this is content, guys. This is pretty awesome and really cool to see the Exsanguinate build actually take on this fight. Right, we haven't seen it at this high level yet, and looking really smooth, especially in these sort of minion phases where Exsanguinate just the AOE on it just excels so much. Really nice to see. At logs,
another log gets slowed as a laser beam was about to come across. So yeah, good preemptive log.
How do you get the Worm Flask? Pretty much any way you can get a unique. It does just drop off the ground.
Yeah, I think we've seen people do Ancient Orbs on Flasks as a primary way to try and target it. Yeah. Or using the Ancient Orb-esque Sacrifice Temple Bench, that sort of thing. I think it's also targeted through like Chance Orbs because it's the only unique flask on its base.
It's only unique life flask, right?
hybrid, but yeah.
Oh, hybrid, sorry.
Another log necessary. Nowhere to dodge there because the explosion was about to go off, had to stay in the safe zone, and Shaper was off screen. I'm honestly not sure what Shaper was about to do. It may have been a slam. I didn't hear the voice line.
Well, I think he was just about to hit by maybe potentially 3 balls, right, if he couldn't move. Because it was the first one's about to hit him, but they do fall in a straight line, so just wanted to avoid all that nonsense.
And I'm being told that Steel Mage has his Maven ready, but I don't think he started it just yet.
My god, so Steel's going just all out for the content today.
Yep. It's great. We're going to have some live content. I mean, we've already had plenty, and we're going to have more. I hope for Steel's sake and for ours that he makes it through the next boss fight so he can run the full gauntlet. Both Maven and Uber Atziri are the next big enemies on his list, and honestly, I don't know which one you'd rather approach first.
Well, that was pretty damn awesome. I think we have another boss kill before we can pop Steel on. I think apparently he might run his Uber Atziri first. We do have another question in chat though. Is Sabo the squishiest of the top classes like Raider and Glad? I think it's harder to get life on Sabo than those builds. I think it has its own unique mechanics. Having like the built-in blind is lovely. Taking reduced damage from all that stuff. Having Ignite and Shock immunity is actually huge in the Gauntlet. Having 10% regen is really, really nice. But I guess compared to Raider or Gladiator, yes, it is. It does have less defensive layers.
Yeah, I mean, Raider's going to have much better avoidance with the ability to come close to capping out evasion and just getting more dodge more easily, as you don't have a ton of dodge scaling outside of, like, maybe some boots if you get the Uber Atziri boots or Redeemer ones and the chess piece craft on a Sab, whereas obviously the Ascendancy is quite powerful for that on Raider. But Saboteur will have up to, or very often capped out at 10% regen from the Ascendancy, and Raider doesn't have a great source of recovery, kind of relying purely on that avoidance.
Yeah, apparently it is Uber Atziri first, which is by Steel. So hopefully,
dang.
Yeah, the man's going in. So I'll pop us back onto the main display here, and we'll just wait. I guess wait for him to enter. It could be in the next map or so. So maybe just calm in his nerves once they, bring down the adrenaline. Really wants to focus up, and we've seen actually mostly in this gauntlet, it hasn't been Atziri herself that's been the scary stuff. It's been actually the Val Oversouls that have killed the most players by far. I think every player that's actually been able to get to Uber Atziri herself has actually killed her.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, that's still like 4 or 5 people. It's not like it's a...
Yeah, it's not a long list, but yeah, I do believe you're correct. And we've seen at least 3 that I can remember deaths to the Oversouls.
Oh, apparently he's from the Harvest Flask. I assumed he'd already done that for the Uber Elder and still had some stashed, but that makes a lot of sense. Just farming some, You want every tool available to you, and to be fair, the flask enchants are very significant. It's literally the difference between a rip and not a rip. So you probably want a spare couple, right?
And the reason why points are capped at 95 is there's multiple reasons for it. We want to encourage these players to go for boss fights as opposed to just grinding out in maps forever and a day. So there's only a certain number of points you can gain from map grinding, and then if you want to push the ladder, you do have to do some real dangerous content. So it pushes players in the direction of doing the more interesting to watch things, which is great for us. And then as well as that, like, you don't want to, I don't know, you don't want to encourage people to try and push 100 in a 10-day event, because while it is doable technically, that's going to lead to even more like unhealthy sleep-deprived behavior.
Which is not something we want to encourage, right? So.
Any more than is strictly necessary for the kind of event that PoE has.
Yeah, it's one of these sort of like we have asked GGG, and I don't want to make promises or anything like this, but we are trying to get like a time limit per day, and this may never happen, by the way, because it sort of goes against what Grinding Gear. A lot of times they want people to sort of log in and play whenever they want, but just for like the Gauntlet specifically, we are trying to get that implemented, but it may never happen. I want to make that very clear.
It's been talked about back and forth, yeah.
Exactly. It's just something
it's
that
a contentious topic to begin with as well.
Very much so, right? It's like the freedom of choice, right, versus like an enforced option. BigSil promised us the time limit. Okay, dude, that's toxic. I'm gonna get fired. I'm gonna get a call from Viro and the CEO Zizaran himself soon, like that. My phone is already buzzing, guys. Like, I think I'm out of a job here. So best of luck. I'll see you next time. No, I know we kid, but you know, it is one of these things that we're aware of, and we don't want to encourage those types of behaviors. So we cap it at 95, right? Which is a realistic goal if you're gonna compete for these top levels.
And with how difficult the gauntlet has been this time around, like look at how late the players are going for these big boss fights. You know, if you look at previous events with the reign of slams and the reign of terror of champions, all the bosses would have been down in 5 days or less.
Yeah.
And if you could grind out a few extra points by just pushing to 98, 99, that would be an attractive option over trying to go for Maven potentially.
Well, I mean,
we might see some of these bosses just not attempted by the higher level players. So
I mean,
I'm glad. I'm glad that they have to go for the bosses if they want to win, because I want to see god dang boss fights.
I mean, the reality is the formed and the twisted are only 2 points each, which again maybe they should be a lot more because of how deadly they are. But you know, currently that's where they sit. But if you could just ignore those fights and get to level 100, like that would just feel terrible for that player that engaged with such scary content and just still loses out, right? Oh, thank you, Straws 117. That actually really brings a smile to my face. I'm really happy you're enjoying the cast. We do put a lot of effort in. I know, at least for myself, I'm glued to the screen. No, I'm kidding. But we do. There's a lot of effort that goes into this, and we're really happy you enjoy the content. By the way, if anyone has any comments or there's something you want to see on the Gauntlet, or you have advice for us, there's things you don't like about it, whether it's my hats or maybe it's just the placement of who we have on screen or how big our cams are or whatever. Do just let us know. We can change things going into the next Gauntlet. This is only the second time around we've ever done this, and I think Octavian, I'm getting a quick little message that we're gonna run a 15-second CEO commercial here. So we'll be back with you in a second, chat. See you in a bit.
Alrighty.
Hi there. I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.
Hello, everybody. We are back. Shop.zizaran.com. I did see the yeah, you heard the guitar there in the background because Skryia, in combination with I imagine Usis, yes, indeed, has made a highlight video, and as seen as there's no content going on stream, I may not play that for everybody. But to quickly answer your question, Straws, they're asking why I don't stream. My stream is just at BigSil. This is my actual account. Hey, everybody. I just don't have the time for it. I really enjoy being a part of the community in this way, and you'll see me in people's Twitch chats, but I just personally do not have the time to stream or do that for a living. I'm trying to become a data analyst, so I actually have class like on Mondays. I have a project due tomorrow, so hopefully after the cast I can get some stuff done.
BigSil's been
grinding.
BigSil's been putting off doing schoolwork or staying up super late into the night to do schoolwork in order to bring this content to you, chat.
No,
he's been pulling long days.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically not a class. It's like an intensive course. It's like 40 to 60 hours a week or something like that. But hopefully I was able to just squeeze this casting in. Because I love doing it. It's so much fun. It's been a blast with Octavian. Yeah, exactly. Becoming Mr. SQL. Exactly. So it's been pretty awesome. Skryia, I'm going to pop your content on screen just now for everybody. I can't wait to see the highlights because it's been a really, really interesting couple days. So here we go, guys. So I think we have about 6 minutes here. So Octavian, if you need to grab any water, please do. Chat, we'll see you in a bit.
Salutations, Exile. We're back once more with updates of the iolite Gauntlet, Path of Exile's equivalent of a mosh pit. Brought to you by Zizaran and Shopify, the Gauntlet is where every exile's hopes come to die. As a reminder, this event runs on hardcore solo self-found rules and includes modifiers to monsters and players on every zone to make it more difficult. We have yet to crown a winner, and the top of the ladder is more akin to a graveyard than a grand hall. Ventrua recovered from his death and started bringing down high-end objectives. but once more sees his hopes crushed. Rise takes a glance at his crystal ball and nearly becomes a prophet of his own doom.
I have a feeling I'm gonna die leveling.
Lighty takes a moment to reconsider his actions. Maybe violence isn't the answer.
You have a dog, right? So a dog, that's cool. This is like a clone version of that dog in an alternate reality, you know? There's no proof that any of what's happening is even real right now. So it's fine. It's fine to kill his dog. That's what I'm saying. Because if it was actually Azara's dog, he would drop a treasure key. Right? You can't feel bad for the oversized fucking puppy when, like, look at these people. They're people. They probably had families. And now I got a wisdom scroll from them. Like, they're so poor they had a wisdom scroll and I just slaughtered them. It's a zombie? They're gladiators, they're not zombies. I mean, I guess they are gladiators, which means they probably kind of asked to, you know, get slaughtered, but...
Skill begets luck, and luck begets more luck.
Got a medium? It's a 6-0, but I'll fucking take it, man. Interesting. No, I don't think I have a chef's on hardcore SSF. Tink.
Despite all that, he meets a worthy foe that has his every move figured out.
What is this boss? Holy dude! Bruh. No, seriously. What the fuck?
Our competitors are still grabbing the last equipment upgrades necessary to take on the harsher threats and succeed in the tournament.
Yes. Please. Yes! We did it! Fuck, that feels great. Oh my god, that chest is so good!
Let's go. Oh, what the fuck? What?
What? Okay, I guess I can just do it again. Why not? Fuck it. It's that easy, guys.
With the help of Tujin, Lighty comes out of a trade feeling empowered.
Always love these exotic coins.
Just say hi life. That's it. That's all you gotta do is just say good life.
Chris was watching over this one.
Alright, I'll try the strat where I just click a chaos orb on it. Oh, yeah, just click a fucking chaos orb on it, dude. Yep. Let's go.
Carve makes good use of ghost shrouds, as they were the only thing keeping him alive against a very angry Baron. But the Fish Lady and her royal guard didn't care much for them.
Yeah, I need to map with that. Oh my god.
Trust no one, not even your past self.
My fucking macro wasn't on! Ah! I didn't turn on my macro! If I knew, I could have just lost!
Brother Bear isn't so happy this time around. What a cruel and terrible thing escape would be. If escape were possible.
Oh!
Keep in mind, you too could earn from a ton of prizes for reaching different levels, while having multiple entries in the raffle by leveling multiple characters to those thresholds. The Gauntlet is an event free to join for everyone. You need only click on the Join button under your character selection page. A special thanks to Shopify Rebellion for doubling the prize pool and providing the physical prizes, Grinding Gear Games for helping out and making the event possible, and Redbull Gaming for making the shoutcasting possible, contributing to make the Gauntlet an even bigger and better event.
Woo! Let's go, dude. That was not played. Let's get fucking rank 1, dude. Oh, I probably should have screamed at the fucking 1 in the morning. My poor sister.
I was muted.
Hello.
Sorry, guys.
He's back.
I wanted to type, so I was muted. But like, actually, we're still on screen as well. My God, just production. Get your stuff together. But awesome video by Scry and Yosis. Did an amazing job as always. I love those highlight videos. They're actually the highlight of my day. And if I think we actually have the link, Scry, if you want to spam that in chat a little bit, if people want to go have another look. In the meantime, though, I do have the race prize rewards. These are random draws granted to people at certain level thresholds, so anyone can enter, even if you don't feel like you can compete with Darky or Karn or Steel. You can just level up in the Gauntlet. Granted, there is only 48 hours left, but I'm sure you can squeeze in a level 50 or 60 if you so choose. So if you reach level 50, you can get 1 of 10 Gauntlet t-shirts. 60, there's a $200 food card, food delivery gift card. Get your grub on, guys. There is also a glorious bundle if you reach level 70. That's a GMMK keyboard, a Model O, and an extra large mouse pad. At level 80, something really awesome. A GPU backplate you can flex on everybody with your PoE Gauntlet GPU. And if you hit 90, which is the big boy prize, the $3,000 PC by Artesian PC. Stepped it up once again. It's just unbelievable. You can finally see the mudflats or BA in high def, guys. Alongside that, Shopify Rebellion has also, on top of all those things, made some microtransaction rewards. So when you are in Oriath, before you hit that macro to go to your hideout, you can flex on everybody in the game. You have the 300 Midnight Pack mystery boxes, you have some portal effects, you have weapon effects, cloaks, and if you reach level 90, you do have full armor sets as well. We want the Gauntlet and the prizes to be accessible to everybody. Sure, some of the monetary rewards may seem out of reach for now, but I'm sure with a bit of practice you guys can compete at the top of the ladder too. Whew! Now that was a verbal marathon. Hopefully we can... I got everything clear, guys. But yeah, there's still 2 days left. Look, it is a random drawing, but there are some pretty good odds you can get there. I know at level 90, there's only about 500 people actually that have reached that threshold, maybe less.
I can check. And they're up in the background.
Yeah, me too. We're both checking here. Yeah, it's currently 442 people at. Oh, actually, maybe not. There's actually maybe a bit less than that because some people have some delve depth. But it's roughly about 440 people. Oh, it's 1,300 loot boxes. Oh my god.
Dang.
So there's a lot of odds that you can get some pretty damn cool loot. But yeah, 440 people, so 1 in 440 odds to get a PC. Granted, 90 might be out of reach if you're just starting the Gauntlet fresh today. But if maybe you're level 60, 70, and you have a bit of time, it is Sunday. Hopefully you can grind that a little bit more. Maybe in white maps or yellow maps. Don't even alch them. Just grind away, and maybe you can win that PC. So good luck, everybody.
You got to consider as well that it's all cumulative. As you reach 90 for the entry to the PC, you're entered in for everything else as well. So, you know, you can look at just the odds of the PC and try and calculate the value that way. But there's a $200 food gift card. There's T-shirts. There's all these lesser prizes that you probably wouldn't be as excited to win as a $3,000 PC. But I wouldn't mind the free Grubhub gift card.
I wouldn't turn down the backplate. Are you kidding? I think that's awesome. I mean, granted.
Our priorities are very clearly aligned there.
I like the backplate.
Just want food in my face. He wants the actual PC useful upgrade thing.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I actually can't even see inside my PC because the way the left side of my PC is where the glass is, but that's against the wall, so I don't think I'd even be able to see it. But just knowing it's there would bring me comfort. Scry confirming that GGG actually did contribute another 1,000 mystery boxes as well for releasing 50. So to be fair, there's 1,300 mystery boxes for level 50 to be drawn out. So there's a ton of prizes for everybody. And good luck to everybody in chat. Still Mage still farming for those Harvest Flask enchants. Might be a little half hour. Oh, got one? Okay.
But I don't think it's the one that he really wanted, because he's still going. Either that or he just needs a second one. I'm not sure how many Flask enchants he's after. He got a Duration enchant, and I think he wants the extra charges.
Yeah, you probably want your Life Flask to just, like, be up the entire time. And I imagine maybe even having one or two of those spare as well. And there's not really any pressure on him, right? If we did... if we pop the leaderboard in the... I'm going to pop it over Lily for a second. Sorry, guys. I know she's a fan favorite. But if we do look at the... Oh, it's not. It's loading?
Yep. We'll give it just a moment. But yeah, he's even running these T9 or T8 maps, something along those lines. I imagine he has his Atlas set up so that the only maps at this tier are in the region where Harvest is going to be most relevant, which most players have actually been farming in Lex Proxima for their harvests. As for a lot of these crafts, you don't need the more rare crafts, which is what Haymark would more often let you acquire. You just want as much bulk crafting as you can possibly get, which I do believe Proxima is a bit more efficient for, given that you get more patches, and those patches are less likely to vanish entirely. You know, occasionally you get 2-for-1 deals, essentially.
Yeah, it squeaks out that little bit of extra juice, right, out of your harvests. As I was mentioning in the ladder, like, Steel doesn't really have to rush for this. He can just prep as much as he wants. Like, the next Gladiator that's currently alive, at least, is Zakura, and we saw some of his boss kills, but only at 107 points. And I say only in the context of the duelist race. That's still an unbelievable achievement, but I mean, Steel's done has 118, done the vast majority of these bosses. So, I mean, if Zakura or Karn started creeping up there and was at like 115, 116 points, maybe suddenly Steel goes in without the flasks. But for now, no real rush. No rush at all. Let me pop Lily back on the screen, or maybe let's pop Rise bottom left.
Okay, I'll put Lily in the bottom right just so I can keep an eye on her.
Please do.
Because she has been ramping up to some boss kills today. She was doing some Elder Guardians earlier on, and is actually in a Phoenix fight right now.
Oh my goodness, let's full
So
screen.
I'm gonna go ahead and pull her. Yeah, we can do full screen. I think it's towards the end of the fight. The boss is almost dead here, so there's not that much left to witness. But speaking of witness, Maven is witnessing this. So
preparing
up for the forms. Yeah. There's no other reason you would do this, unless it was accidentally left on. But that seems unlikely with players as proficient as these ones.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know Lily for the last couple of days has been a little, maybe not annoyed, but like just trying to gear up those final stages of her character. Maybe just needs that like specific craft from her chest. We actually see she actually changed her chest out for that hunter influence 6-link. So maybe hit it now and is prepared for these bosses. But she's very aware of what gear thresholds she needs for this build. It's a build she's very familiar with, and she's, to be fair, she was practicing the Gauntlet a fair bit, so she sort of knows what it takes to down these bosses as well.
And briefly, I just want to check in with the gear that she has to look at that chest piece, and it has 105 life, T1 lightning res, 34 strength, and most importantly, 22% increased effective offerings. That is a very, very solid chest piece. It's even on an ideal base. Carnal armor is exactly what you want in this mind over matter build. You get the extra 20 flat mana, which doesn't sound like a ton, but most chest pieces don't have an implicit that's relevant at all, so it's fairly free. You don't really care about the evasion here. The energy shield does matter somewhat, but I'd rather have the mana, I think. I don't know. They're both pretty relevant.
Yeah,
you could argue that Fall Regalia is the better choice, especially if you do have Corrupted Soul, but I don't know if Lily has that.
It's, I mean, like, look. I think you sort of. I think you sort of take what you can get. I think you sort of take what you can get, right? With the.
Oh yeah, no. Like, 6-link hunter chest piece, like.
No, yeah.
This level of minutia is not something you concern yourself about in a Gauntlet event.
No,
but it is.
Given the choice,
to think about.
Given the choice, you'd probably go Val Regalia, right? Just who cares about the extra like 400 evasion? Like you're not getting any evasion on the rest of your gear. I mean, maybe a little bit on your boots because she's gone with a 2-tone, but. Like, it's not even going to get her to 10% or 12% evasion, right?
Yeah, and she does actually have the Doriani Timeless Jewel. So the Corrupted Soul one, which gives the life gained as extra energy shield and half of non-chaos damage taken bypasses energy shield. So one of the strengths of this build is how good it is at recovering its life pool and how thick of a life pool it can get. So you have Necro Mana Regen, which sustains the mana cost way more than enough, and then gives you really good mana recovery for your Mind Over Matter. And then with Corrupted Soul, with the damage split between your life and ES, both the Life Leech and the ES Leech that you can get on this build are relevant. And I believe Lily does have a Fire Damage Leech as life piece of jewelry in order to solve Life Leech. You can even theoretically get that on your Timeless Jewel for a single point if you get a really lucky Divine, but that is pretty hard to do in Solo Soulfound.
I think, yeah, I'm noticing what Mr. Madiki and Eurodon saw as well. She opened a Hydra map, then instantly went into Delve, not Delve, Heist. So maybe looking for that for a Spectre, but I think she kind of has the best Spectres already. Maybe it just wants a little break, maybe just opened it and said, you know what, I just need to calm down a little bit. I just did Phoenix, breather. But that's the only sort of reason I would see her engaging with this content, right? There's nothing specific that you'd look for, right?
I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Honestly. Maybe trying to, so did she enter the Hydra or not? Because I was alt tab looking at her profile.
She opened the map, but did not actually enter the map.
Yeah, because if she had entered the map, it would have snapshotted the Spectre she currently had as part of the corpse pool.
Then she could have gone in and out. I don't think she went in, but that would be again. But she's not using Ray Spectre in this zone at all, so not looking for a specific thing.
Yeah, this is strange.
And
I don't know what the plan is.
And if I'm honest, I'd be very surprised if she did that just for a Hydra fight. I mean, sure, you maybe want to do that for the later boss fights, but so for those that don't know, you can't populate your Spectre pool or the Desecrate pool by bringing in additional Spectres and then leaving the zone and bringing in new ones. So you have a higher odds of getting those higher life total corpses, but losing a portal in some of these fights might not be worth the cost, right?
Interestingly enough, though, you don't actually have to go all the way to triggering the alarm here in order to summon the Spectres into the corpse pool. As soon as you open any of the larger boxes, they get added to the corpse pool. The auto enforcers and the Rusty Crushers are in the corpse pool regardless of if the alarm is triggered or not.
Oh, she is hovering over corpses. Okay, fair enough. It's tough for me to sometimes to follow because I'm looking at a couple of the things like the ladder and stuff. But if that's the case, then maybe she's doing exactly that as you suggested, Octavian.
Yeah. Well, either way, it's not going to time out the Hydra map, as you do have an 8-minute window in which to run the map after opening it, or an 8-minute window in which to re-enter an area after leaving it. Yeah, that's how long it'll last without any players.
Thanks, Sword. No, thanks for looking out, guys. We can't catch everything, so if you see other streamers are doing something awesome or something like that, just let us know and we can whiz over to their channel if they're live and stuff like that. So, actually, honestly, chat being a little bit of the MVP this Gauntlet really keep us on our toes and really doing all this investigation when we're off stream. We're able to get all the download. Oh, Steel's done this, and you got to check this out. He's only a minute away from Uber Elder. So I really appreciate it, guys. You're making our lives not just easier, but also better. So thank you. Thank you, chat.
Symbiotic relationship.
Oh, it is indeed, brother. It is indeed.
And Lily is doing the Hydra map. We can full screen this, since the rest of the content going on right now is pretty straightforward, grindy stuff. I don't think Steel's going to have any trouble in a T9 map, even with Harvest Mobs.
I would be very surprised. Very, very surprised.
Speaking of Heist, does anyone have any really amazing replicas? Not too many replicas we're seeing used. No, a couple replica Conquerors efficiencies to solve mana problems on a few builds. But I can't remember any others that we're seeing tons of use.
Nor even any alt gems. I think...
Yeah, I mean, those are rather small details, so we certainly could have missed one, but nothing that comes to mind.
I think it's also one of those things that, although Heist is great for getting specific... targeting specific things like your cluster jewels and your catalyst and stuff like that, Heist in and of itself is... I mean, it can be very rippy, but it doesn't actually push your character forward outside of the gear or that currency, right? Unless you're target farming specific uniques or something, as we saw Lollygate was trying to do with the Corpse Walkers. There's probably just other better ways to spend your time, especially if you're lagging behind in actual content progression.
Lollygate has an anomalous Berserk. Oh, that's really nice.
Very nice.
Is that the cooldown recovery per quality, I believe?
Yes.
I'm going off memory here, so I might be wrong. But yeah, we can see Lily's damage versus the Hydra here, which is not going to be quite on par with some of the Trapper builds that we've been watching boss fights from, as the Detonate Dead build has a huge HP pool and really good avoidance and mitigation, but does struggle a bit for bossing. Yeah, Vol DD does a lot of the heavy lifting.
Looking really good, though. I mean, obviously, maybe the DPS isn't as high as you want it to be, but this is Maven Witnessed.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, a little bit tankier than usual, especially with all these extra effects that are going on. But yeah, prepping her form fight and looking pretty smooth with it. Like, life totals staying really, really healthy. For those that don't know, she is running Mind Over Matter as well. I know it's hard to see because of the method and ladder paraphernalia on the right, but she does have an additional 2100 effective life pool on top of that, 2500 ES and 6300 life. So sitting at like 10k effective life before block and anything. Yeah.
All of which is recovered really, really efficiently on this build, because you have leech to 2 out of 3 of those sources, and then the mana is recovered extremely well by just the Necro Ascendancy. And it looks like Maven has made this fight a little bit tankier as well, exacerbating the bossing issues this build can have, because she's continually regenning the boss and giving it a guard skill. So both of the abilities that make them tankier.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra went back to about a half-life there, so it's... you can see she's probably a little bit frustrated with that, but I do not think that's going to deter Lily in the slightest. If anything, it's going to push her on to do even more damage and just make her get even better. But it is getting to crunch time. She is leading the pack for witches by 1 point, so it's not a huge lead, but just wants to keep it before she for the rest of the gauntlet, obviously.
And this will be at least 2 out of 4 formed kills down.
Yeah.
To get the invite, and there's the Vault ED. You can see how that is like such a huge component of the single target for this build, because she got the fight down to like half and it was starting to stutter and stuff, and then goes back in, Vault ED, boss basically instantly gone.
I think she did drop the onslaught ring for the boss fight. I mean, not initially. But yeah, was able to just squeak out that little bit more damage. Obviously, the onslaught ring is just fantastic for mapping. 20% cast speed on a build like this is just phenomenal. On top of the move speed, just lets you get through the content faster and just more safely. So
Steel is not in maps anymore. He's sitting in his hideout. Did he get the enchant he needs? Do we have any spies in chat who can let us know if Steel's found the enchant, or if he's still looking for him?
Well, he's a lot of hand motions, so he's like me. He's a man after my own heart.
Steel is still stalling. Okay. Oh yeah, he's swapping to some Haywark maps. Maybe he just ran out of Proxima maps.
Makes sense. Unequips his Soul Taker just to flex goes for a little bit more damage. It does make it faster for mapping for him, because he can just... Well, actually, no. Should it? Because surely he's blood magic, right? It shouldn't affect him at all. Maybe just wanted to be safer. Didn't want to risk his big sword, but I guess at this point, it doesn't really matter. Because if you rip with 48 hours left, it's not like you're going to be able to gear back up and do all these bosses anyway.
And I actually think that Minotaur should be a... I'm maybe going to eat crow on this. I'll be willing to eat my words later. But I think that Minotaur should be a relatively safe fight for the Detonate Dead build, as it does a really good job of mitigating the primarily attack damage that Minotaur is going to be bringing to the fight. Really high attack block, as well as blind, and good phys mitigation through endurance charges and fortify, and the generic damage reduction nodes from Necromancer, and then crazy good recovery. Like, if there's going to be any build that can sit there and face tank a lot of what Minotaur does, it will be this build.
And chat educated me once again. Actually, the Soul Taker was because he wanted to chill Atziri. I mean, look, I'm not saying I disagree with it, but a 10% chill, most likely, maybe even if it's like as high as 15, just doesn't seem worth it compared to just like 20% more damage from your actual weapon. Making it
I don't know. If the priority is to chill Atziri, then Vortex is an instant skill that you can put on left mouse button or something for the fight. I don't know if that's worth the use of the left mouse button slot, though, over Blood Rage, and making sure you have that up constantly.
I mean, you could just get Skitterbots as well, and that also gives you a shock, so...
Yeah, it's harder on a Blood Magic build.
True. I forgot. You're right.
I believe he's still Blood Magic.
No, he is. Thank you for calling that out. But again, look, I just don't think it's worth dropping your weapon. Like, you need those split phases to go down quick. You do not want to be engaging with that fight for longer than you have to, right? Like, things can get out of control there. Like, you know, if you get the Flame Blasted and all the Storm Calls all at once, things can just get crazy. So, I mean, look, he knows better than I. He's literally like the favorite to win this at this point, outside of Fino, if he can, as long as he can get the bosses down. But I don't think that's correct.
All right, we get to witness the Minotaur fight, see just how dangerous it is. I have faith. I think the Necromancer just slaps this boss fight. It might not be the fastest because the DPS is a little low, but I think you have a real easy time dealing with everything Minotaur does. The Burrow is going to be the only dangerous thing, as one of these two Spectres, annoyingly, does like to play at range, and Burrow might immediately come out targeting that Spectre and chunk Lily down if the Minotaur's AI doesn't cooperate.
I mean, look, having 10k life doesn't hurt either, right? Like, outside of maybe, like, a crit, I just don't see her getting one shot from this boss, and even then, maybe not. I still have to go through 75 block on top, so 25% chance to even get the attack through, and then also has to be a crit, which might be, like, as low as 2 to 5%, so, yeah. I don't see her going down. It's a bit of a war of attrition, right? It just take a little while to get the boss down, but I'm very certain that that she will.
And you see a couple boulders connect there, and the health bar barely even moves. Finds a safe spot between two boulder fields, but is going to have to abandon it immediately as Minotaur makes it an unsafe spot, as he has the habit of doing.
Yeah, that's. I think that's one thing that I do like about the Maven invitations. It's just you get a blank canvas of an arena. You don't have to engage with all these shenanigans. It is just the bosses themselves, but that could be kind of like an idea for some of these later boss fights. Maybe they did include like the actual arena effects. Like if you kill 3 of the Guardians in Maven, maybe the 4th one spawns the arena effects. That'd be a cool thing, but I don't know. I'm not a programmer. I don't know how hard that would be.
Easy fight. Didn't even. I was about to say didn't even lose her ES bubble, but half of damage does bypass the bubble. So losing that bubble would mean a lot of damage dealt, and that what the heck was that?
Hey everybody, I'm gonna pop us back to the quad. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, I've broken my player.
Oh no, my player controls just went completely blank.
Yeah.
Panic, help.
Yeah, me too.
Are we just gonna have to watch Lily on full screen for the rest of the stream?
Cause I think we both moved her out of the way at the same time. Oh no. Oh no. Production. Yeah. Help. We all have a weight screen. Oh, good lord.
The controller is broken.
I'll take our screens off at least so you can see at least watch Lily full screen, but
no.
Not like this.
Oh, did Garatha just die? No.
We can't even.
We can't get the clip to the tool.
That's not good.
I mean, I guess we can just pull up Steel's stream directly when he starts doing boss fights. I'll keep it on my other monitor.
I want to try and log out. So I logged out. Let's see if I can get back in now.
Okay, let me know if it works.
Give me a second, chat. I gotta make this work.
So apparently the tool breaks if 2 people try to do the same thing at the exact same instance. At least it broke in such a way that we still see some amount of content. I don't know.
Nope.
Around at the moment. I briefly see the tool and then it just goes full.
I was able to log out. I logged, so the login screen works, but then I logged back in and it's just a white screen. Oh no. Holy God. Oh, working on it? Okay, awesome. So for now, we got Lily, guys. If anything crazy happens, do let us know.
Spam 5. Saying, yeah, you have to click the logout button at the top in the brief second that you have. I have like literally less than a second to hit that.
What's ironic is I did that and now I logged back in to do it again. Well, you have to hit F5 and then just hover over where it is. That's the pro tip.
Where's the logout button?
It's in the top middle, top like right middle. It's like the door with the arrow.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Oh yeah, it all works now, guys. Easy.
Oh, I made it out.
Easy, guys.
Made it out, boys.
We just have to re-add some streamers. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll let you add away while I try and keep the other.
I'm not back in just yet.
No, I'll keep the other observer up.
Yeah, I still can't see anything.
Sorry, chat. Production is on it.
You gotta do this. You gotta do this on your end for a minute. I can't get back in still.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. Well, we got Steel Mage. Actually, just Lily and Rise if you can do, because they were the ones, and Karn. Just those 4, if we could get those.
I can't control it still.
No. I'm talking to production. Oh, that's how Garatha dies. So we're watching Garatha's clip on screen, and he was in a 5-way, and actually just gets killed by I think a Vrslotha shotgun. Yeah. Oh no.
Okay, was there anything else that you did? Because I'm following the same steps and it's just not fixing it for me.
Oh, you have to join the new room. There's a new room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's just posted by Viro.
Excellent.
Awesome. Observer stream.
Yay, I'm in. It's fixed.
Oh, there we are, guys. There we go. Easy. Look at that. First try. Oh my god.
Alright. Can we play the... Do we have the rip clip? 'Cause I didn't see it.
I'll pop into into the tool. One sec, guys. Go Ratha. Here we go. Import. It was a perfect storm in that scenario. We got an hour left, and thankfully Phaedron is got the fastest hands in the West, able to just quickly fix this for us. Yeah, awesome. Let's grab this clip. We'll go full screen, and I'll take our faces off. Here we go.
All right, and this is the Cold Dot Occultist doing what appears to be a 10-way fight.
I would imagine so.
Oh, yeah. That the burrow from the Infested Valley boss.
Yeah.
It's really hard to see that, so I can understand why you would flame dash into it.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I mean, obviously, it just gets ghosted as well. Not ghosted, twinned as well. So maybe you're looking at the other one, and then you think it like it looks like it hasn't moved because like the ghost appears like right above where it was, right? I don't know. That's just tough, and it's so fast too.
It essentially like burrows in place.
How much?
Too. It barely goes any distance, so all of the burrow hits are overlapped in one spot.
I mean, didn't have fortify or anything up. Just chunked. Actually, was it even I just want to check if his blasphemies were actually actually affecting the boss. I'm not sure while it's burrowed if they are affected.
Might not. It's hard to tell because there's no health bar to see them.
Which is a huge layer of mitigation for Garatha. Obviously, using Enfeeble and Malediction, right?
I don't think Enfeeble was on during this fight. I think it's double damage curse, but yeah, Malediction would be lost if it isn't considered cursed.
I mean, look, might not have saved him either, but there also Fortify wasn't up. There wasn't a decoy totem. A lot of his defensive layers just dropped off right before that engagement. Obviously, thought he was really safe. Just thought, oh, okay, I'm just gonna dip out, and that's when you die. The second you lose focus for a second. And not that I blame him. Like, this is not, like, even if you are focused, you can still die by this, but yeah, rough. And he was rank 5 Witch at the time, so he had finally made his comeback to the top of the leaderboard and just gets his dreams dashed right before he can sort of engage with the endgame content.
It's good news for Lily, who's very, like, almost guaranteed secured the rank 1 Witch at this point. Because I don't think there's other significant competition for her at the top of the Witch ladder.
Well, I mean, the other players are about a point or two behind, but I'm not sure how good their gear is in comparison.
And thank you to production for rescuing the borked tool earlier.
If you couldn't tell by me and Octavian floundering, we were
panicked, man.
Panicked. Oh, everything's broken, and then we're like freaking Twitch chat app. But don't worry, we got the best production crew in the world. So thank you guys. Thank you Phaedron. Thank you Mr. Madaki. Thank you Viro. Easy. Mr. Madaki panicked as well. Yeah. Maybe I should have contained that. You know, still learning, guys. But we were able to solve it relatively quickly, and we didn't miss any content, which is the important thing.
Yes. Thankfully, Steel was still
stalling
and farming harvests.
Mm-hmm.
But Lily's got a endgame boss here. This is the Manor of Madness, which I think is Eradicator. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually hate this boss. I loathe Eradicator. I find his lightning tendril, like, unless you're a dodge or block, like, you just get hit so much. I don't know why, but this boss in particular just gives me a lot of trouble. Yeah, and maybe I should practice it, but I guess it's a vicious circle because I don't practice it because I hate it. But if I practiced it, I probably wouldn't hate it so much. So, yeah.
I know that feeling. Yes.
Yeah.
I have that with a few of the endgame bosses. Not a very big fan of the Maven fight, personally.
Nope. My memory is bad enough as it is. So yeah, definitely struggle with that one personally.
But this is a build that should fairly easily handle what Eradicator can put out, as most of Eradicator's damage is not big individual bursts, but rather things like his lightning tendrils, which are lots of moderate to smaller zaps, all very rapidly in a row. And with recovery on block from both Bone Offering and recovery on block shield, it's fairly trivial. Can anyone contest Steel if he does Uber Atziri? Does that put him slightly ahead of rank 1 or match him in terms of points? I thought it matched in terms of points.
Off beaten, calling us out. Like, we just fixed the tool. Boom. Full screen Lily. Regardless.
No, he's doing content.
I know. It's just funny.
We weren't mad about watching Lily. It's just we do want the option to watch Steel once he goes to do Uber Atziri or whichever he has planned next. I think it is Uber Atziri. It would put him 1 point above. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I still think there's room for people like Karn to make an absolute tear of boss kills and catch up to him. So he doesn't have it literally secured, but
no.
Yeah, it would put him at rank 1, and then he'd die because everyone at rank 1 dies.
Yes.
That's the curse of this particular
Apparently,
event.
like as you said, it's been like 80% of the time it's been rank 1 has been dead in this gauntlet. It's been pretty damn spooky, but overall it's been a lot of fun to watch, right? It's always been this sort of unattainable goal. Someone did, like Darky did bosses so early compared to everybody else. Oh, no problem, died, right? Oh, and then we see Huwu. He's coming in the wings, you know. He's doing his thing again, dies, and then even yesterday we see Fino. Oh my God, is he gonna do everything? Dies to Maven. It's non-stop. I mean, like no one can sort of just finish the gauntlet so far. I mean, last gauntlet it was finished in 3.5 days. 3.5 days.
I mean, that's probably why most of our viewers are avoiding going to rank 1. They don't want to die.
That's the reason. That's right. Octavian, you're.
That's why I'm not there. For sure.
Of course. I have full faith, Octavian. That's why I'm not. I knew if I competed, it just would be an easy clap for me. So I just decided, you know what? I'll let these guys have their win. And I do love casting, so I guess we're all winners here. Right, Papa's back on. Okay. So far though, just trucking along. Obviously, Steel still searching for those harvest crafts for his flasks. Makes the boss fights a lot easier. Lily, getting her formed ready, might be going in soon. I think her gear is ready, and at this point, I don't think there's much more time left for her to sort of stall that out. Hopefully she's been able to bank a lot of these boss fights or the fragments or the maps that she needs. I imagine she probably does have that because it's day 8. And Karn, which you guys can't see, is in the bottom right. He is doing a bit of heisting, actually. Not sure exactly what he's looking for. Maybe some just currency? I'm not too sure. He is doing, I think, a lock-picking one. But yeah, all these players are sort of just about to start their bossing journey, or just about to finish it, whether he dies or completes the whole thing. And apparently he's looking for specific fragments, maybe for Atziri or something like that, yeah. Or just fragments in general.
Yeah, it makes sense. The frag boxes in here can, at high levels, drop even Shaper and Elder fragments.
Yeah.
And that is one of the options for lockpicking. The currency and jewelry show up a lot more often, but if you don't have other tools to get what you need, you gotta grind it out whatever way you can. Did Steel Mage fight Maven yet? Nope. Steel Mage is farming some harvests in order to try and optimize his flasks for both Maven and Uber Atziri, and I think Uber Atziri is the plan before Maven.
Yeah, so as of right now, he wants to engage with Uber Atziri first. We'll see if he changes his mind, but typically Steel has a pretty solid plan, right? He doesn't which he doesn't stray from. Like, he finds, okay, well, I know what I can do with this build. I know how to get it to where I need it to be, and I'm just gonna stick to that. I mean, and at one point he was thinking about re-rolling with Forbidden Right, but was able to just survive on this character and just get his gear to a level where he could actually get the damage for these bosses. I think early on, both you and I, Octavian, we were hesitant to say that the bleed builds could do all these bosses comfortably. But we're seeing Steel sort of put on a bit of a showcase, right? We saw who would do a lot of them. Wasn't able to maybe complete them all, but I guess if your gear is good enough, it opens doors, as it turns out.
Yeah, Steel has certainly had the most consistent single target output of any of the shield throw glads we've seen, I think. And that's helped along by the fact that he's gone for the boss fights the latest. He's had the longest time to upgrade his gear. Not that it's too relevant to the bossing discussion that we're having, but Rise did just find a Phenomenal Plagued Arachnid, which allows him to split something. We'll see if he does anything with that.
Could be pretty nice. Maybe if he has some cluster jewels, or he has something in particular that just the base he wants to duplicate. I'm not sure outside of jewels what it would be, but it's a nice option to have. I'd rather have those things in my bank than not have them. Right, the more options you have, like just the stronger your character is, right, or can be. So yeah, we do see Steel now skipping content, right? He's not engaging with Ritual. He's looking to just to farm those harvests out, just doing quick map layouts as well. So doing all the ones where you can just sort of zoom through. Still is killing mobs along the way because you never know what you're going to drop. And also just makes it safer. Could have EXP too. I mean, if he gets another level by the time these boss fights occur, all the better. But I mean, it's unlikely because I think he's level 97. But
he's in yellow tier content for the safest heist or the safest harvests possible. You know, you don't want to go to all this effort and then die to some blue seeds in a harvest on a tier of map that was unnecessary to run.
True. Surgard making a great point, and I guess this just shows how a little bit maybe how tired I am today. Yeah, you can't split clusters. It's got to be Vermilion rings and stuff like that. My mistake, guys. You cannot split clusters. Oof, that is a big mistake by me. But thankfully, chat is on the ball and able to correct me there.
Oftentimes in a race like this, it'll be a 6-link base or something that
True,
the players will split, like a 6-link Astral base. But Rise is playing a build that relies on a particular unique chess piece, so I guess it's not that relevant there.
Yeah.
Either way, since we have a bit of a quiet time right now while Steel is grinding up his harvest crafts, do we want to watch some bossing VODs, or should we stick with
let's do it.
All right. Do we want to watch a Uber Atziri kill from Fino?
Oh, let's do it. Who doesn't love Uber Atziri, right?
And this should be a... Pushover is a strong word, but this is a fight that this Trapper build is very well suited to.
Yeah, it's pretty much as Zai said. It's only the Oversouls, which did end up actually killing Zai in the end, that pose a bit of a problem. So let me just go full screen here. Transition over in 3, 2, 1.
And this is to refresh everyone's memory. The current rank 1 player is dead, sadly, but this is the current rank 1 player regardless, as even when you die, you do keep the points that you earned. And he earned almost all the points he possibly can, missing 1 point for Delve Depth, didn't quite get to 300, and missing, I believe it's 4 points for Maven. Other than that, every boss is down, and level 95 is achieved. And yeah, the video doesn't have any music or anything, so you can unmute it if you'd like.
No, yeah, she's it's live. I mean, so the music, the sound is turned on.
Awesome. It is a Seismic Exsanguinate Trapper as well.
This is the highest quality as well, guys. It's not going to get any better, sadly. But yeah, just pumping out a ton of DPS, going crit Exang versus Zai's poison version. And yeah, I mean, might be trying to keep up a few enemies. I wouldn't be surprised. It does let you refill your Val souls if you leave a handful, right? It's just a nice little layer. It's not something you're going to rely on, but like why full clear if you don't have to, right?
On top of that, yeah, the mobs in an Uber Atziri are actually pretty dangerous in and of themselves, as Chaos Spitters from around a corner will all fire at once and potentially knock you into the ground. So there's no real reason, given he already has the level 95 and has the points acquired from just generic XP, for him to bother clearing out all the packs. And the bosses are the true target here, and we'll see how well the DPS can be split between the both of these. You want to do your best to avoid killing one before the other, as we've mentioned while watching Atziri and Uber Atziri fights, as that will leave you with an enraged boss and a ticket to standard, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're seeing these ball lightnings just chunk players out, so you really do not want to engage with the enrage mechanic. Hopefully you can just get them down both at once, but it's not easier said than done, eh? Easier said than done.
Yeah, he's going to split his seismic placements between the two bosses and try and bait them into the same spot as well. Really well played.
Just need a moment.
He does kill one off, and the other has about a quarter of its health left while enraged. It doesn't matter. It's dead before it uses an ability. That was so clean.
I didn't see a single ball lightning. Right? Am I mistaken there?
No.
So, I mean...
Not a single one.
I'm pretty sure Zai's looking at that thinking, God damn it.
That was essentially perfect. That's exactly how that fight is meant to go if you play it perfectly.
Buttery smooth, as I like to say.
I like him keeping that one rare mob alive to get fortified before moving forward.
Just in case.
Yeah, you don't know if there's going to be a blue pack of spitters around the corner that's going to try and instant kill you as you enter the room.
It's just nice to have that extra layer of mitigation, right? I mean, like 20% reduction in damage taken is not something to scoff at, and it's, they have toned down some of the fortified nodes on the tree in the recent patches, but yeah, Fortify still absolutely insane. We'll see what happens in 3.16, but for now, it's not a mechanic you can ignore.
Gonna swap around some gems before the fight and refill that diamond flask that he just swapped in. Wants as much burst as possible in order to try and bring down the ranged enemy. I forget her name. The names of the trio are a little hard to pronounce.
I mean, it's the tentacle miscreation, but I think it's like Alash or something like that.
There's a lot of apostrophes and vowels right next to each other. But that one there in the middle is the priority. Bring her down first, and the fight is made a lot safer.
Yeah, typically that is a strategy you want to go for. And the Berserker is generally next, the dual wield guy, and you typically leave the Cycloner for last.
Mm-hmm. And with Bear Trap in his arsenal, this should be relatively easy to kite out, as the only one that will break any distance to you is the Cycloner. The dual strike enemy will not dash or anything like that. And with Bear Trap, you can keep him at arm's reach rather easily.
Sadly, does get the Berserker last, so a little bit spookier. Can just one-shot you, but, you know, as you said, the Bear Trap able to sort of really keep this guy at bay. Yeah.
Yeah, it can be a little hard to get it out in time, though, and you don't want one of those dual strikes to connect. When he's on fire, he's enraged and doing extra bonus damage.
Put on a bit of a clinic here. Looks really, really smooth. And this is the Uber Atziri fight, guys, so these things hit like an absolute truck. And I think that's it. Yeah, awesome. Really clean.
Yeah, arguably, as you mentioned, wrong ordering on the last two bosses, but they're much less important than getting the ranged one down first. And yes, this is...
a recorded fight, yes.
This is a VOD, and let me make sure that we have the right player name. This is Pheno66.
As soon as some live content pops up, we'll I mean, it's about to end anyway. There's only one boss left here. We will swap back over to the live content. Don't worry, your favorite streamers have not gone anywhere. But it's just, you know, it's very rare that you get to see even any Uber Atziri attempts in the Gauntlet, so we're going to showcase all of them if we can.
And we should be getting one live soon, as that's what Steel Mage has next on the list.
Yeah.
He's just trying to optimize his flasks before the fight. But we're through to the final boss fight itself. Atziri's chambers are just up ahead. Flasks are full. Gear is swamped. Portal is down in case of a logout. And this is arguably one of the easier parts of the run. I don't want to call it easy.
No.
But this is... You can completely outplay Atziri. You know? There are some situations where maybe you just get unlucky and the Rain of Arrows lands on you instantly in the trio boss fight and there's not much you could do about it. There's not an equivalent to that here in the Atziri fight. Pretty much everything she does can be outplayed by a well-positioned player.
Well, I know Darky, I mentioned this like I think on day 1 or 2, did level a character like I think it was maybe 2 years ago, like from like 93 or 94 all the way to 100 just by killing Uber Atziri, which is why like, he's very comfortable with the fight, but you can just assuming your build has the damage to actually get through these phases, you can actually just learn this fight, right?
Yeah, a little bit close to the edge there on that Flame Blast, but easy enough to time that a little close because of the turbo.
Yeah, turbo is just wild.
But the Seismic traps have really good consistent DPS even while dodging, so it's still able to get through the split phase despite how many side steps need to be performed. And you just kind of rely on that blind plus the good evasion and dodge to deal with the spears. You know, occasionally one might get through, but a single spear is not going to kill you instantly.
It's definitely a fight that, if you're not familiar with, is just like an absolute nightmare. But like I hate sounding like condescending or something, but practice does make perfect. If it's a fight you're unfamiliar with, maybe try in softcore or standard. If you do play the hardcore trade leagues or just hardcore in general, yeah, like. You can become more familiar with these fights. Or bosses, they have a set moveset, right? They're only going to attack you one certain way, right? I'm sure there's some scary situations that can occur in the split phase, but I'm sure everyone in chat can manage it. I think Ziz might even have a guide about Atziri in general. There's a lot of different resources out there. It does have to log there. Really scary.
Yeah. Dodges towards the storm calls in order to avoid what seemed like a bleed that got through from a spear hit.
Yeah, that's a bleed, and then like I landed on top.
I'm glad he didn't click. Oh no! That's why you take the grace period, and another couple spears in a row get through. Just barely avoids the flame blast,
and is able to begin that phase. Looking really good, all things considered. I mean, we did say this is the easier part of the fight, but it is by no means a pushover. And while we do have this minion phase where she does heal if those minions do get to her, A Development mentioned that was about 5 years ago, that story I told about Darky. And his tech did get curses changed, yeah, because you were able to use Enfeeble and Tempt Change to practically make Uber Atziri, like, not move. But, yeah, still, he still did it, right? Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome that we have these, like, sort of, like, these records in Path of Exile that may never be touched because of changes, but back to the fight. Split into split
Final
phase.
split, yeah.
Yeah.
This should be the last one.
Yeah, this is the 4th split phase, I believe, so should be the last one.
She could still stall out if she wanted to by going invuln, but the invuln stage is not really very dangerous, so you just have to wait it out. Oh, double flame blast.
Yeah, that comes out so fast in the gauntlet.
Nice.
Awesome. And he got his he's grinding his challenges out. Complete the Uber Atziri fight. Awesome.
And we were watching Pheno66 there, who is current rank 1 and has 123 points.
Yeah, buttery smooth, guys. Claps for Pheno. Did die on his Maven encounter. I know it sounds like we're harping on it, but we do have new people coming in and out. But is currently rank 1. Dead, but rank 1.
I'm gonna toss the cast to you for just about 30 seconds a minute, though, as I've got to get up very briefly. I'll be right back.
Do your thing, brother. I'm actually going to pop Karn on screen here. I'm actually going to go remove my face, and hopefully Chet can watch a 4-player action here really quick. Karn is hot on the heels of Steel Mage. Granted, still is the rank 1 duelist so far, but Karn is... I don't know. He's creeping up there. I mean, just needs these fragments, and then he can go boss, 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 boss. I think he wants to keep his... change his setup slightly for some of these boss kills, so he doesn't want to, like, swap it to his bossing setup, and then unswap, and then reswap. You know, like, he wants to just get into his bossing mode and just do them all. So we'll see where it goes. Steel not getting all the enchants he wants from Harvest yet. I mean, Harvest is a pretty rare encounter in the first place. Is using the passives on the Atlas where he can. But sometimes, hey, RNG is RNG. Sometimes you get it 5 times in a row, and sometimes you go 100 maps without seeing it. Well, maybe not 100. But we'll see where Steel goes from here. Rise making pretty good progress on his Herald of Agony. Probably not happy with his progression overall in the Gauntlet. Has died 3 or 4 times. A lot of players did follow in his footsteps with the War Chief tech, though. Not a build I think we saw going into the Gauntlet that was going to be popular, but Rise showing that it could work. But the late game DPS requires a little bit more work to get going, and kind of unraveled in those high tier red maps. Lily on the bottom left is your witch leading the pack, at least for witches in her class, using Valor Detonate Dead, and just sort of going through the motions. I think her gearing is finished. She was spending a couple days on gearing, more than she would have liked, but hopefully at this point with only 48, well, I guess now 44 hours left in the race. Hopefully can get some bosses down. Does still have obviously time. You know, it's not over yet, but you know, you definitely want to start making some progress with those points. You don't want your competitors to get those points first and put the pressure on you. You know, if you can, you want to be in control of the ladder.
And howdy, I've made it back.
Oh, thank God! You had me worried there. Okay,
I'm alive still. I made it.
It's like when a dog or a baby they don't see the person. Oh no, they're gone forever. Playing peekaboo with my emotions there, Octavian, but we're glad to have you back. Just swapping over Karn Lily. We're not on screen just now, but I think I will pop us back on. It's been a lot of content without us. And we can swap people around as you please. I think there are some other streamers on. I think Catmaster is on as well. Maybe we'll pop him on. Or even Terrence or Pilbril on his, I think, 3rd or 4th reroll. But yeah, awesome. And we're just we'll keep Steel on because we are just waiting for him to enter this fight. So
yeah, he did just respec part of his tree to the higher damage setup that he usually uses for bossing, but he's back into another map here. So I thought maybe he had the fragments he needed and the enchants that he needed.
Yeah.
Due to that respec, but I got jebaited.
Didn't we all? Didn't we all, brother?
He's a master of the jebaiting class.
I know this is literally irrelevant content, but I really like Catmaster's hideout. I think that's cool. I mean, it may get annoying after a time, but I do kind of like just that smoky, kind of like soothing, in between maps you can just kind of relax. Yeah, pretty nice. And I like that he made his map device like kind of like fancy with some hideout decorations. I always like it when people have like a nice little hideout, like when you pop in for a trade or something. It's always it's nice.
And in answer to the question in chat, no one has claimed all the possible points yet, so there is not a guaranteed winner as of right now. Steel is the person closest to doing that who's alive, I think. And then there's Fino, who ripped earlier with only Maven and 1 point from Delve missing. So very close to having cinched it, but not quite there. And since we are checking in on Catmaster, we can mention he is one of the, I think, 3 separate players, at least 2, possibly 3, to get a Headhunter in the course of the event.
Yes.
Picked his up from Gwenin. We saw a clip of that earlier.
Yeah, skull belts don't hurt, right? I actually, like, okay, jokes aside, it's probably not... I know your Headhunter doesn't scale like it used to, but it does provide huge amounts of survivability for a lot of builds, especially for life builds in general, right? Just being able to have your life added as ES, have just increased life in general, as he gets chunked down to about 4,000 there. Granted, your buffs aren't going to be up for the entire map like they used to be, but from pack to pack, it is nice to just have that boost, even if it's just attack speed, right? He is playing a bleed spectral shield thrill build, but you can just get, if you can get those attacks out faster and faster, it lets you stack up. It's really nice.
Judging by the heralds and the debuffs on enemies, I think this is a crit cold Inquisitor version of shield throw.
Oh,
because
that
very nice debuff on enemies is you don't see it a lot anymore because Inquis isn't very popular, but I'm pretty sure that's the I forget what it's even called. The Inevitable Judgment?
Yes,
I think?
correct. Yes,
the one that causes enemies to take increased LE damage and deal reduced LE damage.
Well, if so, then that's an awesome version of the build. I'm really happy. It actually makes me really excited that he's gone cold conversion, because that benefits even more from Headhunter, actually.
Oh yeah, this is a version of it that'll do a lot better in that regard. I wonder if he has the jewel for crit, because it would make sense potentially to go the crit route as an Inquisitor. And let me look.
I mean, otherwise you go like Consecrated Ground, and then you I guess you have you take Inevitable Judgment, and then you have a spare one. I guess you take the Strength, and I guess you go for the crit one just to get like the EO proccing, but that doesn't feel like very worth much to me. I would probably still stick with a Raider or something like that, just because you have exposure and you have more attack speed and dodge.
Oh, it looks like he's Scion. Actually.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. Yeah, no, he's a Scion, not an Inquisitor.
With
I was a little debated by the effect, because the Scion Inquisitor sub-ascendancy does also have the same visual effect, which I didn't consider. But yeah, it's Scion sub-ascendancy, Deadeye sub-ascendancy, Inquis. Deadeye presumably for...
Just...
Is he dead? No, he's Raider. He's Raider.
I mean, either option.
For the onslaught and the dodge and the speed.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that all the Ranger options in the Ascendant tree are really, really appealing, and a lot of the times I wish I could just take 2 of them and forget another one.
Yeah, that would be pretty strong, honestly.
I would love going Pathfinder and Raider. That would just feel so good.
And he's an LE Overload variant and non-crit. Yeah. Does not have the jewel.
I know. Actually, it was a build popularized by the build creator and streamer Rue2 back in Ultimatum, was the Transcendent Scion using Blessing, March of the Legion using Blessing, so you have 4 different auras to toggle on and off, but I don't know, but because you went Pathfinder, you could just get some crazy flask nodes, so you could go Transcendence and you could just pop off. I don't know. Scion Pathfinder is just such a strong option, because you can equip it, combine it with something else, when sometimes Pathfinder in and of itself can feel a little bit lackluster outside of specific builds.
And Lily is doing a Witnessed Enslaver fight here. So setting up for Twisted as well as Formed, getting all the kills down on the Guardians first before attempting either, which makes a lot of sense.
Getting checked down here a little bit. Obviously, you really, really want your ES back up to full, just being such a huge layer of defense and actually 2,500 life, but able to regen it slowly. And there we go.
It's the regen from the Ascendancy as well as Leech from either the Tree or ES Leech in the links. ES Leech is used sometimes because it's a generic multiplier, which means it'll scale both the spell hit and the corpse hit, which is quite valuable on Detonate Dead, as a lot of your damage comes from that corpse hit. So you don't want to use... Controlled Destruction is a double extra no-no, because Controlled Destruction would also make your LA overload uptime awful. But, basically anything that only specifies spell damage is rather inefficient for this build. You want things like LE Focus or Fire Pen or, like I said, ES Leech.
Or else, that's why we see a lot of these players go for, at least a lot of the DD players go for that the minion node that makes all minion damage, like generic damage, affect you. So, because that does scale the explosion, right? Which, as you said, like it's the vast majority of damage, especially in Gauntlet, where the corpses inherit the 40% more monster life. So it's essentially like ignoring the entire monster life modifier in Gauntlet, which is just thank you for the extra 40% damage. It's actually a bit. It actually ends up, I think, being a bit more than that or something like that. But it's very significant. And scaling that up is just huge.
It can help when you're gearing out as well and going for spiritual aid, as it makes Essences of Fear a really valuable tool for getting a minion damage scepter and eventually minion damage rings. I think you can get that with Essence of Fear. If not, at the very least, they do come from
Essence of Fear. No, you're right.
It might be minion speed on rings. I might be misremembering. Essence minion damage rings do at least come from delve nodes, so it's an option, but that's a lot less valid of one. And then bone helmets, great too.
Yeah, like it just opens up a lot of different opportunities for you to scale generic damage, right? It's why for a long time the Hierophant node, which no longer exists, that gave you damage on kill. It was just raw mitigation, which was really, really powerful when combined with something like just generic explosions, right? You could just scale up it to above 100% life, and it just ramped up. But sadly, no longer in the game, so maybe not something all of you are aware of, and it doesn't really matter if you are, because it's gone.
Wait, did Catmaster just die? He's back in town. Is this standard town?
Or was it a log?
A log, maybe? I was tabbed out talking to one of the production people in the background on Discord, and I missed it.
Is that you poking me like, hey, get on Discord, get over there?
No, I'm not.
No, I'm just teasing. We're good.
He's going back to the map. It looks like it was just a log and not a rip.
No. Oh, he just reloaded very slow. Okay, that's even scarier, right? The second
crash actually, because the map isn't revealed. Like the map in the info. Usually that's a symptom of a crash.
Yeah.
The map gets lost.
And that's terrifying, right? Because like staying in for any period of time is not what you want to be. But thankfully, I think it was just right in the beginning of the map when he went in. Which, yeah. I mean, generally you do have a grace period, and usually there aren't mobs right away in the map. So luckily is still alive and playing a pretty damn cool version of the build we haven't really seen outside of him playing it.
Yeah, I think this is the first conversion shield throw that we've seen on stream.
Yeah, I think it's the first non-bleed shield throw we've seen on stream.
Yeah. We've seen shield skills do fizz damage,
Correct.
which will crush, which is, I guess, close. Or, like, fizz hit damage, I should say, because bleed is fizz damage.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just nice to see that, like, these options are available if you do have the gear. Granted, he's probably not going for first place overall or anything like that. He has had a couple rips, sadly, but it's just nice to see, like, just a variety of builds that can compete, right? Maybe can't compete for first place overall, but can compete in the Gauntlet, can do the content, is what I mean. And if you are looking, chat, for a really min-maxed version of an elemental conversion shield throw build, Crouching Tuna, who's an amazing streamer, does tons of content, used to do a ton of delve, but now is branching off into a lot of different avenues. Does a lot of crafting with his friend Elishar as well. Does have a very, very like mirror tier min-maxed version of Raider Spectral Shield Throw with cold conversion on his YouTube and on his Twitch chat, in his Twitch. So if you're looking for that, go give him a shout out. It's Crouching_Tuna.
And yeah, Steel is only in lower tier maps because he's basically completely min-maxed on gear at this point and is just looking for a couple of key harvest crafts, things like Flask Enchants, so that he can get that last little bit of power before doing boss fights. As leveling up any further isn't relevant for points. No. He's level 97 or 98, something along those lines, so he capped out in leveling points a handful of levels ago already.
I just want to see if he, if there's any like 4% life nodes on his tree or anything like that. I don't think there's anything significant. I'm going to click on the PoE site here, guys. Just give me a sec. I'll let you guys know, but I don't think even if he was to level, which is not really realistic considering he's doing like yellow maps. I don't think there's even a node that he really wants. There is a 4% life node, 2 actually that he could grab. Actually, there's a 5%, so there's actually a fair bit of life on his tree that he could grab. Weirdly enough, he could grab another 9, 13, 17% life he could grab actually. I mean, granted, that would take him to level 102, so not really an option, but it's nice to see that you know, his character is fairly min-maxed, right? Like, he obviously stressed for some jewels just to get the extra bit of damage and stuff.
And Steel is going so far as to look up the PoEDB info on the various monsters in the Atziri mini-boss fights. Just digging down as far as he can to get as much information as he can before the fight starts. I respect it.
Oh, so do I. I mean, like, the reality is, it's tough, especially with like this is the fight that Spectral Shield Throw struggles with. If Cyrus is the fight that the Trappers are really afraid of, I mean, outside of Maven, which I think everyone is afraid of this league.
Yeah, no, Maven, there's no easy way around Maven. Yeah. Maven is a brick wall.
This is the fight for Spectral Shield Throw, and it's kind of do or die, right? Because Fino did everything outside of the one last point in Delve, which I'm sure he's regretting like crazy, and then obviously Maven. So pressure's on Steel, right? Pressure's on, which is why he's taking his time. Like, he's like making sure that, okay, do they have any pen? Is there anything I don't know? I don't think he should be second guessing himself. I think he knows this fight in and out. I think I have a lot of confidence in Steel, and I think most people do. But when you're in the hot seat, sometimes it's very easy to sort of like doubt yourself for a little bit. Not that I'm saying he's doing that, but if he's checking like the individual small mobs in Uber Atziri, you can say he's a little bit worried. I'm not very worried, but there's a little bit of worry.
Like, there's a lot of pressure because he's... Yeah. This is the first race in a while where it hasn't been decided relatively early on. Yeah. So there's a lot of pressure to still perform. No. Like, you're not just competing for, rank 1 with your class, or, you know, some of the pressure. This is rank
1 overall.
Yeah. Like everything is still to play for. Everything is still on the line here.
I mean, for God's sake, the Lighty made a bounty for $1,095 on top of the 8% that you would get for winning your class. So there's a lot of money on the line here. Like, a lot of money. So...
pride for these guys. You know, they've competed in multiple gauntlets at this point. Has Steel taken home rank 1 overall in previous gauntlets? I think it's been Exile and Lighty, right?
And Al-Kaiser.
Yes, true. I did forget about that one.
So,
like, Steel has had really good showings in every gauntlet he's been a part of, but he's yet to take rank 1 overall, and that's gotta nag at him a little bit, you know?
I mean, it might be the only type of event he hasn't won.
Oh, he won the China Gauntlet. There we go. So,
I thought Garatha won China Gauntlet. Am I wrong?
It was long enough ago that I don't remember. I'm trusting chat, which maybe is something I shouldn't do. But they've been kind to us so far.
Yeah, I was pretty sure Garatha won the first gauntlet. I mean, he might have won his class. Oh, there was two Chinese gauntlets. Okay, so Steel has won a Chinese gauntlet. Never mind then. So he has actually won a gauntlet before. Not on this server, but mind you, being in Australia, the ping to China is a little bit better than our North American brethren, or our European brethren. Brothers and sisters, I should say. But, yeah, I think he wants it. I think he wants it bad. That's like Karn. I think, like, him and Karn, I think Karn might want it more than Steel, but, yeah, it's, I think Karn's losing his mind trying to get these fragments, but we'll see how it goes. It's going to be an interesting 48 hours, my friend. It's going to be interesting.
Coming down to the last few minutes, or maybe not quite that close. I can't call that from this
now wouldn't that be hype though? Because I know
that would be crazy.
Because I know. So tomorrow is our last, not our last cast, but it's the last cast. We start at 10 a.m. For us, and then on the Tuesday we actually we are going to narrate or narrate. What am I talking about? I'm reading a book. We are going to cast the final 2 hours of the gauntlet and then pass it over.
Don't say narrate. They'll know that we have a script.
We have a script. Oh my god! But then to pass it over to Ziz, for him to both do some live interviews as well as do the actual giveaways and the draws for those physical prizes and MTX goods. So there's a ton of content even after we finish the actual gauntlet. You stick around with Ziz, and there's some he's got some cool goodies for you guys. And just honestly, it's really fun to just watch the interviews, seeing how these players sort of approach to this gauntlet, what their thoughts were, how they felt about it, and maybe might influence the next one that we see. It's because there's going to be another gauntlet. I promise you that, guys. Well, I guess I can't promise it, but I hope so. I got my fingers crossed for us. I can't wait to sleep in.
To make.
Yeah, I think
people seem to sort of like these things.
I am very biased in my view, though.
What do you think, Chad? You guys had fun? You've enjoyed the event so far?
That's your cue to say yes, Chad. That's overwhelmingly so. No.
There's a delay. Give him time.
No, we laugh. No, it's been great actually going on this journey with you guys. Octavian, production and chat. Like, it's been an absolute blast, and it's not over yet. But I just want to let you know that it's been a lot of fun. Really, really cool. Really cool event. I love even the format this time around. And 3.5. I think a lot of people may not love the patch, but I think in the Gauntlet it just worked. It made things like really interesting.
I think Lily went and got a Scientist Spectre from Heist. Do they have a really high health total? Like the ones that drop paint buckets on enemies. I've never seen those resurrected before. Maybe they do. I don't have a list of Heist Spectres or Spectres in general memorized.
Could it be a misclick, you think? Or no, she went for it specifically. Oh no, she got rid of it, I think, with the...
Yeah, a couple of statue Spectres now. Those are like the old school OG big health Spectres.
No. I always thought the was it the Ramblers, like the cage of skeletons? I always thought they had like some of the highest health in the game. Or they did for a while. Like that was definitely like the play before maybe they nerfed them a bit, or.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were specifically nerfed. You're not wrong though. They do have a pretty high health multi. And I guess it just doesn't quite beat the Delve or Heist Spectres if you have access to either of those. And there's only so many portals you want to burn through.
Yeah. Because I think why I was thinking about them is the video where this was sort of like discovered, which was posted on Reddit, YouTube, Twitter, all the places. They used that Spectre, so that's why I always sort of default to using them. I think this was like 2-3 years ago, but for some reason that like one clip is like branded in my brain. As I say that, I forget like Conqueror's names, but for some reason I can remember this one obscure YouTube video about how corpses and corpse life and specters interact with each other. So it's funny how your brain does that with Path of Exile sometimes. You just remember this one instance of something, and that's it for life. You're locked in, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I can still remember the details of like specific rip clips from a while ago, but I forget the name of abilities all the dang time.
It happens to the best of us, brother. I mean, for God's sake, I mean, you're talking to a professional rambler here, so I mean, yeah, I'm really happy that you're able to like rein me in sometimes, because I go on some tangents. I dabble with that stuff. So it's been a really healthy cast so far, and yes, I mean, still, look, we're just still sort of waiting for some content to happen on stream, but I think Lily is about to enter a boss fight soon. Still farming up those harvest crafts, and Karn just begging RNGesus for some fragments, because I think he just really wants to go. Yeah.
Yeah, he needed a couple of Elder fragments to start farming for the Uber Elder fragments from Elder. He had both of the Shaper ones that he needed, and he got those one after another, so decent RNG in that sense, at least. But honestly, I would rather have Shaper be less cooperative than Elder, because at least you can Horizon Shaper Guardians.
Yeah, agreed. I think that's like a big complaint for a lot of players. I know Exile and Steel were like very, and to be fair, Zai as well, were very vocal that these Elder Guardians, because they don't have their own like specific map, you can't like swap them out using a Horizon Orb. I mean, again, we touched on it yesterday. We thought that maybe like a Blessing Orb should be able to do it, and that would be like a really cool sync for Blessing Orbs as well, like another way for them to be like used up, because they do like after a while. I mean, the first week or two you might be running dry on them, but after that you're kind of set for the league. You never need more Blessing Orbs, and they have recently made them significantly rarer, I think, or it feels like that at least. I used to always be drowning in them, and then now if I only find a couple, but
yeah, I think part of that is just like Ultimatum printed way too many of them.
I mean, that's fair.
Ultimatum was kind of crazy.
Yeah, like thousands of Blessed Orbs, but but I would like to see it brought back and sort of affect the Elder Guardians. Just be nice, right? I mean, maybe that's just me being a bit like whiny and demanding, but RNG can be like a very cruel and harsh mistress, and when it comes to sort of it's the boss fight that enables a boss fight that enables another boss fight. I think, come on, like how many layers do we really need here?
That's Path of Exile.
No, I know.
Yeah, that is peak PoE.
And it's fine in Trade League. Obviously, like it balances out in the long term, but yeah, pretty brutal for in like a 10-day event or something like that. And granted, Path of Exile is of course not balanced around SSF or the Gauntlet at all, but it'd just be nice for players to have that flexibility.
And I think Lily is on the cusp of doing some bossing content here, respecking out of the tree in order to pick up something that's being converted by the Jewel. I'm not sure what keystone that was.
I think she She dropped the corrupted soul because her shield.
Oh, okay. No, is getting an extra max specter there. Okay, so this is to. That's why the jewel's being taken out. So this is to get as many specters into the pool of this zone as possible. So respecting the tree to pick up +1 max set, each portal represents 3 specters added. We're not seeing Lily? Oh, okay. I'll
sorry guys, I'll move over. Yeah.
Realize our cam we're up.
Oh, sorry about that, buddy. I thought I mentioned it. Oh, so she's about to enter Elder. Actually, I'll take us off the screen. Here we go, guys.
Oh, and somebody just ripped a rank. Is that 13 or 33?
Yeah, 13. Ulysses Ashworth. Damn.
I'll check the ladder real fast and see who that was.
Yeah, so she's populating it with those 3 specters, and maybe he's gonna go grab some more. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, and she's typing them out just so she remembers which one. She can get 4 total, so she's gonna get all of them. This is actually a pretty damn significant bump to her DPS too. Like it should be at least like 20 to 30% more, right?
It depends
total,
on the
total, not each, just like overall.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of the Elder Arena and what corpses are in the pool. I know in the Cyrus fight it's less impactful than others because there's a lot of trash in the corpse pool there, but I've never tried it for Elder, so I'm not certain here.
I know for it's really bad for Shaper. Like there's just so many terrible mobs, so I guess bringing more in is good, but yeah, it can get pretty rough.
You can push it.
Yeah.
But Julius Ashworth was the name of the rip that just happened. Was not someone who was streaming, so sadly we don't have a clip for you.
Damn.
But was rank 28 overall and a saboteur. And unsurprisingly, given as most of our saboteurs have been, was the Fizz trap build, a crit hit version of it.
Hopefully Zai's, I know I keep hyping it up, but hopefully Zai's poison version just sneaks under the radar a little bit. I'm kind of hoping it does. I mean, maybe I should stop talking about it, but I just can't help myself.
And at 3 specters per portal here, it looks like Lily's going to be... Is that the 4th portal used? So that is 12 extra high health corpses added to the pool so far?
I thought that was the 2nd portal used?
She's...
Oh, 3, yeah, 3. My god, yeah, so, yeah.
So 9, sorry, not 12. I thought it was the 4th portal. So 9 extra high health ones, and then a 4th portal used on entering the fight now, so yeah, 12 total.
But does not have a lot of points to... any more regrets, so really can't do this for any other fights. Maybe... I'm not sure, maybe you should have used that on just the regular Elder, then.
I mean, you have Tujin, and you can turn... I believe there's a recipe for Chance Orbs into Scours into Regrets.
Yes. I mean, well, not recipe, but just from the vendor, right?
Yeah, vendor recipe shenanigans. For those of you who are unfamiliar with what's happening here, before the fight starts in earnest, bringing specters into an arena will add their corpses to the desecrate pool, and you can then leave, get new specters, and bring those in, and their corpses get added. And the reason that's relevant is because high health specters have high health corpses, and that leads to higher damage.
Actually, you know what? I'm really happy she did, because her DPS does not look too high compared to some of like these trapper builds and some of these shield toss builds that we've been seeing. I guess she needs all the help she can get here. Does sacrifice half her portals to do this, by the way. So, I get there is a cost associated with doing this, which is, I guess it's a fair trade-off. And she's obviously very familiar with the fight, so feels maybe she doesn't need all the portals. She just needs the damage to sort of end these phases quickly. And I kind of hope that she doesn't go for the Shaper kill. If I'm being honest with you, I really hope she sort of just lets him die so she can ignore that sort of final deadly phase.
Well, this is a build that won't probably have too much trouble with the spam, as you have like really good sustain and really good block and stuff. But
that's true.
Yeah, it may be the call. Maybe the call to let Shaper die. The DPS is nothing too outstanding, but this character is one of the tankier ones you can put together in Gauntlet, in my opinion. Yeah. So should be able to just slow and steady roll on through the fight.
I mean, 10k life. It's nearly 11k actually, by the way.
Yep.
It's actually, no, it is. I think it's just squeaks out to 11k life, effective life, with the shield life and her MOM. So very, very tanky. On top of, I imagine, max block and a whole other host of shenanigans like enduring cry, endurance charges, and fortify on top. So yeah, creating a war of attrition rather than just like a glass cannon.
Yeah, as you can see, even when damage does connect from the Elder, most of it has trouble even chunking away. a few thousand HP off the build, and 2, 3, 4,000 damage even is not that much for this build to take. It can handle it.
Like everyone, like it's very easy to just look at her ES and say, oh no, all her ES is down. MOM only affects damage taken to your life pool. So after she loses her 2,500 shield, she still has another 2,200 mana to go through as well. So, yeah. I mean, it's scary just seeing the big blue bar disappear, but not as significant as you would imagine, right? Only 2,500 out of her 11,000. It's not even 20. It's maybe, it's actually just shy of 20% of her life, so very healthy.
And you can double up on Leech on this build as well, given that Corrupted Soul causes half of the damage you take to bypass Energy Shield. That means any hits you're taking, you're going to be leeching back both Energy Shield and life versus them, which essentially allows you to double your recovery rate.
Yeah. I actually love Corrupted Soul. I think, and I'm not sure GGG is aware, but actually having half the damage go through your ES is generally a good thing.
It allows you to access both pools more efficiently.
Exactly. I mean, outside of like obviously things like low life and stuff like that, like it just makes the 2,500 shield actually a 2,500 effective shield, right? Because you're not just losing it immediately. Like you are able to just leech it back up. It's affecting your life, so your life regen affects you as well. It's actually a boon. It's generally a boon to your character if you do plan on using it anyway. Yeah, really solid option.
And looks like keeping Shaper alive was the play, which shouldn't be all that dangerous on this build, as a lot of spammed projectiles is something a max block build with good recovery deals with extremely well. And I mean, you could see it on your screen right now. That health is not moving that much. Does get whittled away at, though. May have to deal with some of those minions now and again.
Talking about
That's fine.
Talking about the Corrupted Soul as well, you know, the fact that she's MOM as like on top of all these things just engages that mana pool as well early on. So like nothing's getting chunked all at once. It is like everything's slowly getting whittled down, which is just such a more effective, such a much stronger effective use of your pool. Awesome.
Watch resign.
Damn. A leather belt? No, I'm kidding. That would have been pretty cool.
But yeah, on top of that, like in an environment with a lot of spam like that, your other layer of recovery comes into play, which is the recovery on block shield and Bone offers recovery on block.
Oh yeah, I mean, and also just the raw ES and mana regen you get from. Actually, I think did they remove the mana regen from that node in this last patch? I haven't played a Necromancer yet.
Which node? There's still mana regen on the mana-oriented node, if that's what you mean.
The Corpse Eater, yeah.
They nerfed it.
They just nerfed it. Okay, they didn't remove it. Okay. But I mean, look, that engages everything: your ES, your mana, and then let your regen tick over, like for your life. Big fan of Corrupted Soul. Big fan.
And Karn is doing an Eradicator fight here. This is the last one he was missing for Twisted, I think. So.
Well, we might be seeing some content here really quick.
Though it doesn't look like this is witnessed, so maybe it's just from a Zana spawn. I don't see Maven in the arena.
Well,
anyway.
maybe can engage with Elder or something like that. Maybe it just needs to fragment rather than the actual fight itself.
He has both of the Shaper fragments for the Uber Elder fight, so.
So just wait for the other fight. Yeah.
He can get his hands on. He's going to want to do.
Oh, okay.
Even if you get the wrong fragments, you can swap them around with Harvest.
Oh, it is a yeah. It says on the right, defeat the other Guardian. Yeah, good eye, chat. Good eye. I was focused in on the man himself, but you're right. It is actually made very obvious to us on the right hand side of the screen with his quest. And
the crux of this fight is going to be simply avoiding the big storm calls, because that's the only like super bursty damage. As with Slayer, Overleech, and things like Fortify and Phase Acro, he should be pretty easily able to tank through the smaller hits.
And buttery smooth once again. And 10,000 favor for Zana, which is just a nice little bonus on top.
Decorate his hideout a little better.
Oh, come on, Karn. You're letting Team Catmaster down, dude. Oh. That is kind of funny, though. Did he just... has Diamond Skin equipped. Because it does give him 4%. Actually, that's really cool. So his Timeless Jewel makes his Diamond Skin give him 4% life as well. So that just makes that node so appealing.
Yeah, it's a lot of little extra bits and pieces between the move speed, the res, the life. It's just a bundle of good stats at that point. It's only for Ellie weakness map, he's sort of saying, and that was an Ellie weakness Zana map. So there you go.
Fair enough.
Useful to have that swap in case Zana offers you something that you really want to run but has Ellie weakness, and so Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do it safely.
Yeah, I mean, like curse with the lack of generic curse immunity now, which positive or negative. I mean, it's a big nerf to our characters, but we do actually have to engage with mechanics now. So wherever you land on that discussion, LE weakness now is something you want to build around generally. But in Gauntlet, it is pretty tough because you already lose 20% res anyway. So losing another 20% from LE weakness can be pretty hard to cap for a lot of builds, especially if you're trying to squeak out damage. As Karn is going crit, those nodes can be very expensive. Not having a shield because he's gone on Onigoroshi and not, his chest piece, although gives him a lot of life, gives him 0 res. So losing res on all those pieces just it makes it tough. Makes it tough without the help of the tree itself.
And in answer to the question in chat, Karn is in contention for one of the highest DPS builds in the Gauntlet. I'd say it's either that or one of the trappers that we saw earlier. As Seismic trap builds have been able to put up a lot of damage. We're going to full screen Karn again, though, because I think he's about to do an Elder fight.
It does depend on the level of the LE weakness. It does change from white, yellow, and red maps.
I think that was normalized this league, right?
Oh, was it? Okay.
So it used to have increased effect based on the tier of map you were running, but they got rid of that this league.
I don't think he's DMCA free, but if you could quickly check, that'd be awesome.
I'll double check, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, they would change in 3.15. Yeah, there was a lot of changes in 3.15, and I'm sorry, Chad, if I haven't kept up with all of them. Maybe I should read the patch notes once again.
Yeah, we're good to unmute. I'll unmute him.
Perfect.
Oops. I took him off the screen. 1 sec. I clicked the wrong button. There we go.
Awesome.
We will have occasional Karn commentary in the background as a result.
Elder, dude. It took me this long to get a fucking Elder.
That's actually crazy. Day 9 Elder, by the way. Which is usually one of the first boss fights these players engage with. Really, really rough. Terrible RNG. I feel really sorry for him, actually.
Yep, should have the fight in the bag, though. I can't imagine this is going to be too problematic for him. I don't want to caster curse him, though, so maybe I shouldn't have said that.
No. But it should be, again, it should be buttery smooth.
But I think he's going to be just fine. His damage should be pretty darn good for this fight. Yeah, Elder's starting to melt with all the Blade Storms placed. He's just going to sit in the dot.
Awesome.
Slayer Leech, man.
Yeah, I mean, but also the Blade Storms themselves, they're still ticking during all that, so not as impactful as some other builds with that slow. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think his health is going to move here either.
No. Looking really nice.
Trivial for this build.
Yeah. His damage looking really, really nice. I think it's only...
Yeah, I think the trappers were outperforming this, but this is certainly higher than what we were seeing out of Detonate Dead.
I mean,
or even Shield Throw, I think.
It's highly competitive. I mean, sure, I think the trappers might have even been like, I don't want to say double this DPS, but it was close. Like, trappers were just doing obscene amounts of damage.
Yeah. Wildgate was doing some pretty solid damage too, but
yeah, he was.
Did feel a little squishy in that Katarina fight that we found that we were watching earlier.
Damage is good, Karn. I agree.
It would be a lot higher if.
Yeah, he could go to the 5-link chest piece if he wanted to and get more damage out of the setup with a higher damaging Rage Vortex. But just valuing the higher HP, because really the only thing that kills you in this fight is a one-shot from like a slam that you don't dodge.
Exactly. And this is with Onigoroshi, yeah. So you spent 13 hours farming the Onigoroshi at the league start. Yeah. Awesome.
Slayer meta? I wish. I love Slayer.
I mean, it's
going
really strong. It's really strong.
Karn is a legitimate contender to win the event if he can beat the RNG and get his boss fights in relatively quickly.
I think he is. Sorry.
I think his trouble is going to be in getting an Uber Elder fight down, because this is his first Elder fight, and he's obviously going to get one of the 2 frags, but it might take him another 3 or 4 to get the other.
That would be such a disappointing end if he has every other fight sort of on lockdown, has all the fragments for everything outside of that one fight. That would just feel really unfortunate. Again, I'm not really commenting on his fight because there's nothing to really say. Like, he's just doing really, really well. Like, he's managing all the every phase really well. Like, his regen is just enough to outscale all these little guys, tickling him with these blue sort of projectiles, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got blind and acro as well, so a bunch of them just aren't even going to connect.
Yeah.
He's perfectly fine.
Turns out Karn is pretty good at the game. Turns out my pick for winning the whole thing actually put on a bit of a show. And his culling strike should come in here really soon.
I don't know if it actually applies.
Oh no, it doesn't. Actually, Ron Elder. No, it doesn't. Does it? No. It actually doesn't. You're right. I think this is like one of the only bosses it doesn't. Yeah.
And there were two like big explosions layered on top of each other there, so I understand why he logged. You know, it may have looked like kind of a weird one because he was not even damaged at all when he logged, but it was a unpleasant situation to be in. You don't want to take that risk. May as well invuln pretty much the only dangerous thing left in the fight.
I mean, why risk it, right? For an extra 10 to 20 seconds prepping your next zone.
You have about 10 seconds of invuln here, which should be long enough for both of them to go boom, and there you go. Easy. Yeah. So
yeah,
just
like he did. He made it look really easy.
Safe log there.
Yeah, loggers. Let's see. You know what? I would love him to hit like some insane Watcher's Eye. Let's see it, like Pride or something. Actually, Pride wouldn't affect him, right?
Yeah, no.
Nothing anyway. We haven't seen a single one actually.
I don't think any of his reservations are Watcher's Eye relevant. Actually, I don't think there's a Watcher's Eye mod for Skitters or Herald of Ash.
But
or
wouldn't it be great to like
Blood and Stone or whatever
get like some? I guess anger wouldn't even be too good or anything. There's nothing actually too exciting for him. Maybe vitality recovery would be huge.
Yeah, precision or vitality, ones that are relatively easy to fit in. Let me go ahead and mute Karn in the background.
Thank you, buddy.
As we have Lily doing her Shaper fight, and
Awesome.
I'll check and see if we can listen to that as well. 1 sec. No, there is music.
So we'll just leave her on. We'll just leave her on mute here. Just leave her on mute. Yeah, even these early, even the sort of these like mini bosses, as you coined the term, just kind of not. I mean, going down now that she can just DPS out, but
yeah, the Dead Knight Dead has some issues with endgame boss.
Yeah,
it's a consistent build while mapping and relatively easy to get rolling and very tanky, but this is its weakness. It does not boss fight very well.
And the Shaper fight in particular is one that does suffer from for this. Like the corpses just are highly diluted because all these mini bosses bring their own minion corpses with them, so it's just kind of like not great DPS.
Unfortunate. But I mean, honestly, shouldn't have any trouble getting through the fights. It's just gonna take a while. Shaper is where the real battle will begin, but it's gonna be a little bit of waiting until Shaper starts. I don't know what she's using with focus. I'm not for sure actually. I can bring up her profile 1 sec. We can play the fun game of find the focus mod.
I imagine it's I feel like it's it won't be the shock mod because she gets that innately from her corpses, but
Fizz damage reduction while focused on a pair of gloves.
Awesome. I mean, again, she's just using it on her left click, so it just procs automatically every couple seconds, which is kind of just this nice little consistency. I know Lighty really doesn't like doing that. He likes having control of his steel skin and his focus and all that. But for a lot of us who don't have his kind of, I don't want to say mental capacity. That's not right. I mean, he does have an incredible one, but just his awareness of when he want to click these things. You know, like he wants full control all the time. I personally really like just having it automated for me. But I do play Softcore Trade League, so maybe I'm not the best to dictate what players should and shouldn't be doing.
A couple of nasty swipes there from the Hollowed Husk as it initially transforms, but that good recovery in thick HP pool doing what it does best and just kind of tanking the damage out. And the Fizz damage reduction is actually quite relevant against this boss, so this is one place where the focus mod is going to shine.
The gauntlet does end in less than 2 days, actually. So we're in day 9. We're 4 hours into day 9, if that makes sense. Yeah, so in 40-ish hours. No, 44 hours-ish. Yeah.
It has more recently become more viable to invest into focus, as with the advent a couple leagues ago of unveiled modifiers being more powerful than their crafted variants, you can unveil focus mods onto gear that come bundled with focus CDR. It's something that they actually nerfed going into this league, but still, compared to, you know, prior to, what, 2 leagues ago when it didn't even exist, it's a lot more viable of a strategy. And you can get a number of valuable things generically for most builds. You can get, like, Fizzmit, you can get things like Fortify Effect and a chess piece, you can get Shock to nearby enemies.
Yeah.
A little bit of a nasty chunk there from a couple overlapping projectiles. This arena can get nasty if you aren't killing Cam quickly.
It does get affected by LMP from the Gauntlet mod of ours, which is a pretty cool interaction. Like, the arena itself actually does get kind of spooky.
And the Spectres being dead is not really a big worry, as just entering the arena with the Spectres active is enough to add them to the corpse pool. It doesn't matter if they then die from that point. So.
I actually hate this boss. I hate Gravigius. I find, like, I always get tagged by his like Molten Shell, because I tend to, recently I've been playing, as you know, like some Exsanguinate builds, so the physical damage will proc his Molten Shell, and that thing just does crazy damage since the changes.
Yeah, this boss can be quite rippy, especially in Gauntlet. And a lot of these mini bosses are a lot more punishing the lower your DPS is. They were designed for the day when Shaper was added, when you would have, you know, maybe 800k, like 900k DPS would be solid. Over 1 million was real nice. So they'll have these multiple phases, like Gravy will reset his energy shield, which you can just skip if you have the burst damage.
I mean, we're in a very different era of Path of Exile these days, and I think GGG are very aware of it, which is why, I mean, 3.15 happened in the first place, right? Just trying to curb some of that stuff.
Yes, but we have boss fight at hand. We need not lament the nerfs in 3.15. In fact, they've been good for the Gauntlet, right? As they've led to tons of variety.
I agree. I think, like, at least in the context of Gauntlet, I think we've had a hell of a show, and making these players struggle even more. I know Ziz was talking. We had a clip. He's like, "Oh, let's. I wish we can get actual boss modifiers, so like he can make the mapping experience easier and more accessible for a lot of players. But then he can just say, okay, 400% more damage on Shaper."
And it looks like Lily's going to swap out the Flesh and Stone for a Herald of Ash, which makes a lot of sense, as there are very few attacks in the Shaper fight.
Yeah,
it's not quite Cyrus level, where there's literally 0 attacks in the Cyrus fight. But if you never go melee range on Shaper, he'll only fire orbs or beams or do slams, and of those, the slam is the only attack. And you don't really want to rely on blind to keep you safe from Shaper slam. It's probably not a good plan.
No.
Herald of Ash is not a huge amount of damage for this build, though, as it will only multiply, I think, the spell portion and not the corpse explosion portion, but it's more damage than Flesh and Stone was.
Sorry about that. Just adding a clip to the thing. Not that we're going to watch it now, but just wanted to add a clip into the tool for us.
Yeah, we're seeing that Rise did die off screen, but we don't really want to go out of the Shaper fight here, as this is live content. But we'll get the Rise rip right when we have an opportunity to do so.
Looking really good. Just hasn't taken. I added to the stream by accident. Yeah, like, Lily's looking really good. Ball management's great. This is only phase 1, right, of 3. And the last phase being the far deadlier. It does get chunked there a little bit, but still, again, 11k life is pretty nice buffer for a lot of this stuff.
I don't think we've seen another build face tank the balls. And this build face tanks and it doesn't even like go below half, right?
Yeah.
Like technically?
No. Well, also, I mean, look, there's also 75 blocks, so we don't know if 1 or 2 of those actually went through, but I don't know, I kind of really like this route. Like, you're like really leaning into the defensive, right? Like, realistically, there's only so much damage you can achieve on a DD build. So saying, okay, I accept that. So instead, I'm just going to become this immovable object, right? And just like take the bosses out that way, like a war of attrition in a way.
And in answer to the question, I wanted to double check and make sure I wasn't spewing nonsense earlier, but Herald of Ash's more multi is more spell fire damage specifically. So that will only affect the spell portion of DD and not the corpse pop. The quality does grant generic increased fire damage, which will affect both, but it's relatively minor.
It's just not worth it on a build like this in general.
Well, it's more damage than the Flesh and Stone was. It's worth it over that for this fight. But
is it?
Yeah,
though?
well, like
I mean,
mapping and stuff.
I kind
of
of
Flesh and Stone won't provide any.
Yeah, but
Flesh
and Stone, at least, like you take less damage from mobs that are outside of your ring, right?
Well, that's specifically projectile attack damage now.
Oh, it's
since they nerfed
okay.
it. Yeah, they nerfed it.
I'm behind on
a
all
number of leagues ago. I forget exactly when.
Oof.
But yeah, if there's an argument if it hadn't been nerfed, yeah, it would maybe have been worth for the fight. But Shaper's Proj are spells, so.
No, of course, I'm way behind apparently. My God, sorry about this, chat. Just one of those days, it seems.
Don't worry about it. There's a lot of tiny details in this game. It's easy to lose track of specific nerfs to specific skills. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm trying to think. I mean, obviously, the Granted and Herald of Ash is good, but maybe you just run, like, a Clarity, Vitality. I mean, I guess it's only one slot, but maybe she just wants that little bit more damage, maybe?
Damage is the issue here, and recovery is very well solved by the Leech and the Ascendancy already, so even if it's a relatively minor damage scaler, you're grasping for whatever damage you can get in this fight.
That makes sense.
And honestly, scaling the spell hit a bit when the corpse hit is so diluted by the super polluted corpse pool.
Maybe not the worst thing. Yeah.
Nothing terrible about that.
Yeah.
And her damage does actually, like, it feels a little strange considering how much higher the DPS on the trappers and things like Karn's Bladestorm build are. But for this build, which historically has been played in quite a few gauntlets, this is solid enough Shaper DPS. Like, there have been test runs I've seen where the Shaper DPS is low enough that you just can't even get through the fight, and that's certainly not the case here. She can get through this with decent play. And there's an argument here to Vol DD the mini boss to prevent Shaper from healing, but then you don't have the Vol DD for the Shaper phase immediately. So it's hard to choose one way or the other. Vol DD is like your biggest single target nuke and would probably do like more than half of this boss's health by itself. But she's choosing to save it for the Shaper fight. I just hope Shaper doesn't choose to immune as soon as she uses it. Can happen, and it's extremely frustrating when it does.
Apparently my commentary there, I was muted. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. I had muted myself. Yeah, but thanks for replying, Octavian. Yeah, it just is a shame if that heals up, but yeah.
Yeah, and she saves the Vol DD there. That's the correct call.
I agree.
Because even Shaper tried to bait it out. Shaper was like, "Oh, I'm just going to throw some auto attacks at you. You should use your Vol skill," and then instantly goes to invuln after like 1 or 2 auto attacks.
Oh, and again into another invuln phase here.
She's holding it. She's waiting until he starts firing volleys because that's when you know he's committed to a moveset and you know you can get the damage out.
I mean, what's nice too is the reality is your Valenta Dead does so much more damage than how much he's going to heal, right? By spending an extra 30 seconds against that other boss, right? It's not like he's healing 1% a second or something like that, right? It's
there's the usage.
Yeah, exactly, which is just chunks him like crazy, and is able to get one of those per phase, right? Obviously, because you do have that the flask gaining phase in between.
Actually, that's perfect timing on the invuln because this will allow the soul gain prevention period to fall off from the Vol DD, and she'll be able to start building it up again here. So that's pretty much precisely when you want him to go invulnerable. He's going to have to do it at some point during the fight, so best to have it happen right after the Vol DD is finished.
Yeah, like again, no notes, just looking really good. Again, a little bit slower than some other boss fights, but doesn't really matter. As long as you get the boss down, it actually doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised I'm not seeing Soul Gen on the Vol DD. I thought hitting unique enemies gave you Vol Souls now, because you can see it on the far right of her bar there. It doesn't seem to be generating.
It should be, but I'm
95% sure hitting unique enemies gives you Vol Souls charges now.
Yes, that was
Maybe Shaper is an exception to that for reasons.
That would that would be pretty huge oversight by GGG. Like surely they would have they would have fixed this like in like a patch. That's like a very quick fix.
Yeah, I know it's based on a certain amount of health on the enemy, but she used it a while ago. Like she used it before the last invuln phase. She's done enough damage to have generated some small amount. Like not a full charge for sure, but
of course
some
not.
Amount, right?
Maybe half a full charge or something like that. Like look, it's not like her DPS is 0. Yeah. So
yeah. No. Like Shaper's.
She's not healing them.
Pretty close to the next phase at this point.
Yeah.
It may be that she has a second Vol DD, but even that, I don't know. I don't know.
Come on, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, because that would split souls. You wouldn't want that.
But it's gotten some souls now, so I mean, I don't know what happened there.
Doesn't count life that the enemy regenerated. Did Shaper regen that much?
Oh yeah, because she's getting tons of souls now. So
yeah, okay, that was it. That's very. I did not know that. Well done to Babu Kra, if I got that name correct. I did not know that was a thing.
I just assumed it was like
Shaper regen quite a lot.
Like 25% of his life. My God, that's nuts. He was 80% at the start. True. I mean, I mean, fair enough. I just didn't know that was a thing. And hopefully she she can use her Val DD again, but probably has to go through that zone faster than she previously did. That is way too much life regen. You do not.
Yeah, given that that's the case, and you don't generate souls from that damage that you do, like maybe it's just the correct play to Val DD the mini boss every time.
I do gotta mention her degen management here. It's pretty fantastic, all things considered. She knows she's going to be in this engagement longer than some other builds, so she's really taken her time to make sure that every single one of these degens is on the outskirts of the arena or just overlaps with one another, so she has a clear arena, at least in the middle.
Yeah, really good exit on the bubble there as well. Finds the space that's pretty much clean of bullets, gets to it, completely calm.
Yeah.
No risk at all. And gets to the next phase.
Awesome.
Let's go.
Yeah, you got to go fast here, Lily. You do not want to have that third phase with like crazy amounts of life. It does get her souls back up, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, I'm interested to see whether the mini boss gets a Val DD to the face or not.
I think maybe you do then, right?
Yeah. The fight is not witnessed, by the way. Feared has a bounty on it, I think,
nope,
but there's no points assigned to it. Oh, there's not even a bounty on Feared.
No,
okay, yeah.
No
Feared is purely
incentive.
for like
flexing,
bragging rights. Then
yeah, which I think Karn wants to attempt, but I think look, you got to finish the gauntlet first, and maybe finish the bounties off first. There's too much money on the line right now for people to rip their character to nonsense. I mean, look, the reality is you have to kill those bosses witnessed anyway, so it's like I don't know. That feels like why would you subject yourself to Uber Atziri with Maven if you don't have to?
Uber Atziri and Shaper witnessed are like some of the hardest fights in the game, and Shaper can just RNG you to hell and back if you witness him, because sometimes he'll go into a bullet hell phase while his clone summoned by Maven is deciding to slam you, and then literally nowhere is safe to stand.
A fun fact though for chat, I'm not sure if everybody knows this, but you can actually just witness the Uber Elder fight instead of doing Elder and Shaper, and then you have a so and it'll give you both of the witnesses. So if you want to be time efficient, I guess you could just do Uber Elder.
And no Val DD usage on the mini boss, which did allow Shaper to heal up a bit more. I think 1/3 of Shaper's health bar is where you have to get him for the previous phase. So that's probably once she gets down to that threshold post that point, she'll be getting souls back.
Yeah. So to be fair, it's about 17-20% that he regened. So not as bad as the first time around, but still not great.
Mm-hmm. And immediate portal phase. This is likely to be followed by a bullet hell. I usually find if he goes portal immediately, he just jumps into bullet hell right after on the final phase, which is a little annoying, as you don't have a lot of windows to DPS him at the start. Oh, he's actually just going straight for laser beam. Nice. Get some damage out then. And there's the bullet hell. One short ability usage between.
I'm doing the special ball management. Awesome. 2
of them spawned during the bullet hell. That's so frustrating. But Lily's a very proficient player and gets them out of there safe.
That's how you do it, guys. I mean, that's the only player we've seen do it. We have seen Rise do it in the past, but we didn't see him even engage with Shaper this time around. But that is a strategy you can do. You can actually move around in the circle and get them. Not easy to do, by the way. And if you go too fast with your movement speed, you'll go around and hit them. So you have to be very, very careful with that one.
Really good play around the clone too.
Oh yeah.
This is some of the best Shaper fighting that I've seen in a while.
If you want to know how to
Shaper
fight
off screen, but safe enough.
I was gonna say if you want to learn how to fight Shaper, I know this video is long, but this is a clinic, and because she has to engage with it for so long, this is a great way to learn the fight if you're really struggling with Shaper.
And even gets that cheeky little fortify off right before the bullet hell phase comes out, because Shaper is targetable while he's doing his. He's doing that thing where you see the villain do an anime where they shout the name of their ability. I think he shouts infinite chaos, and then he starts firing bullets.
Yeah, if anyone is a is a weeb in the raid class universe. It's the guy with the tentacle mask as a face wearing the dark cloak and screaming about space.
Yeah, no, Maven does it too, doesn't she? She shouts her ability names as she uses them. Just face tank the orbs. Just do it.
Living that living that edgelord lifestyle, Shaper. Oof.
Just block them, Chad. It's easy. Just block them.
Just block them.
I mean, this is the build that can, like, pretty easily get to close capped spell dodge.
I mean,
spell block. I mean, she has the offering effect. She has a good spell block shield.
She has all the defenses in the world, and she doesn't even need them. Like, has she even like been hit by any significant abilities?
She did just stand in a bunch of orbs there, but block kept her alive.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know. I feel like, regardless of that, I feel like she's pretty damn healthy here.
Yeah, the balls were hidden by the Shaper beam. The beam takes visual priority over literally anything else in the fight, which can be a little annoying because it can like hide a puddle or hide a bullet or hide some orbs.
And just about like nearly probably in culling range. It doesn't have cull, I don't believe, but yeah. So really just nearing the end of the fight here.
Really good management still. I mean, nothing new. It's been consistent through the whole fight. Oh, bullet hell with an orb spawning.
Yeah, but see, just easy clap. That's how you do it, guys.
Ring around the Zana.
Yeah. That's I don't know. I'm always impressed whenever every time I see that. Awesome.
And one final Vol DD charge should make short work of this Shaper.
I promise you, there's like, I don't know how many people are watching chat right now, but there's a huge amount of players who are going to try doing that and rip because of it, because they're going to go just outside the bubble.
And at the end there, 2 bullets connected. That wasn't dodged at the end, or blocked at the end. 2 bullets connected, and it didn't even bring her to half.
No, yeah.
This build is tanky as heck.
11k life with a roomies, and life on block. Just nuts. And fortify. And endurance charges. and. Well, Lily, very impressive run. Claps for Lily. We do have that Rise clip for you, and then I think after that, we are signing off for the day. Let's see how Rise does his thing.
Does he get leap slammed into the dirt?
I mean, 70. Oh my god.
Oh,
that is so fast. And he's like, okay, I died. Whatever. I gotta stop playing Gauntlet now. I can go back to my regular cast. I mean, he's not happy, but damn, that is brutal. I'm just gonna see if I can play it again for chat. I think it's just getting just gets swarmed. Is it one ability in particular that gets him, or
so? If he brought those mobs low without killing them, the infernal tossers or infernal throwers, whatever they're called, those dudes will self-destruct if they're brought low but not killed. It may have been that. It's really hard to see.
That
is very fast. But yeah, that enemy type that he's surrounded by will blow themselves up if they're low enough without being killed first.
That is very, very fast. Oh, I was going to say he gets poisoned a lot, but that's him doing that.
Yes.
Yeah. Does get ignite, and then again you see the burning ground. So I think that only happens when they explode themselves. So that's probably it. Damn.
In answer to the question in chat earlier, someone was saying they were trying to get auto enforcers for the DD build and couldn't find them. Make sure the zone you're in is above level 68. They will not spawn below level 68, and make sure that you have opened one of the boxes, one of the bigger boxes within the heist. Then they'll spawn if you're in a post 68 zone.
Damn. I'm gonna take us to our end title screen here. Sorry, Rise, that was a hell of a run, and I'm incredibly impressive, but sadly just was not to be. Octavian, where can the people find you?
Twitch.tv/Octavian0 is my Twitch channel if you'd like to catch that, and Twitter is twitter.com/OctavianZilch.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a lot of fun, guys. You can see all my links are just below. I tend to just lurk around in a lot of Twitch chats. So, but if you see me, say hi. Hopefully, I'll respond and we can have a nice chat. It's been a blast. I can't wait to cast with you guys tomorrow, and then we will have the ending cast the day after. But I think there's going to be a lot of content in the next 48 hours. I'm very excited, and we're gonna actually pass you off to Steel Mage because I think he's about to enter all these boss fights. But for us, our time is over for the day. I'll run a couple ads, and we'll see you guys later.
Bye-bye.
Hi there! I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. I'm telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.
Uber Atziri or something, and I was like, okay, let's just, but that might be another